Hello and welcome to Victory in Posing live here in Ashburn, Virginia at the Shop Gym. If you guys have friends or family who cannot make it, make sure to tell them to tune into tsgevents.com. That is tsgevents.com. For all of you watching live, we are following all COVID-19 protocols. Everything here is being conducted in a safe manner. Again, thank you guys for coming to Victory in Posing. Once again, to any competitors that plan on posing, please head up front by the purple arch and grab a number. Again, if you plan on posing today, head up front by the purple arch and grab a number. Also, all around the turf, make sure to check out our sponsors. This would not be possible without them. Again, all around the turf, check out the sponsors. Thank you for tuning in live to tsgevents.com. This event is being streamed live again to tsgevents.com if you are not attending here in person today. Again, welcome to Victory in Posing live here in Ashburn, Virginia at the Shop Gym. Welcome to Victory in Posing live here in Ashburn, Virginia at the Shop Gym. We're getting started in just 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Thank you to everybody tuning in live to the live stream on TSG Events. Again, it is being streamed live to the world on tsgevents.com. Hello and welcome to Victory in Posing live here in Ashburn, Virginia at the Shop Gym. Thank you guys for tuning in live to tsgevents.com to watch. If you are not already watching, you can tune in live to tsgevents.com. We're going to hand it over to Tony really quick. Tony.
Good morning. Oh, I know we got more people than I heard like 10 people. Good morning. Hey guys, thank you so much for coming out. We're going to start the event shortly. How many bikini competitors do we have? Just raise your hands, okay? I say we got about 20, 25, okay? So all our bikini competitors, what I would like for you guys to do, if you have not picked up your number, all right, pick up a number. You're going to place it on your dominant hip, which we will cover. But if you can do that so we can make sure that we give you what you're looking for as far as critiquing your physique, all right? We're going to start very shortly, all right, guys? And thank you so much for coming out. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Again, welcome to Victory in Posing live here in Ashburn, Virginia at the Shop Gym. We're getting started here real soon. If you guys have friends or family who cannot make it today, make sure to tell them to tune in to tsgevents.com to watch the stream live. Again, tune in to tsgevents.com to watch the stream live. All COVID-19 safety precautions are being taken today. Again, thank you guys for coming here today. We are getting started soon. Once again, if you are a bikini competitor and you are planning on posing today, let alone any competitor and you are posing today, head to the purple arch and grab yourself a button. Again, head to the purple arch and grab a button. Again, if you are planning on posing today, head to the purple arch, grab yourself a button. We're getting started here real soon, everybody.
So while we are finalizing the start of this event, if I can get my bikini competitors, Gary, if I can get my bikini competitors, go ahead and strip down to an attire that you are comfortable with. And I need for you to gather over here. We want to get a quick head count, of how many bikini competitors. So you're going to go to your far right, and we're going to have some of our NPC officials to make sure that we get you guys seen. All right? Hey, Chaz, Karen, Kevin, I need you guys on the far right, please. Far right.
Hello and welcome to Victory in Posing Live. We are starting here real soon. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to tsgevents.com and watching live. If you did not already know, you can watch live on tsgevents.com worldwide. All COVID-19 protocols are being followed here today. Again, thank you guys for the support. We are so excited to be bringing you this today. A few more things. If you like what you see, make sure to stay tuned. We're streaming all day. We're here all day. Follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. Check out all our sponsors. Also, if you are a competitor and would like to work out here today, you are allowed to work out. Please make sure to re-rack your weight and wipe down all the equipment. Again, if you are a competitor and would like to work out here today, wipe all your weights, re-rack your equipment. You guys got it. Again, we are starting here in 1 sec. Ladies and gentlemen, live from Ashburn, Virginia at the Shop Gym, we now present the bikini portion of Victory in Posing. Skylar and Gary, take it away.
Good morning. Thank you so much for coming out. On behalf of Jim Mannion, Tyler Mannion, and J.M. Mannion, the triumvirate of the NPC, thank you so much for coming out. Stuff like this that keeps us in front of you and hopefully helps you get ready for the season coming up. We tried to take a page out of the NFL a number of years ago, which in fact is the NFL typically being from September to February. They've gone now 12 months a year with something. And that's what we've done here. And so many thanks to the Shop Gym crew, Fit and Furious, Tony Roberts, Skylar. We're just talking about how creating this, no small feat. So how long you been working on getting this ready?
Well, months. We've been planning this way past the lockdown, every single detail up until today. We have been planning, organizing, just to make everything happen today.
So for those of you who don't know, they've also got a Manassas gym, the Shop Gym Manassas. Our goal today is to instruct you, educate you, answer any questions you might have. There are no dumb questions today. We want to create a comfort zone on stage. The reason that the DMV and the Mid-Atlantic zone is what it is because of these. I had the good luck of being with Tyler Mannion, shall we say, out in the Midwest area where they don't do these. And he said to me at that show, "Do you guys do these things out there?" And I said, "No, we're in the DMV Mid-Atlantic zone." And he said, "It shows because this instruction that these folks are prepared to give you today with our panel of judges improves you as an athlete, but then that then improves our events." So thank you so much for coming out. Let's talk about Skylar is an IFBB Pro League Pro, all the way up through the ranks from the True Novice Division. What was the hardest part for you coming up?
I think the hardest part for myself coming up the ranks was just really learning myself and what I wanted to bring to the stage. So a lot of a lot of us make the mistake of looking at other competitors and being like, I want to be like her, so let me try to be like her. Well, you're not her, and she's not you. It's all about finding yourself and presenting that on stage, because that's going to show the best. That's going to show the judges that you're having a good time because you're enjoying yourself up there. You're being yourself, and you're putting your entire personality into that routine on stage.
So I think the plan for today, Tony Roberts was telling me, the format is that we're going to bring some folks up here, got fantastic athletes. We'll put them through their paces and then talk about criteria important for this division and every division. And then we, from 1:30 till 3, I believe we have what's called a panel discussion. Myself and our IFBB Pro League head judge, Becky Clausen. And at that point in time, I think we'll touch more on details like what kind of shoes to wear, suit color, accessories, hair, makeup, everything. So we'll touch on that then. For now, it's going to be more instruction. How difficult was it for you to pick up the bikini posing? Was that something that was, is that your nature or did you have to learn it?
A little bit of both. I was a cheerleader, so obviously we have routines and stuff that we have to learn. So that wasn't a really big deal. It was just perfecting the posing, making sure it wasn't just poppy and actually hitting the poses like I'm supposed to, and not just like quickly going through the motions and then running off stage.
Well, there is, in fact, obviously a certain amount of sass in the bikini division, and people pick these divisions for particular reasons. Bikini is kind of more sexy, sassy. Our figure division, a little bit more regimented. And I think a lot of times people, because of their nature, decide to go into one or another. So was it difficult to pick up on that sexy, sassy side of bikini, being on stage in front of a bunch of strangers? We're going to put the girls, because they're going to find out today, is that you've got to get that together in the bikini division.
For me, yes, the whole sexy thing. I'm very goofy. I don't consider myself sexy, so trying to put that into a routine was fairly difficult for me because I just want to pop around, be fun, be goofy, and I had to kind of switch it up.
Well, the competition is these days, all the way from our true novice all the way up through the IFBB Pro League, the competition has gotten to be so difficult that those little details, and they'll see us working on those today, those details make all the difference. Let's talk briefly about criteria and how that's changed. How many years have you been competing?
I think it's about 6 years now.
So over the course of that 6 years, the criteria for this division has changed because back 5 years ago, the girls were much harder who were winning. And what happened was the competitors kept getting harder, literally in every competitive division. And the fact of the matter is that we let them. And competitive instincts being what they are, they kept pushing the envelope harder, harder. Pretty soon, the girls who were winning bikini, when they did a rear stance, had rods running down their back, down their hamstrings, or actually rods. And finally, Jim stepped in and said, "Whoa, wait, this isn't as marketable as it used to be." So we backed off on that. So now the criteria is still great condition, good tone, a little bit fuller look, but not that hardness. Was that hard for you to change?
Yes, because with my body, I can go into that territory really, really quick. So it is very hard for me when I reach a certain point in prep to not get too hard.
So as I recall, going back a couple of years when we started to take a look at you, certainly you did get hard quick. And it was almost a situation where we would tell you and other girls, get in shape, don't get in too good a shape, because that hardness was against the criteria we're trying to create. So you've had to adjust your training, eating, sometimes even adjust the way you pose so that you're not showing too much hardness.
Correct. Yeah. It was definitely a challenge. It was very weird. I learned a lot along the way, but it was worth it. It was worth it.
So I think the one thing to keep in mind, and this is for everybody, is that we have a criteria that's set.
Yes.
And it's based for us on marketing as an organization. We want the people in the audience to look up on stage and see you here competing and think, I'd like to look like that. I think I can look like that. And it then drives more competitors.
Correct.
So it's all about marketing for us. And we have to be careful and hold the line. The problem, however, is this. On the pro level, there's a whole lot of you who show up in fantastic condition. And sometimes the difference between first and eighth is not that much. On the regional level, however, how many of us actually have a body that fits the criteria? Not that many.
Yeah.
So there are situations where people will win a contest and maybe they're a little too hard because somebody had to win that day. There may be a girl who's too hard, there may be a girl who's too soft. Someone's got to win. So just because someone too soft wins doesn't mean we've changed our criteria. Is this something you've run into?
Yes, yes. I would look at whoever beat me or whatever and be like, well, I'm this, they're not. But it's not about that. You know, when I go to the judge and ask for my feedback and I ask why, they give me a straight up answer. And then I'm like, okay, I totally understand.
Well, something that we really run into on a regional level because, once again, how many of us actually have that exact criteria of physique? So just keep in mind when you go to a contest, somebody wins, they may be too hard. It doesn't mean that we changed our criteria. We still want the same thing. Someone has to win and someone has to lose. And I've had situations where people reach out and they go, hey, what are you guys looking for this week? Well, the fact of the matter is we look for the same thing from California to New York to Romania. The criteria is the same, and we try to stay consistent with that. We're getting better and better at that. So I think now if we'd like to, Tony, you want to bring some ladies up here?
Ladies all the way down here.
Let's hear for these ladies.
Come on up.
I'm gonna go on this end.
Ladies, thank you for coming out today. So what we'd like to show you, come on in, Scholar. In our bikini division, first I'd like to cover our what we would call our presentation round. When you come out, there's a box in the middle. Come directly to that box and you do your presentation. You have about 15 seconds to do this. And ideally, front, transition, rear stance, transition, and back to the front. Hold each one for a couple of counts, 1001, 1002, and the judges get a great opportunity to see you. So let's try this out. Ladies, get in your favorite front stance. So ideally, when you come out and you do your presentation, we'll give you an example of this. Hit this shot 1001, 1002. Go ahead and get into a transition and hold that, please. So this is one possibility. They hit this and hold this, and then they're going to go to the rear stance. 1001, 1002, face the rear. Going to go back into another transition. 1001, 1002, and then face front, ladies. And Tony, if you'd like, I think we'll just do the front line first. Then we'll take them away and step the other ladies up. Okay. So my point is this. You've got, what you don't want to do is come out on stage and rush through this. So easy to do because you may walk out, no matter how much you practiced, nerves kick in, and you hit your stances too fast, and you split, and the judges never really got to see you. 1001, 1002. Please get this counter going. Now, there are some ways to amplify this. Something in bikini that you almost never want to do is face too much front. Bikini is the one division we have. And so many of these divisions, as you go up the ranks, are predicated upon genetics eventually. You can do great up to the local level, state level. You start to get up into the pro ranks. Now it starts to get into frame and genetics. However, I'm here to tell you the bikini division is a division where you can do well with a bad frame. Even if you didn't have parents that blessed you with a great physique, you can do great in bikini because there's twisting, contorting, weight distribution. You can create lines that otherwise genetically might not be there. So this is something to consider. There's a lot of things what you want to do. The smallest things can make a difference. Now the key for you as an athlete, when you do this stuff, you do this with photos and or video. You can see by the judges table that the judges' eyes are at the same level of the athlete's feet. So when in fact you're doing your posing and practicing, someone's videotaping you, have them sit down low so they see the same perspective that we see. The other key to this videotaping is this. If you do this in front of a mirror, automatically it gives you a reverse image, obviously, and that's skewed. Not only skewed, but your eyes, I guarantee you, are looking at something on your physique that you either like or don't like. And you're focusing on that instead of what we'd focus on at the judges' table, the whole picture, top to bottom. How many times, Skylar, we've been at events and sometimes after prejudging, someone is preparing for an event down the road will come and say, hey, can you critique me? And someone will walk on stage and do a stance, and we've seen him do some odd things. Hands twisting funny. And in conversation, we find out, I hate the way my obliques look. So they do something that contorts their physique to fix their oblique. However, it destroys the whole package. So they're focusing on this and not top to bottom, which is what we see. I mean, you must see this all the time.
Oh, absolutely. If someone doesn't like something about their physique, they do something silly to try and hide it, but it doesn't.
Well,
It just takes away.
It gets back to the whole package, total package, top to bottom. It's what we see. It's what we judge you on. So if you, in fact, look at the video of yourself, you'll pick up on that. And try different things. For instance, great physique, nice frame. So the key to this is try your hand a little higher, back down low again, back again. Somewhere in there is the right place for that. Now it seems like a dumb detail. However, if your hand's too high and her elbow sticks out too far, it detracts from your look. So there's no detail too small. Let's take a look at her hands. Let's say she puts her hands out like this. Now that's one seriously small detail, but like this or go back to the other way. Small detail, but it makes a difference in her look. Like this, it suddenly looks a lot more casual. Help the judges pick you. You got to help us. Help us by standing out. So let's try this again, ladies. This time around, I'd like you to take the opportunity in this transition to make this half turn and pop your glutes towards the judges. 1001, 1002, turn to a transition. Just stay in that position, please. Now here's the deal. So it's a transition to the rear. But what it also is a photo op. The key here is that's fine. However, twist this way some more. So it's more glutes than not. Sure, turn back that way. It's kind of a sideways look. Okay. Let's go the full way, turn around some more, pop, push that glute back like that. Details, ladies. Help us pick you. Now, the other key is this. You don't want to look robotic on stage. So when you start to make this next move to the rear, simply take your hands off your body. Not like this. How many times you've seen this and they're backstroking? And guess what? The judge's eyes go to that. Instead of going to your torso, hamstrings, glutes, waistline, our eyes go to this. And the judges hate it. Hands should be down around your waistline. Make sure our eyes go to you. But please take your hands off your body as you make this turn. It'll keep you from looking robotic. 1001, 1002, turn to the rear. Cool. Turn back to that left where you were, that last stance, ladies. Go back to the last stance you were in. Go back to the last one, the transition you were in, please. Face that way. So here's the deal. Use every advantage you have. We're going to talk later about accessories relative to shoes, rings, things to wear. However, your hair is a great accessory. You figure this out, you start tossing your hair around, it's a home run. It can take you to the next level. Take a look at the best pros. And they got hair flying around everywhere. So just a great example right here. When you make this turn to the rear, face the rear, ladies. Watch her. Like that. Now you can do it in a mild, moderate fashion, or you can crank it up and throw it. And the judge's eyes go to that. Now you got some choices to make. This straight hair like that, in my humble opinion, and keep in mind that the things that we tell you today, myself, Becky, Tony, Skylar, the things we tell you today are not cast in concrete. We're just giving you an idea of some variety, something else to consider. However, in my humble opinion, this straight hair takes our eyes to her body. You start to get real curly hair. You got to be careful. If our eyes are stuck on your hair, that may become a situation. Everything geared to you should accentuate your body. Okay, ladies, stay right there. What we're going to do is I'd like you to take advantage of this idea that there's another transition you can do. So I would suggest humbly that you once again step back and hit that glute. 1001, 1002. Transition again, please, and hold that. Once again, it's another photo up. Take advantage of these, please. 1001, 1002, face front, please. Becky, you step in here, please. Becky Clausen, IFBB Pro League head judge. So you are the quintessential example of someone who had to learn bikini because it was not your nature.
It was not. I came from figure. I think I did figure for like 8 years.
So not to age us, however, you were back in the day when figure had two suits, one piece and two piece.
Yep.
And you were good at it.
That was my jam. I was good at figure.
But then figure started to add some more muscle and not your flavor. And I remember you coming and saying, I'd like to try bikini. So you used to sneak over to Pittsburgh and we'd teach you bikini because some other folks didn't like that. However, getting you to pose like a bikini girl was easier said than done, yes?
For sure. I could not get out of that more strict figure posing. And I thought I had flair in figure. Then I went to bikini and had none.
I remember yelling at you saying, that's ridiculous.
It was bad. It was pretty bad.
One time I said, you probably can't dance, can you? So then we were in, I believe, Toronto.
It was Toronto.
At the Toronto Pro Show, and I've been pushing you, amplifying it, say, look, you've got to turn this up. So that night at the finals, what did you do to accomplish that?
This stuff is fun. I seriously just went for it. I remember standing backstage and looking at the judges table, and I was like, all right, you know what? Prejudging is done. what do I got to lose? I'm just going to go out there and I'm just going to wing it. I think I added a few poses. I just totally went for it. And what was my feedback?
Oh, I was blown away. I remember sitting there saying, damn, was there alcohol involved in that?
And there was no alcohol involved.
It looked like it. Because there was hair flying around, there was glutes flying around. People were about to get hurt. But the point was that no, it wasn't your nature. And some of these young ladies, I suspect it's not their general nature, but they have to learn that.
Yeah, and I mean, I started with that even in figure. I just adopted a stage persona. You know, if it's not you, just think when you hit that stage, you know, like Beyonce has, you know, her stage persona, adopt that. Fake it till you make it. Just adopt that confidence, get out there and go for it. Amp everything up.
So as a judge, as a head judge, is too much movement the biggest mistake you see?
In some ways, yeah, like too much of the arm movement and things like that. I think it has to, yeah. Arms flailing and things like that. I think that's really distracting, or constant movement. Hit a pose and stand in it, especially on the diagonals, I think.
Because as a judge, isn't what you want to see is simply the athletes in their best stance?
Yes. And I think sometimes the more people pose, the more opportunity they give us to find fault. So if you've got 3 really good poses, stick to those. I've seen some girls who win overalls do very short routines, but they show us exactly what they want to, and they're done.
The goal probably be to get in your best stance quickly, and then you're in it longer.
Yes, for sure.
Let's talk about the things not to do. Ladies in the first line, face the rear, please. All right, so here's the don'ts in our bikini division. A classic rear stance. This this stance is predicated upon posture. It's either in good taste or it's in bad taste. If it's in bad taste, it diminishes your look and you don't do as well. So, posture is king. Good posture here. When your posture is like this, good to go, you can push your glutes back, pop, push them back like that. As long as your posture is correct, push those glutes back. Guarantee it hurts like hell, but it creates that roundness and it creates a delineation between inner thighs and hamstrings. It's a great look as long as you're postured up. If you go like this, not so good. And suddenly Becky's putting you in the third call out. So this is a home run. Postured up, ladies. Chin up. Hands are in front of you. In this stance, wherever you're at, push back further. Push that booty back. Push back. Yeah, I know it hurts. But yes or no, I mean, it creates more roundness. So this is the key. Okay, relax, ladies. The other thing is this. The judges, here you got a whole bunch of ladies. They're in great shape, and they're being compared against each other. And this lady right here, she decides to look over her shoulder and pop her shoulder and maybe even wink at the head judge. Why not? And everyone else is in line and hitting their shot. And now she's diminished her look. So if you've got someone who says, have eye contact with the judges, I shouldn't be looking at your eyes anyway. I should be looking at your whole package. So please hit your stance. What else do you see happening on stage?
One thing I really want to point out, and I think Tyler commented on this recently, is about your back, your upper body in the back pose. I always tell girls, just keep your shoulders neutral. You should not pinch them, like no pinching your shoulders back, because like you pinch your shoulders together. Like, see what that does? It makes her narrow here. It's less balanced, so she looks more bottom heavy. Open them up, back where you were. Just nice and neutral gives you that hourglass shape. What I've started to see over the last few shows, and I think Tyler's commented on it, is girls are setting their back pose almost like a figure girl. Like I'm seeing girls prep, like, and actually try to open up their lats and pop their lats. We're not looking for an X shape. It's not like figure, it's an hourglass. So I would say the best advice is probably to keep the shoulders neutral, not pinched, but you don't have to be flexing and really setting your pose in order to hit this back pose. It's not like figure. It should be very fluid, should be very easy. Everything you should do should look as one solid motion, one solid routine, and make it look effortless. So just to clear that up, you guys shouldn't have to work so hard on trying to hit those lats because that's not what we're looking for in bikini.
Okay, so ladies, face front, please. So all of this goes for your presentation round, and also extremely important in the comparison round. You may notice the ladies in the bikini division, it's the only division you wear the number on your dominant side. So that as a head judge, now you can see their numbers so much easier. And you don't ever have to say ladies face front to see your numbers, because the last thing any bikini girl wants to do is face front. So as a bikini athlete, wherever your dominant side is on comparisons, that's where you wear your number. Are there questions at all? There are no dumb questions. Please feel free to ask throughout the day. Ladies, go to the back line, second line, step up. So feel free to make any adjustments, Becky. Great example right here. So great physique, great frame. Let's fine tune this, all right? So her fist, she's making a fist. It looks tense. Bend this wrist. Put your thumb behind you. Thumb goes back here in the back. That's it. Index finger out. Good. Now drop your hand about another inch. Thank you. Details. These details will make the difference. However, the way you figure this out is by trying it at different spots. Careful with this arm here. Just have it relaxed. What they don't want to see is that teacup with your arm out too far. Pop that hip back some more, like that. Why not? Create that big swoop. This is bikini. Sexy, sassy, bikini. Push the envelope, please. Push that back, please. Good. Turn this like this. The thumb behind you. Like that. One finger out. Good. Bend that wrist. Like that. Thank you. Good. Push that hip back, please. Pop. Help us pick you, ladies. Pop. Turn your waist that way. Hips face that way. Good. So never full front. Create that small waisted look by twisting. 1001, 1002. Let's go to a transition. Go ahead, ladies. Transition and pop those glutes towards the judges. Good job. Pop those glutes, ladies. Take advantage of this. You've worked too hard. Turn it that way a little bit, like that. Good. 1001, 1002. Face the rear, please. Chin up, please, ladies. When you do this with video, you'll see that it actually makes a difference with your chin up. Would you agree, Becky?
Yep. Don't look at your feet. Keep your chin up. Always looking forward. It changes your posture.
Turn your heels out slightly. Heels out slightly.
Bring your toes in a little bit. There you
A
go.
little more, like that. Put your hands in front directly. Put your glutes back, please. A little bit more. Create that roundness. Good job. Okay, ladies, 1001. 1002. Let's do a transition again, please. This is your opportunity for another photo op. Push those glutes back. Good. Okay, bring that elbow around this way. Good job. Bring your hand also. Come this way. Good. Switch your feet. Good job. Okay, that's good. 1001, 1002. Face front, ladies. Okay, let's go back to that transition one more time. Go back to the transition you were in. Incredibly important that you don't want to look robotic on stage. You can do that simply by releasing your hands. If you keep them on your body as you turn, you tend to look a little mechanical. So ladies, as you do this turn to the front, release your hands away from your body slightly. 1001, 1002. Face front, please. Bend this wrist. Thank you. Good. If there's a word that's important, it's details. The smallest detail will change your look. You've got to help us pick you. Someone's got to win. Someone's got to lose. Okay, ladies, you can file off that way. The line against the wall, please file off also. Bring this middle line up. I'd like to work on the walk this time. So a large part of this bikini competition winds up being your walk. Contests are won and lost on how you walk. So, if in fact your job does not put you in heels on a regular basis, you've got to spend time in these heels because you've got to get good at this. Becky and the rest of our judges, we began about 5 years ago actually training judges to be pro head judges, which is how Becky became an IFBB Pro League head judge. And along the way, it's details. They're looking for details. And this walk is imperative. I mean, how many times have you used this walk to determine a winner?
Quite often. When it's close, this is how we determine the winner. Because you can see it's one thing to look good when you're standing there. When you move, it can be a whole different story.
Well, someone's got to win, and someone has to lose. And I know that's repetitive. However, our judges are trained from the second you walk on stage till the second you leave and you're out of our sight. They're assessing you. What that does is afford us the opportunity to judge you efficiently and professionally, but we don't have to torture you with excessive posing rounds. Get up here, we give you a great look, make comparisons. Becky moves people around, puts the right bodies next to each other, and then they make an assessment. However, this walk is imperative because if you're on the diagonal line and you come over to do your presentation, you did this slamming presentation, you turn around and walk back to the diagonal line, obviously we are following you to get to the next girl. And if you make that turn and walk back there, and you walk in heels and appear like it's something you've never done before, it can diminish your look. You've got to help us pick you. So there's a real way to walk back there. You got to keep your glutes up at all times, posture, arms, shoulders, everything involved. So we'll give you an idea of that. Ladies, face the rear. Why don't you take them through this, Becky? What would you typically do?
I would ask you guys to walk towards the back line and hold it. And face front. And walk it back.
Okay, so let's try this again and take a good look. What we're looking for here is posture. You've got to exude confidence. You can't tell the judges, I got this. You got to exude that. On the way back, it's a sexy, sassy, kind of a deliberate walk. Chin up, posture up always. If you're looking down, it diminishes your look. Arms and shoulders involved. Sexy, sassy. A little crossover with your feet. Try it again, Beck.
Turn to the back. And walk towards that back line and hold it.
Chin up, ladies. Chin up.
Face front.
Once they face front and they hold that, and they wait for the head judge to tell them to come forward. On the way back, it was sexy, sassy, deliberate. On the way forward, the mindset changes to Victoria's Secret runway. Come at the judges, pick up the pace, postured up, arms and shoulders involved.
And walk forward.
Try it again. Ladies, chin up, please. Posture up. Help us pick you. Becky?
Turn to the back, please.
Don't look down. Do not look down. Postured up.
And walk to the back line and hold it.
Do not look down.
And face front.
On this next walk, pick up the pace, ladies.
And walk forward.
So this walk becomes extremely important. And how many times people have won and lost? Because it's close. And you do the walk, and it's like that one. Because someone has that walk down pat, and the rest of them do not. It's an incredibly important piece of the puzzle. So you've got to get this together. Are there questions at all? Don't hesitate. Comments, Becky?
I think we covered it. Make sure you don't look at your feet. That's super important. Posture, never drop your hips. I think sometimes if you're unsure or you're transitioning, the instinct is to drop your hips and tuck your hips under. Never, ever do that. You need to keep your hips back and your glutes up. That's something I think we see. You drop your hips, you might see a little crease underneath the glutes, which might make us think you're in less conditioned shape than someone next to you. Also, I just tell girls, walk deliberately, but step softly. You don't have to go real slow and real quiet, but don't stomp your way to the back line, because if you're holding any water, if there's anything left on there that can possibly move around, that's when we'll see it. So just don't stomp your way back there, and you'll do yourself a favor as to how you look in the walk. And that's it.
So please try this idea of using photos and or video to assess yourself. And try twisting different ways. So here's a really good physique. Turn that way some, please, some more. Good. Now, so currently, a great body, but you got to tweak it. So just a long frame. So what you don't want to show is too much shoulder width. You got really good shoulders, maybe too good. So turn them. Exactly. Good. So you actually want to diminish some body parts. Okay. Yes. Get that elbow back some. So even having long limbs, you can fine tune them and pop that hip that way, like that. Good. Create more lines. Good. Okay. So we get back to this one more time. So she's about ready to knock somebody out. Let's soften it up a little bit. Exactly. Help us pick you. Thank you, ladies. Great job. Thank you. Let's hear it for our athletes.
I think a good point to make here too is to practice this kind of posing conditioning. I've told people that a lot. You might be in a really big show and on stage for a while. You need to be conditioned to hold your pose no matter what. Your lower back's going to hurt. It's going to hurt no matter what, but you need to be ready to hold that pose and never drop it. So this kind of workout is a workout, but it's super important.
Well, I think they wind up finding out that there's can be in shape, but you've also got to be in posing shape. And if your back starts to cramp up, not good.
That can take you out too if you can't hold your pose.
Yes, absolutely. So this is another group on the diagonal line.
Yes, you can do group. I'm gonna bring 30 up. Let's bring them out. 5. Let's take them through feet back front. And then we need to get 32 ladies through the front before 10 reps. Okay. Okay, ladies, on the diagonal line. Come on down. Come on down.
You can put them through your paces here. Bring them out. Put them on the line. Put it in the walk.
Yes. Okay.
So we'll give you an idea of what our morning prejudging looks like. Typically, we would bring all of our athletes on stage in this fashion. Take a look. They're all posed in a fashion that we can see their number, and they're in a great stance. Because no matter what's taking place in the middle, I guarantee one of the judges is looking over here. We're constantly trying to figure out where do you fit in the whole scheme of things. So please, when you are here, be at your best. Help them pick you. So what Becky's going to do, typically what we do is we bring them out in groups of 5 or 6. The head judge puts them through their paces, and we start to get an idea of where people fall into the whole mix. And then we'll release them and then bring them back. Becky? We'll turn it over to our head judge, Becky Clausen.
Okay, ladies, turn to the back, please. And walk towards that back line and hold it. Face front. And walk it back. All right, thank you very much, ladies. You can file off stage.
To your left, ladies. To the left. All the way down, ladies. All the way down the step.
So as you watch this, look for mistakes. Look for the little mistakes they're making and the things that they could change. Posture. Keep your head up. Becky? Keep your head up. Posture up. Help us pick you. Look your best 24/7, please. Someone's got to win and someone's got to lose. Help us pick you.
This is my first time posing.
You look great. Turn your shoulders that way. Drop that shoulder. Yeah. Turn your shoulders some more. Bend this wrist.
Okay, ladies, turn to the back, please. Walk to the back line and hold. And face front. And walk it back. You guys have any questions or anything?
Okay, stay right. So let's check this out. Great physique, fine tuning. Talk to her about turn your shoulders that way, release this shoulder this way, like this. And what it does is creates more depth. The mistake so many girls make is they'll pin this shoulder back, and it flattens everything out. It shows too much shoulders. This way, release it this way, pop that hip that way, like that. Create these lines. Becky?
All right, if there's no questions, you guys can head off stage. Thank you.
Help us pick you. Help us pick you, ladies. Posture up, posture up. All right, so no full front turn like that. Absolutely.
And I think a good point to make here is to, even if the expediter is moving you, make sure that you keep your posture and everything. Like even if Tony's like spreading you out, make sure you're always up, you're always poised, and you can follow his instructions, but make sure you don't drop your pose.
Good. Pop that hip. Pop it. Good.
So let's talk about moving in the line real quick too, just in case we haven't covered it. If we call your number and we ask you guys to switch, a real easy thing to do is raise your hand so that the other girl can see who she has to move with, and then just walk in front of the line. So if I say number 81 and number 18 switch, yeah, raise your hand and then just walk in front of the line. You don't have to walk in front of each other, but just confidently walk in front of the line to the next spot. I think the important thing is, one, know your number so you don't forget. Look at the head judge, because if you forget your number and blank out, we're probably looking at you and we can tell you or ask you to move. And raise your hand just so that the other competitor can see where they've got to go. It makes everything a little bit easier on stage. All right, ladies, turn to the back. So talking about elbows, you definitely don't want to have your arms robotic like this where your hands are too far up. I would say just whatever position your arms fall in when your shoulders are naturally open is fine. It should look like a flowing physique though. We don't want to be looking at your elbows. So if your elbows are out like this, which I see some girls do, that's not good. I think in your hip pockets, like right here, is a natural place to put your hands. What would you say on that, Gary?
Absolutely. We should not see your hands in your inner thigh or outer thigh, and no pointy elbows.
You guys all look good. Walk to the back, please. And again, when you guys walk to the back, don't drop your hips. Definitely make sure you keep your back nice and arched. And face front. And walk it back. right, very nice. Do you ladies have any questions? Anything? All right, thank you very much. You guys can file off stage.
Come this way a little bit with your upper body. Don't sit back so far. Turn your shoulders that way. You got really good delts. Your delts are way a little too good actually. Turn this way.
A little too good?
Like that. That way it diminishes your delts. Because they're too good. Bend this elbow a little bit. Relax. Good. Pop that hip. Pop that hip back. Like that. Cool. Stay right there. Bring this hand around. Down an inch. Like this. Bring it around here. Like that. Exactly. Pop that hip back. Good. Good. Pop that hip back, please. Like that. Create those lines. Drop that hand 1 inch. Good. Okay, so come this way a little bit with your upper body, like that. Turn that way. That way. That way.
This way?
That's it. Your delts are a little too good.
What do you mean? Too big?
Yeah. So all you do is diminish them by turning. You full front, they see their delts too much. Just relax this way. Like that. Good.
You think stop doing them?
Pardon me?
You think stop doing them? Oh, 2.5.
Yeah, I'd be very careful. Something you like to train them. Of course you do. They respond.
All my muscles are like just.
Yeah. So
All
you,
I did is 2.5.
so now you, because that's your training.
I know figure. Everyone says that.
Yeah, well, you can fix it. You can adjust it.
Okay, ladies, turn to the back, please. Yeah, so one comment on the turning and the transition with your hip, you definitely want to show shape in your glutes, but pushing your hip too far out kind of distorts your overall balance as well. So if you crunch your body down too much to really stick that glute out, that's just something to watch for as far as your proportions. So pop the hip, show the shape, but you don't have to go too far overboard. All right, ladies, walk to the back line and hold it. Chins up. Everybody look up. Okay, face front. And walk it back. Be nice and confident. All right, do you guys have any questions? Anyone? All right, then thank you so much, you guys. You can file off stage.
So we see these ladies and some great bodies, but they just got to fine tune the presentation. I mean, how many times we've seen good bodies walk on stage, and you as a judge, we all get frustrated because the presentation is just not there. And
Yeah.
we can't choose someone by what we think they would look like.
Right. If they don't show us, we can't. And I think there's been times where we've turned people several times to see if maybe they'll hit it. Maybe they'll hit that pose. And if it doesn't happen, it's really frustrating.
Hey, when you guys, hey, Gary, when you guys interact, okay, oh
How
my
many,
God.
how many of you have watched the Mr. Olympia on stage, pay-per-view in Vegas? He's never wearing this yellow tracksuit, but he's always got some slamming black suit that looks way different on him than it does on me. This is Tony Roberts, and he is our head expediter, not only at the DMV shows, North America, Masters Nationals, Junior Nationals, National Championships. Say it with me, the Olympia Championships. Tony Roberts, our head expediter, makes it happen on stage. Thank you. We are so lucky to have him.
And speaking of thanks. Speaking of expediters, they really are there to help you. We're so lucky that we have so many good people that are on stage with you guys. They not only work with us to make the show run well, but they're there to help you too. If you have a question, you can ask them. They'll tell you where to go. They've got you covered. So really look to your expediters to help you guys out when you're on stage.
So Becky, when they're walking, either this way to get in place, or when they leave here to go back to the diagonal line, or leaving the stage, do you need them to look at you the whole time?
Now, I think like looking at the judges when you're like up here is good, but other than that, no, it gets a little awkward if they're
It
like,
looks in fact extremely awkward. So eye contact is overrated. In almost every auditorium, straight in the back, there's a sign that will say exit. Ladies, look at that sign. It'll help you keep your chin up. If you look down at the judges, your head goes down. It diminishes you. If you look at us while you're walking on stage, you're going to run into somebody, not to mention the fact it just looks awkward. All right.
totally agree. All right, ladies, turn to the back, please. All right, walk to the back line and hold it. And face front. And walk it back. Come on up. Really nice. And I think you could see an example here of how some of the girls, when they walk to the back, they cross their feet over. If you even just think of like walking in a straight line, it naturally sways your hips a little bit, gives you a little bit more style and movement without it being too much. So if you feel awkward in heels, it's a really good way to add some style to your walk. Do you guys have any questions or anything? No one? All right, you guys look great. You can go ahead and file off stage.
your shoulder to me, please. Flop your hip this way. Like that. Good. Really good. Can we drop your hand down an inch? Good.
All right, ladies, turn to the back. And walk to the back line and hold it. Face front. And walk it back. All right, do you ladies have any questions? All right, you guys can head off stage and relax. Come right up here.
Turn your shoulders that way. Good. Drop that hand a little bit. And just elbow around slightly. Good. Okay, so even your shoulders, please. Turn them that way. Some more. So jump on angles. Okay. Drop this hand a little bit. Good, like that. Much better. Good. Okay, so careful. These delts are way too good, all right? So you gotta diminish those. Drop this down. Good. Yeah, better. Release that to me. This way. That's it.
All right, ladies, turn to the back, please. Sorry, my mic wasn't on. Turn to the back, please. All right, ladies, walk to the back line and hold it. And face front. All right, now think Victoria's Secret and walk it back.
There you go.
Turn that way. That angle. Good. So practice this a lot. A lot, all right?
Yeah.
So if you get it, it's gonna come to something.
Thank you.
All right, do you guys have any questions?
You guys look really good.
All right, we're all set then. You can file off stage to your left.
Watch your step.
Turn that way slightly, please. Some more. These delts are way too good.
They're too good? I'm in Austin.
While Gary and Becky are making the adjustments, our wellness division is next. So if we have our wellness athletes here, I need for you to go to your far right. You need to grab a number first, then go to your far right because our wellness division is next. Thank you.
All right, ladies, turn to the back, please. Nice. Push your glutes back more. Yep. And walk towards that back line and hold it. And face front. And walk it back. I really like the distinction, like what Gary says, push your glutes back versus like bending at the waist. Keep that chest up and just think about pushing your glutes and your hips back versus bending over. This should be where the motion is. Your chest should be upright. It's a really important distinction. Do you ladies have any questions? No? You guys look great. You can file off stage.
Not so much full front. And that, yeah, exactly. You release that, good, like that. Cool. Drop that 1 inch. Good, exactly.
All right, ladies, turn to the back, please. And this is actually a good time to point out like what she's doing right here. She's kind of on the end of the line. If you're in the lineup and you're on one of the ends, you can angle in slightly. If you see her feet, she's not really off the line or anything, but just angle towards the head judge a little bit, and then you'll be seen as well as anybody that's in the center. You don't want to go totally like a 90-degree angle, but just angle in slightly so we can see you as well as everybody else, and that's really helpful. All right, walk to the back, please. Nice and confident, arched back. Push those glutes back as much as you can. And face front.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Nice and confident, walk back. All right, so we're going to have you guys hold it here. We're going to bring everybody else back on stage. Nothing like a little practice. Do you guys have any questions or anything while you're up here? Questions?
Are there any questions? Our events start up March 13th with Rich Siegelman's Gladiator Championships, and they will run the gamut all the way through December this year. We got some phenomenal events in the Mid-Atlantic zone. We've got the North American Championships in September. We've got the Teen Collegiate and Masters Nationals in July. We'll be holding the NPC National Championships in Orlando in December. We actually wrap up the year this year, December 18th in Orlando with the NPC Nationals. And we are lucky to have with us our official photographer and the head of the NPC News, J.M. Mannion. Let's hear it for J.M. Tony, is there anything you'd like to see? You got JM down here.
Do you want us in the middle?
I want Jerry. Ladies. Hey, first of all, you know, when we have these clinics, you know, the athletes are not in the best shape, right? Because we have an off-season look as well. But let's give these ladies a round of applause for coming out. Ladies, I want to thank you guys for supporting. You know, here in the DMV, we're really trying to raise the bar. It's all about you guys, so thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. JM, it's on you, babe. JM, it's on you. Sound check. Sound check. So again, our next division is wellness. We will start at 10:30. 10:30 is wellness. Thank you.
It's only going to be talking to the live stream. Correct. Okay, you're good. Okay, it's fine.
So, hello everyone. Are we right? Hi everyone. We are here live at the Shop Gym in Ashburn for the Victory in Posing seminar. While we have getting ready for Wellness Division, we're gonna walk around and introduce our sponsors and our promoters. Today we have with us Mr. Jack.
Assaman.
Jack, tell us about your show.
The first show we have is May 29th. It's in Allentown, Pennsylvania. It's the Lehigh Valley Championships. It's open to all competitors. It's a national qualifier. We have some great awards. If you can pan around and check out our awards right here, our championship belts and our Claymore swords, they're famous for them. It's one of the longest running shows in the history of our sport. We'd love to have you in Allentown, PA. And thank you, Victoria, so much for letting me take a few minutes. Also, visit us on isiproductions.com for more information. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jack. Hope you enjoy. Thank you, guys. Let's go next one. And next stop is our judge and promoter of the shows from Pennsylvania, Todd Howie. Todd, please tell us a little bit about your plans for the 2021.
Hey, good morning, everybody. This is Todd Howe. Just to give you a heads up about what's coming up for my competitions this year in 2021, I've got 3 shows that I promote. First of all, I have the NPC Philadelphia Classic. It's going to be held at the Valley Forge Casino Resort. That's April the 10th. Following that, I have my Delmarva Classic Delaware State Championships. It's a 2-in-1 contest, first weekend in August. And bringing up the rear, but my most enjoyable event, that is my Northern USA contest. It's got a Viking theme, as you can see. I've got some great, outstanding awards for my overall champions, great t-shirts for each contest. Come on out. Information for my shows can be found at toddhowepromotions.com. toddhowepromotions.com. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time. And come on out. Go to npcnewsonline.com for other competitions being held throughout the nation. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Todd. Great to see you. And our next table is my favorite girl, Miss Becky, with her BB custom suits. So a lot of competitors have questions about what suit to wear, what design, what color, and our expert here, she will give us a little bit history on and a little bit information on the proper suit on stage.
Hi, well, thank you for having me here. It's super sick turnout. I'm really impressed. So yeah, this is my company. We are based out of Pittsburgh. So we create stage wear, competition wear for men, women, fitness, everybody to get you on stage, get you ready. Everything is completely tailor-made and individualized to each athlete. So, we get it really particular to what you need as a competitor to make you and help you look your best on stage.
Thank you, Becky. Suits are very, very important for females and for males competitors. So you make sure that it fits right, that it feels right, it looks right, because that's going to be very important at your show day. And we're going to go to our next sponsor. To the camera. And Tony has been with Victory in Posing since day one. And he creates amazing apparel, very motivating, very encouraging, and very inspiring. Tony, tell us the history how you created your line.
How I created my life? You mean my line? I created my apparel back in 2016. 2015. Been 6 years. I just had a vision one day and decided to make it come to life. I'm a graphic artist, so it's very easy to create the designs myself, which I still do. And it's been going well ever since.
Thank you so much for being here. And our next sponsor is our beautiful glow fit girl, Christina. And Christina, tell us about your company. What do you represent? What services you provide, and how important your services are for competitors.
Oh, absolutely. I'm Christina with GlowFit. How's everybody doing out there? So, I do massage therapy. I specialize in deep tissue. I work on a lot of athletes. I'm a competitor myself. So, we all know how important recovery is, not just for everyday people who work out, but also for very active competitors. So, I also do spray tans as well for bodybuilding shows and for just everyday spray tans for weddings or beach trips. I've been doing massage therapy for 8 years and spray tans for 5.
And Christina just added cupping to her services. Cupping is one of my favorite. If you guys never tried it, you definitely should try it. Thank you so much, Christina. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Good to see you. See you too.
I love this little number she got. Nice squad.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome to Victory in Posing live here in Ashburn, Virginia at the Shop Gym. If you guys are tuning in live at home, watching on tsgevents.com, thank you guys. Again, if you did not already know, we are streaming this live worldwide to tsgevents.com. All COVID-19 safety precautions are being taken here today. And now, our next up, the Wellness Division. Please, with a round of applause, welcome Loli!
All right, next up, probably the most popular division right now is wellness. Tons of questions about it, but also tons of participation, which is great. I'm here with Loli, and why don't you tell us a little bit about your experience competing in the wellness division?
I just love it. I've been competing 5 years. I was a bikini competitor, but they always told me my legs were too big. So I was killing myself to be a bikini competitor. Now with the wellness division, it's perfect for us. I love the look. I feel like I have a superhero body. And I'm very happy because it's bringing a lot of people who wasn't able to compete before to the sport, and they finally have a place to be, and they don't have to kill themselves so much to be on a stage.
I think that's a great point, and that's the reason I've loved this division from the start too, is because I would give feedback to all these bikini girls, like, bring your legs down. And as someone who's not super muscular, I was like, I can't believe I'm telling someone this, to strip off muscle, to get smaller. It's so hard for some of us to put it on. So to think of telling someone to strip muscle off just goes against what I want to say to people. So I think it's great that we now have a division where if you have muscular legs, you can compete. And as you can see, her physique, look at those great quads, look at those legs. I do want to point that out because I do still see some girls coming up from bikini, which is great. I think you should cross over as much as you can to see where you best fit. But really, there's a big difference between bikini legs and wellness legs. And it's the definition, or the development, I should say, in the quads. And then if you even turn to the side, the hamstrings, there's definite hamstring development, and of course the glutes. So there's just more maturity, more size there. Awesome. And for the upper body, for the criteria, it's very similar to bikini. She has a little bit more shape than bikini does, but it's not a symmetrical physique. It's lower body dominant, upper body is similar to bikini, but maybe a little bit bigger, but definitely not as big as figure. and certainly not as conditioned. The conditioning is about on par with bikini. That's what we always say. With this kind of muscle maturity and this kind of development, sometimes we see a little bit more definition. It's just the nature of having this much muscle. What would you say about that?
Hello. All right. So definitely, and also before I wasn't able, when I was training as a bikini competitor, I used to train like very light rubber bands, doing plyometrics to burn my muscle. Now I feel powerful. I can lift heavy. I can live and enjoy my training. I feel myself, and I can go and enjoy every time I go to train. And also with the eating as well, I don't have to suffer myself so much. I recommend anybody who thinking about the wellness division, if you see as a competitor that the judges usually tell you a feedback and tell you that your legs are too big, so wellness division is the perfect division for you. And also when figure girls, because I'm also a coach too, and a posing coach, and I see a lot of figure competitors that they say, oh, your upper body is not as big, so it's because your lower body is big. So think about it. Choose what's best for you, and always trying to be in the way that you can be healthy. Because being pushing your body in something that is not belong to be is not healthy for yourself. Not only prep wise, mental wise, because you're gonna be pushing yourself so much. Be in a point where you can be happy and enjoy what you are doing. This is what it makes a sport grateful, because if you enjoy what you're doing every day, if you enjoy your training, enjoy your eating, enjoy your lifestyle, that makes you to be a great competitor. That puts you in a good place. And I think that's what matters the most. If you are happy in what you're doing, so what makes anything better, right? We're trying to be happy and healthy. So this is what's for me. That's what wellness brings to my life.
I think that's a great point, especially being healthy. It's really hard to try to fit into a division that you don't necessarily fit in. You know, the diet is super hard when you're trying to strip off muscle, lots of cardio. You may not be able to train the way you want to. And speaking of training, I definitely suggest that you guys find some of the wellness pros and follow them on social media, because they hit it hard. They train legs seriously, and those are some serious workouts, sometimes harder than the guys, I think.
And not only that, also the nutrition goes with the training, because my whole time I've been as a wellness competitor, my days that I do legs, I do more calories. So those days are more enjoyable for me, and I have more power, more energy. So it's very important for you to find a good coach who guide you the right way, because wellness division is beautiful. I love everything about it. And if you find a balance with your diet and your nutrition, you can bring a diamond. I always say we are like a diamond in construction.
And we were actually just having a conversation about this a little earlier. Girls that are very well suited for wellness, athletes like soccer players and stuff like that. JM and I were just talking, and if anyone knows wellness, it is JM Mannion. That's who I get a lot of my information from, how I learn in this sport. So if you could come up here and just say a few things about this new, really popular division.
Hi there, everybody. So obviously, this is going to be one of our most popular competitors right here. How many years did you and I talk at contests about needing a division like this?
5 years.
And it's finally here.
Yes, finally.
And listen, Lolly she came in and you missed getting your pro card how many times?
It was before my pro card 2 times. I went to Colombia. I compete with Brazilians there. And then I went to Arnold's, and also I lost on Arnold's as well. And then finally in North America. So I did 3 times before I got my pro card. But when you really want it, you don't give up. Just follow your dream and fight for it.
So everybody talks about wellness, like what it's about. And as I've told everybody in the beginning, everybody always said, "What? It's probably an out of shape figure or bikini competitor, right?" I didn't know. I'd never seen wellness. Johnny Styles had been telling me about it for a couple of years, and I kept going, "Yeah, whatever, Johnny, whatever, right?" So go to Colombia, and actually, ironically, in 2018, and saw wellness for the first time, and I'm like, all right, these ladies are not out of shape. These ladies are rock solid. They're physiques, okay? And anybody that thinks differently, trust me, you haven't seen it until you see it. And like I said, and we were talking about, pretty much most of them have been athletes their entire lives doing something, right? And and they've built up a foundation that is kind of too big for bikini, but not big enough for figure, right? So there was needed to be something in between there, and it took us, Gary, what, 2.5, 3 years to finally decide to pull the trigger on this. Okay, so listen, wellness is a very specific look. I mean, as you can see right here, but if you go online to NPC News Online and you look at all of the national contests last year and you look at those that qualified to turn pro, especially the overall winners, who she's going to be competing against almost all of them in Pittsburgh. And the Pittsburgh Pro Wellness is the first pro wellness contest of the year. I'm trying to make this the pre-Olympia, Wellness Olympia Pittsburgh. As I told Lolly, I said, right now I have 17 pro wellness competitors that are going to be in the contest. I'm hoping to have 20. So you're going to see pretty much the best of the best on stage. You're going to see some of the competitors from Brazil, from America, from all over.
I will see people that I already compete with, so I will be competing with them again. But they're not ready to see what I bring into.
That's the big surprise, yes. But and listen, if you're really serious about doing wellness, research it, because it is a very specific look. If you look at the rules on NPC News Online, actually wellness might have the most well-written rules of all the divisions, because it was the newest one, and we wanted to be very specific. And one of the first things it says is it's an athletic body. It's a very athletic look. And if you look, and like everybody says about soccer, it's women have done soccer, gymnastics, different things like that, where your legs, track and field, dancing, so really look at the division. If you think that you can't fit into figure, you think you can't fit in bikini, and you think you're wellness, my suggestion would be, besides looking at the pictures, contact a judge, contact somebody like Gary, contact somebody like Becky, reach out to me, okay? Somebody that will give you an honest assessment, okay? Because we may look at you and say, all right, yes, wellness is for you. Or no, you're probably better. You could probably fit in one of the other divisions. You're just going to have to train and diet a little different. But
so you and Tyler relentlessly have preached to us about the health factor, and how many times we'd see, you mentioned it earlier, bikini girls came along, or someone wanted to do bikini, and they didn't fit it, and they had to torture themselves to get down. Too much cardio, underfed. Now you guys have created a division that fits that body type, so they can go ahead. And I think your prediction, I didn't believe it till last year, your prediction that one day wellness will overtake bikini.
Actually, I have a bet with my father and Tyler that I'm going to win.
I initially did not believe you. However, when I saw last year that the girls, in fact, did their research, they weren't showing up out of shape. They were showing up in shape with that cool look. And it addresses how many track stars we got on that stage. That they got those quads. Their uncle, their mother, somebody's got those quads. They got them, and now they don't have to lose them, so it's a home run.
Yeah, so my prediction is by 2024, wellness will be the most dominant women's division in both the NPC, NPC Worldwide, and IFBB Professional League.
I totally agree about that.
So, and what Gary's alluding to is the NPC USA, which was the second to last national contest of the year. It's actually technically the last NPC contest, and then we had the Wellness Olympia right after it. The NPC USA in the shortened 2020 COVID year had more wellness competitors entered than figure competitors. It's the first time that they overtook like another division. Did you know that? Pretty impressive, right? There was 15 more competitors. That may not sound like a lot, but it is a lot at a major contest like that. So I said, the hashtag is the takeover has begun.
When I was in Colombia, it was insane how many wellness competitors were in Colombia. I was so impressed that even when I used to compete as a bikini competitor, I used to see that many competitors. It was takeover. It was many wellness. It was like probably 10 or 12 girls per division. It was a lot of competitors and very good quality. Everywhere I saw it was all muscle, beautiful legs, beautiful ass, and I was telling all the competitors, "Oh my God, look at that booty!" But it was amazing. Seriously, I think wellness is gonna take over. It's not a question.
Yeah, at the NBC USA, there's 4 divisions, 4 high classes. The A division had 25 competitors alone.
Yeah.
That's a local contest. Okay, this is how fast that this division is growing. I mean, if you sit back and you look, like I said, I never thought in 2021 or 2020 that any of the division, any contest, that there would be a wellness takeover.
And we were in the middle of a pandemic. Imagine when everything started getting to normal. It's gonna be very big.
Yeah, I mean, this year I think we're going to start seeing a couple of the other contests, the national contests, with more wellness than figure again, and it's eventually going to catch up to bikini.
Yes.
You know, but I think, and also this year being the first year for the Wellness Olympia, I mean, that's going to be something spectacular. As you and I were just talking before, so these first couple shows, Pittsburgh, New York, maybe Milwaukee, you're going to have everyone and it's already qualified. Now, Junior USA, Junior Nationals, USA, Universe, all of these qualify the top 2. There's going to be 8. Not Junior USA has 2, Junior Nationals has 4, but Universe has 8, USA has 8, North Americans. So you're going to have these competitors coming right out of qualifying at the NPC contest, jumping right into the pro contest to try to qualify for this year's Olympia, which is later on in the year. So it's going to be, I think every pro contest is going to get bigger and bigger as the year goes on. But I truly believe that the tone and the look of the division is going to be set at the Pittsburgh Pro and the New York Pro. Do you agree with that?
I agree, and I will be in both of them.
Gary, you agree with that? Becky? So, yeah. So, like I said, wellness was probably the most researched division that we've done, because we wanted to get this right, coming right out of the box. I mean, and I know you were in all the different contests, but looking at all of the other competitors that qualified to turn pro, I mean, you're all pretty similar.
Yes. Yeah, if you notice, we have kind of the same physique, but I see a little difference, because we have tall girls and the short girls, and you see the shorter girls with like more dominant quads than the taller girl, because it's harder for a taller girl to get bigger quads.
What? You're a taller girl.
And believe me, I burned this muscle so much when I was a bikini competitor. It was crazy. Guys, we need to find a place as a competitor. Which division is the best for you? And in my heart, as soon as they opened this division, I was fighting so much and asking every day in the gym I was coming from, when you guys bring in wellness here, I need that division here. Because I was doing 3 hours cardio a day for me to be as a competitor, as a bikini competitor. So now I only do 30 minutes cardio a day. So it's amazing. And I'm happy. I'm very happy with everything that you guys are doing for the sport.
Thank you. So listen, I'm going to wrap this up. But if any of you, your trainers, whatever, have questions about wellness, feel free to reach out to me. Feel free to reach out to my son Tyler. Feel free to reach out to Sandy Williamson, Gary, Becky, other pros. I mean, you're all helping each other. But like I said, this is a great division. It's going to be a fun division to watch over the next couple of years. And good luck to everybody.
Jay Emanuel, let's hear it for him. Tony, bring up some athletes.
I'll check the mic. Sound check. Sound check. Let's go, ladies. Right here. Come up to the red line, ladies. Second group, let's go. Right here. Yep. You got a little bit more space. Come on down. Yep. Wow.
Okay, so let's start out with the basic posing here. Really important clarification is that there is not the customization and wellness that there is in bikini. You don't see this for a front pose. There are some specific requests that we have and guidelines because you're doing quarter turns. It's not just front to back. Now, in the front pose, there's two variations that we tend to see, and you guys right next to each other are showing it right now. You either have the split leg stance, which is a little bit similar to bikini, or you have this pose, which is almost like a model pose, I would call it, where your feet are like this and it's almost standing like a pageant pose would be. And then quarter turn to the right. Now in this pose, when you're turning to the right, the criteria and the posing guidelines on the NPC News says that your front leg is straight, your back leg is bent. Now in figure, you'll see it like this. It's the opposite. And that's to show your shape and your glute. And they're pushing their glute out just like you would see in a bikini pose. It's just a little bit different. I think another thing to point out, which has probably been beat to death, but it's worth mentioning, no teapot arm. Your hand should not be above your waist and your wrist should not be up. I know that there's a myth that if you pose your hand like this, you're going to get a little bit more shape to your delts. You can have your hand down. It's more the position of your arm if you're going to get more shape. But definitely at least have your hand, your palm facing down so it doesn't look so, I guess, awkward and so distracting out to the side. And in this pose, we are actually looking at your leg shape and looking at your hamstrings. So more of like what we would do in figure, because we are looking for overall leg development. We're going to see the curve of your glutes, but also your quad and your hamstrings. All right, ladies, turn to the back. And it's essentially a bikini pose because this is where we're going to see your leg development, your glute development. And again, we're not really looking at the upper body. This is not a symmetrical division like bikini is. It's lower body dominant. So you can keep your hair on your back. That's a question I get a lot. Do you have to move your hair off your back? Well, like bikini, we're not judging back development. We're looking especially here. And the posing tips and tricks that were given before apply here as well. You really want to keep those glutes high and your glutes pushed out and your back arched. And quarter turn to the right. Straighten this front leg. Yep. just straighten this front. No, that's okay. If you just think of this as straight and
You always want to
this way, yep.
change your arms.
And that's a really good point that she just made. You don't want to cover your glutes. So wherever your arm is hanging, make sure that we can see your shape.
Your glutes and also your shoulders. So every time you do side poses, make sure you show your shoulders to the front so they can see the shoulder in the other side.
And twisting like that also makes your waist look even smaller. If you twist a little bit, it's going to make your waist look even tighter. Okay, and face front.
First, I always tell my girls, make sure every time you do any pose that you're showing little waist. Always show a small waist. They're always looking for a small waist. Don't do like front facing all the way to them. You have to turn a little so your waist is gonna have that small look.
And can you talk a little bit about like transitioning between the poses? What advice do you give on that? Speaking of.
Yeah, and make sure when you transition, always make sure that you do quarter turns to the right, always to the right, and feel comfortable with them, and have your hands nice and relaxed. We don't want your arms to be elevated. Always make sure your hands are relaxed like a doll when you are standing up. Yes, Mama. Perfect.
All right, let's have you guys switch, line switch. You guys can move to the back. We'll have the back line step up and we'll do it again. And everybody hit your front pose.
All the pressure in that leg, back leg, all the pressure back on it, and turn more your
Just really want to stress what Lolly said about twisting and showing that tiny waist. That is something that's going to make your legs look even shapelier and your body have even more of that shape that meets the criteria and what we're looking for. So really work on having that torso flexibility so that you can twist at the waist like we're asking you to.
Always remember, when you are practice, you will be able to shape more your waist. If you practice every day, when you come to compete, you're not gonna be uncomfortable doing your transition. You will be, feeling more natural, and you will be able to show that small waist always. But practice make the profession.
I think this is a pretty good example how you're pushing your hip back, that twist, and shows the shape of your legs and makes your waist look nice and tight. That's a good example.
Can you put that leg, put all the pressure in that leg, in the back? Yes, like that. Okay, and your elbow a little more to the front. Put this down like this. All the pressure to the back.
Yeah, if you can see how she's demonstrating, she's kind of even sitting back a little bit. Yeah.
All the pressure is gonna be in the back leg. When you standing up, all your weight's gonna be in that back leg, and the front leg is gonna be slightly pointing out. So that way you're gonna be showing your quads, and you will be showing your small waist like this.
Okay, ladies, quarter turn to the right.
Show your shoulder more. Perfect. The same, show your shoulder more, and the arms going to be hanging, showing your glutes. This one too, show your glutes. Yes. You cover your glutes right there. Perfect. Show your glutes more, mama. You had a nice shape. Show that booty. Right? Bring it more to the back. Perfect. Right there. Sure. Right there. Remember, if you don't show it, they won't be able to see it. You have to show the physique you have. You have to make sure you show your nice curvy booty, your hamstring, your small waist, because that's the only way they're going to be able to judge you. If you don't show it to them, listen, we trained so hard for this moment and so many months and sacrifices. It's so important for you to show the best when you go on stage.
All right, ladies, turn to the back, please.
Turn to the back.
And again, I don't know if this is on.
Chest up and push your hips back. Yes, yes, there you go.
I'm gonna recommend that they do that so they can see exactly how it's done.
Put your hands in your thighs.
And again, just like bikini, you want to push your glutes back, but keep your chest up. And quarter turn to the right. And as she was saying, this is where we really want to see your development. It's not the physique that you possess, it's the one you present. I'll say that over and over. So we're looking at your leg development here, where normally you would see a bikini competitor has pretty slim legs, like they're fit, but slim legs and their glutes really pop. Here we're looking for the hamstrings and the quads as well. So we're looking for a little bit of depth here. Push your hip forward.
Okay, so face that way. Put that leg on the top. Right there. Put your hands here. Put the other hand. So like this. Hanging. Keep looking that way.
So a really good way to, if you're working on getting your waist twisted in this quarter, this side pose, to think about your hips going this way, maybe even at like a 45-degree angle, but your hips and your feet going this way, your upper body coming forward. You're going to naturally twist at the torso. It'll tighten your waist, but it'll still allow us to see all the curve in your leg and the muscularity we want to see. All right, ladies, face front.
The opposite hand. Right there. Perfect. Twist more. Perfect. Right there.
Yes. Let's bring this next last group up. Do the front back front, and then put them on diagonals. Okay.
They were already up there.
They were. Okay,
Yeah.
Let's do diagonals.
Okay.
All right, next we're going to put you guys on diagonals.
And here, like that. Diagonal. Right here. And you can just go here. This one. Yeah, you can be in the front. You can be right there. Right in the front of them.
Put your numbers on the left, please.
Make sure your number is on your left side.
Okay. So
So we're going to start out with Loli doing her individual presentation just to show you what it looks like. Again, look at not only the poses, but look at the flow, the vibe, the air that she puts out there. Just everything about her stage presence. This is what makes a pro, and this is what you want to emulate in your own way. So go ahead. And remember that that is a pro presentation, so you guys will be out here doing a little bit less with a little bit less time, but want you to mainly pick up the flow of it, how smooth it is, and how confident she is. And keep in mind that in the NPC it is quarter turns, so if you could come out here, we'll do the quarter turns, and this is what you guys will be doing for your posing. And quarter turn to the right. Quarter turn to the right. Quarter turn to the right. And face front. And thank you very much. So you guys will be doing quarter turns even for your presentation. Make sure you do your quarter turns so we can see everything that we need to see on your physique. Don't come out and just do like bikini or whatever. Make sure you show us what we need to see. I think we're bringing groups out. And also, when we bring you guys out, we're going to have you do your quarter turns. We're also going to walk you on the stage. Because remember, in wellness, we will walk you as well if we need to do comparisons. So it's always good to practice that same kind of philosophy that it is for bikini and keeping your posture and stepping deliberately but not too hard and making sure that you have some style and some confidence up there. Hit your front post. So everybody face front. Okay, quarter turn to the right.
Perfect. Yep. Always remember, like you are looking to the other side. You just turn the upper body. And that way you're going to show small waist always. The way I find myself that I teach the better to the girls to do the side pose, just stand up, straight up, looking that way, if you are this way, and then just put one leg up and your arm here, and just turn around your face. No, don't turn around your upper body, just your face. So that way you will have a perfect side pose. Because if you do like this, so you already showing a big waist. It's better if you are all the way turned and just turn around your upper body. On the beginning, you're going to be feeling a little uncomfortable, especially maybe in your shoulder. But practice. As much as you practice, you will feel more comfortable and more natural about it.
Quarter turn to the right. Make sure you always keep your hips tilted and your glutes high no matter what. And quarter turn to the right.
Keep out your booty a little more.
And face front.
Side, mama. A little more side. No, the other side. Perfect. Right there. Put your hands here. And slightly down. Your arm.
Quarter turn to the right.
Okay. Quarter turn to the right again. Perfect.
Quarter turn to the right. And walk towards that back line and hold it.
So I will say something here. So imagine when you are walking, always remember to keep that booty up. Because as soon as you walk like that, even if you're in shape, that ass is going to shake. And it's going to glue back. And they're going to be judging you based that. It's better for you to booty up and nice and slow. Walk nice and slow and tight. Don't lose that booty. In that walk, it will depend your life, and they will be pointing about it. They will give you points for it.
Very true. How you walk, your posture is everything in that walk. Okay, ladies, face front. And walk it back. And you'll walk back to the front line and hit your front pose.
You're good. You're good. So you put your other leg back. Other leg back. And your other leg to the back.
All right, any questions, you guys? You guys good? Okay. All right, you guys can file off stage. Okay, everybody face front.
Which side you feel more comfortable? Okay, so put the other leg all the way to the back and put pressure in that back leg. So if you put in that one in the back, so your hip have to go like
Show
this.
your leg a little bit more
And
towards the
down
front. Yeah,
to the front. Perfect. And that hands here. You see? Like that.
To the right with this
Huh?
How do you quarter turn to the right with this pose?
If you're like this, the way to do it is just bring it back and turn. So stand up. Yeah. If you're doing this side.
Okay, ladies, quarter turn to the right.
And turn to the right. Shoulders more to the front. Right there. Put your hands nice and relaxed. Perfect.
Quarter turn to the right. Quarter turn to the right. And face front.
So remember, your hip. So put the pressure on the other foot. And that one to the top. Right there. Your hand push. Yes. You will show a small waist and everything.
Okay, one more time. Quarter turn to the right. Quarter turn to the right. And walk to the back line and hold it.
Walk slow. Remember,
Face front. And walk it back. Walk it back to hit your front pose. All right, you guys have any questions? Anything? All right, you guys can file off stage then. We'll bring our next group forward. Thank you.
Right there. Right there.
Put your weight on your back leg, yeah?
Elbow. I'm sorry. Your elbow. And your side. Show your hip. Perfect. Like that. And show your elbow more. Perfect. Okay. Look to the front. Perfect.
All right, ladies, quarter turn to the right.
It's very important when you are in the side pose to hang your hand right behind your glutes on the side. Don't cover your glutes. So how they gonna see your glutes, enjoy your glutes if you cover it on the side pose? Remember, every time, just not, don't make it like tight your arms. Just relax and show the side of your glutes.
Quarter turn to the right. Quarter turn to the right. And face front. Okay, one more time. Quarter turn to the right. And turn to the back. And walk to the back line and hold it. Yep, everybody keep your chin up. Face front. And walk it back. Nice and confident. All right, do you guys have any questions? You guys good? All right, thank you. You can file off stage. Off to your left.
So much fun.
And if you guys didn't hear us say it before, this kind of posing and practice is really important so that you get in posing shape. There's posing and then there's being conditioned for posing. So posing for long periods of time are really good for you to get you conditioned enough to hold your pose on stage and never lose it. And quarter turn to the right.
Your weight this way. Yep. Just make sure your
The
weight
legs
is on
more
your
out.
front leg.
More
So
out.
straighten your front leg.
More,
Yep.
yep.
There you go. You can even bring your
And quarter turn to the right. Make sure you always keep that booty nice and high. Keep those hips popped. And quarter turn to the right. And face front.
There's another point too that I always act to when I'm doing the posing coaching. Always make sure that you have your belly in. I do vacuum a lot every day, practice vacuum, and that will help you to small your waist and help you to learn how to hold your belly. That's very important. Even though when you do the transitions, I see sometimes some competitor they just let the belly to hang. Remember, when you are there, you want to present the most as you can, the better for you. So always small waist, always.
Yeah, keep your stomach in at all times. That's conditioning too, and that's something you need to work on so that you never let it drop. It's not just the pose, it's the transition too. It's what you look like at all times. Can we have JM come down front, please? I think we're getting ready for photos. Okay. And quarter turn to the right. Nope, quarter turn to the right, so face me.
Perfect.
We're almost there.
Perfect. Yeah, okay. The legs all the way down, all the way down, and this leg more out, more out.
I think a good posing cue for this side pose is to remember to keep your front legs straight. That's the one thing I keep telling myself.
Yeah.
It's different from figure, it's different from bikini. Front leg is straight. And then turn to the back.
And when you do it like that, like all facing the other side, all the way straight, like this, and just put your hands here and your leg, you hitting it perfect like that, and it's easy. Don't complicate yourself. Do something that you will be feeling comfortable doing it.
And walk to the back and hold it. Make sure you always keep your posture nice and high, nice and tight. Glutes are high and your stomach is in. And face front. And walk it back, nice and confident. All right, thank you, ladies. We'll have you guys stand right here. I think we're going to have everybody else come back on stage. We're going to take a photo. We can get JM Mannion up here to take the pic, please.
Sí, front pose. GM. He will kill me. Girl, if you have any question after, I'm more than welcome to answer any question of you.
Yeah, good. Thank you, ladies.
Hey, let's give these ladies a round of applause for coming out today. Ladies, thank you so much for supporting this event. You guys can exit stage left and please watch your step, all right? If you have any questions, please reach out to one of us. We got you, all right? We got you, all right? All right, our figure division is next. Our figure division is next. Yes, I want all my figure athletes to come over here to the right of the, yeah, to your right. We are going to grab your numbers, put them on the left side of the hip, and then we're going to get ready to rock and roll, all right?
For social media or how to get in contact with you. Okay. That's all I was trying to get her to. Oh, okay.
You're welcome. Amazing. Everything I can help you.
Thank you so much. My name is Wanda.
Wanda, nice to meeting you. You was at the hotel, right?
Yeah.
Today.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. That's
Yeah,
right.
I was
So
in the
you
car
jumped
there.
in. Yeah. In the plane. Oh my God.
Claro, claro.
About 10 to 15 minutes. We'll bring the athletes on. We'll go through the posing. Let's go through front stance, quarter turns, and individual presentation. And then depending on how many athletes we have, we'll do the same thing. Put them in the diagonal lines, take them through judging. Same thing, okay? Good? Yes, I'm gonna have Scott there. We're gonna start at 11:30, right at 11:30, okay? Thank you guys.
Perfect. I'm good.
We're having a And we are continuing our tour with our sponsors. And today we have a Body Mass representing their business and representing their services to our athletes. We have Virginia, and she'll tell us a little bit about how this will help athletes.
Awesome. So we provide composition testing for athletes, and this becomes very important for bodybuilding competitors because in the sport of bodybuilding, it's a subjective sport based off strictly what you look like. But if you can get objective data on exactly how much muscle mass you have, how much fat mass you have in your body, and where it's distributed, you can start making progress for next shows based off of judges' feedback. You can start chasing numbers, start chasing data, rather than just chasing something subjective like how you look. So,
And why is body fat is important, and why is it important to track your progress?
absolutely. So, in the sport of bodybuilding, so much of what you do is dependent on small changes you make in your nutrition and in your training. So, most people want to build muscle and lose fat in some capacity. If you're making a change in your training or if you're making a change in your nutrition, and it's actually doing the opposite, it's actually making you maybe hold on to fat a little bit more or not lose muscle or not build muscle quite as quickly. It's important to see an intervention, make a change in your training protocol so that way you can maximize results.
How often would you recommend to do your body composition test?
When you're in prep, we recommend every 4 weeks. In the off season, every 2 to 3 months.
And where would an athlete find you for their composition test?
Absolutely. So we're located in Arlington, Virginia, in the courthouse neighborhood, and then in Washington, D.C., and Northwest on Georgia Ave.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You ladies enjoy the rest of the event.
Hello and welcome again to Victory in Posing. Thank you guys for coming today. If you are watching live on tsgevents.com, we appreciate it. If you are not watching live, you can tune in to tsgevents.com and watch it from anywhere. Again, all COVID-19 regulations are being followed here at the gym today. And next up, presenting figure, put your hands together for Julia!
Figure. Figure. This is the figure division. So to give you an idea, this came from fitness. Way back when, after we were just a bodybuilding organization, Jim Mannion then brought along fitness. And time went on, and girls got a little bit heavier, and they got a little older, and the flooring was not that great, and a lot of fitness girls quit competing. Still in great shape, wanted to compete. We tried everything. They tried that stepper ladder thing. They tried a rower. They tried a thing with dots on lights on the ground to try to create a physical fitness activity as a part of the judging. Finally, Jim said, you know what? Let's just do a physique round. Becky started out in figure. Back then, there was actually two swimsuits, a one-piece and a two-piece. And it went on that way for quite some time. Eventually, we broke it down to just a two-piece round. And it has morphed as time gone on, and the criteria has changed. Much like our other divisions a number of years ago, the athletes' competitive instincts being what they were, kept getting bigger and harder and bigger and harder, and frankly, the judges let them. Until it got to a point where it really was not marketable anymore. And the bodybuilders were looking, or the figure girls were looking more like bodybuilders. So Jim and JM and Tyler rolled it back and said, you know, we got to get back to the basics. A little less muscle, not as hard. Criteria now being that they want muscle separation, but not striation.
Yep, nice full shape. Seeing the separation and the development, obviously more development than bikini or even wellness. Symmetry is really important. Balance, top to bottom, front to back, left to right. But like you were saying, no graininess, no striations, no separation.
So we are fortunate to have one of our figure pros here from the DMV. Extremely successful and a great body. She's agreed, however, to show you how this should look and maybe even some things that people make mistakes on. So let's do our front stance first, please. What the judges are looking for in this division is balance. Quads match your shoulders. Everything matches and flows. Obviously, a good V taper. When it comes to the degree of conditioning, this is where we've changed things so that we want muscle separation in the quads, some muscle separation, but not that real razor sharp hardness, either in her shoulders or triceps, down into her quads. We're just not looking for that kind of hardness anymore. Muscle separation, no striation. Something to consider. Now, however, there are bound to be scenarios, especially on the regional level here in the DMV, where who among us looks like this? So someone's got to win. So in fact, somebody may win one of our regional events who may be a little too hard or maybe a little too soft. Someone has to win that day. And we got 5 judges, and 3 judges take one athlete, and 2 take the other. Someone's got to win. And if in fact that criteria of if the person who won did not fit the criteria exactly, it doesn't mean we change our criteria. It just means that was the best body on stage that day. Our criteria, though, has remained consistent. So to give you an idea, hit that front stance, please. In the comparison round, quarter turn to the right. He's twisting, creates a nice side V taper. Face the rear, please. Great structure from top to bottom. Quarter turn, please. And face front. When do you plan on competing?
July.
In July. So even though the show's not till July, you're still in really good condition now. So talk to us briefly about off-season conditioning and what you do with that and how staying in condition helps your contest prep.
So yes, this is actually my full off-season conditioning. The plan is not to get any bigger than this so that when I'm building muscle, we can see that I'm actually building quality muscle. You know, a lot of us get wrapped around the fact that we have to get bulky to build muscle, but then when you cut down, you realize you haven't built the shape that you thought you were going to build. So by doing this, I don't have to kill myself trying to go into a show, because being a pro, you got to be ready. You got to be ready to compete. If your coach says, you know, we got to shoot for a July show, you got to be ready. So we can do a nice, slow prep. We're not killing ourselves on cardio. I'm not killing myself with a diet. And when you do that, you're able to stay fuller, you can stay healthier, your mental state is better. So it's always better to maintain a decent amount of body fat on the off season and not get out of control.
When did you compete last?
The Olympia.
That was in December,
Almost 2 months ago.
2 months ago. What did you weigh on stage?
I weighed 128.
What are you today?
Right now I'm at 145.
145, so you're not even 20 pounds over.
Correct.
So the days of going up to one fat 70 are over.
Right. Not doing it again.
I mean, we've seen folks do that all the time with the notion that they had to get super heavy in order to put on muscle. But however, then what goes on must come off.
Correct. And it's all about having the right coach and your macros being tailored towards your goal. So if you have a coach that can do that for you, there's no reason that you be consuming way too many calories.
So in fact, you are then always in improvement zone.
No.
I mean, you're always in an improvement zone, not in a fat zone.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that must. We've heard from the pros every time we get one of the pros. We're lucky enough to have one of the pros come here. We've noticed that they stay in shape year round, and so many of them say they actually find that they build more muscle when they stay in shape.
I agree. I think I do too. Yeah. Yeah.
And then that excess 20 or 30 that folks used to put on doesn't have to come off first, and then you're always in shape.
Exactly. And I think it's too, when you're staying in shape, you're really paying attention to the quality of the food that you're putting in your body, which is going to help you in building that muscle.
Sure. So off season is not fat season, it's improvement season, or to the wise. Let's do these poses again, please. I'd like to show people what some of the mistakes are. Put your arms out wider, like that. Sometimes they try to amplify it, and they think that they look wider, back's wider. However, the judge's eyes go to their hands. Shrug your shoulders, please. Becky, how many times folks send us photos, and they'll send us a photo like this, and they'll go, what do you think I need to do? And 95% of the time, it's like, drop your shoulders. Under tension, your hands curl up, your wrists curl up, your elbows curl up, and you shrug your shoulders. And it diminishes what otherwise is a great physique. Now, how many times? Go to a quarter turn, please. Yeah. Many times their arms are way out too wide. Or maybe they spin way too much. Or maybe they don't spin enough. Somewhere in here is the right stance for your physique. You'll find that through doing videos. Have someone down sitting on the floor videotaping you while you do this, so you see what Becky and I see. When you look at an athlete, you're looking at the total package.
And we are sitting down at this level, so I think that matters, especially like in the next pose, or in the back pose. But we are looking at the total package, especially in figure. You know, we're looking for a feminine look as well, just like the other divisions. We're looking for a nice feminine transition, feminine shape. And this is the pose where you can really make or break yourself, I'm sure, as most of you know.
It's a classic example, or maybe they pinch their shoulder blades back too far. Even more like that. And how many times, I heard you say it earlier, you've actually spun girls around, keep thinking, maybe she'll get this right. Actually giving them a shot.
Yeah, we see great physiques, and then they do something like this, and you can't see it fully, and it's like, oh, man. And so you turn them again, just hoping maybe they just need to reload, maybe they need to reset, and it doesn't happen, and it's so discouraging, because you can see a body like this, presented like that, and they'll get beat by a lesser body that's a better poser, just because we can see what they have.
Face front, please. So we see these mistakes all the time, and if you can make a body like this look bad, imagine what happens to one of us mere mortals on the regional level. So presentation is really preeminent here. You got to get this together. When you're backstage, and so in your case, you've got some strengths. Quads are a strength for you. Great, great delts. What's your regimen for pumping up?
I take some light weights or some bands, and I just focus on those areas that I want to make sure look fuller. Nothing heavy, nothing crazy.
We've seen people backstage going through full-blown workouts. And next thing you know, we've even seen people come out and they're shaking.
Yeah, it's like they've expended all their energy and all their food, and now that they're done, they're tired. They're worn out from their workout backstage.
Yeah. What comment would you have for a true novice athlete getting into this? They like figure, they think they fit it. What's the tip?
Get a coach as soon as possible, because that coach will help you to determine what division you actually fit in, and you need to start learning what your body needs to look like, what your training should look like. So everything is specific to your division. So you want to make sure that you're on the right track, and then get a posing coach as soon as possible, because posing, like we said, will make you or break you.
The first place to start if you are a true novice athlete, and then in fact the true novice division, that's the foundation of what we do. The first place to start, you've got to go to an event and watch it. How many times we have seminars and we'll say, how many true novice? And everybody's hand goes up. Say, how many of you have been to a show? Well, I watched it on YouTube. That won't get it. Go to a show, watch it. It'll prepare you. You'll see what the pace of the event. You'll see what your division looks like, what they do. I guarantee you'll spot people making mistakes that you, in fact, don't want to make. So please go to an event. You'll learn so much more. You'll meet a lot of cool people who are there, because our whole goal every day of the week is to create a comfort zone on stage. If we can create a comfort zone for you as an athlete, you wind up being a way better competitor, and it uplifts the entire event. So please go to an event first. Tony, would you like to bring some athletes on stage? So we'll bring some young ladies up here, park them in the correct stances, fine-tune them a little bit. We may have mentioned before, our judges are trained. From the second you walk on stage till the second you leave, someone down that table is watching. You've got to be at your very best 24/7, please. So, up in your favorite front stance, please. Heels are together. Good posture. Chin up. Your posture will follow your head. If your chin is up, your posture will follow it. Your hands should be just outside your quads, not too wide.
A good rule for your hands too is like you're shaking hands with someone, so have your palms facing your thighs, not like this, certainly not like that.
So, a mental checklist. Fingers are loose. Your wrists are loose. Your elbows are loose. Don't shrug your shoulders. Shoulders are always down. So we'd like to do first in the comparison round, quarter turn to the right. Now the goal here, you don't have to overdo this pose. All you have to do is imagine your upper body's on the gyroscope and you just twist. So don't shrug your shoulders, don't torque your shoulders, just twist. Twist some more, please. Like that. Twist some more, please. Twist. It winds up creating a side V taper. Perfect example. Twist a little more, please. Feel that in your torso. It creates a side V taper.
And remember, when you're transitioning to this pose, stomach in, chest up. Make sure you're not turning and then hitting your pose. Your posture should always be 100%. Maybe you're moving your arms a little bit, but your stomach should always be in, your back arched, your chest up, and even your lats engaged a little bit. Give yourself a little bit of width up there, but always keep that posture tight. I see a lot of, especially newbies, when they turn to the side, their stomach drops. And that's something we definitely catch.
Next up, face the rear, ladies. Chin up, please. Posture will follow your head. Good.
I think it's
So if
important.
your hands are too wide, the judge's eyes will be drawn to them. Keep your hands just outside your quads, and the judge's eyes go to your V taper.
And I think it's important in this pose too to make sure that you're standing upright, if not tilted a little bit back. Keep in mind that we're sitting down there, so in order to show proper balance between upper and lower body, you really want to make sure your back is arched. And maybe, again, take a video like Gary was saying with someone sitting down there to make sure that your back shows its full shape and it doesn't look like you're leaning forward.
Quarter turn, ladies. So the one thing to be careful with is that exactly. Hit that stance the way you did originally, pin your shoulder back. It's a classic mistake that athletes make. You may do it right on one side, turn this way, and their shoulders pinned back too much. So all you do is release that, and it creates more depth. So be careful. Just have it release. Release your shoulder this way, like that. Good. Okay. Good. Always twisting, ladies. Be careful with that right shoulder. All right, ladies, face front. So typically we would bring you out in groups of 5 or 6 like this. And the head judge, Becky, would put you through your paces. Go ahead, Becky.
All right, quarter turn to the right. Quarter turn to the right. Quarter turn to the right. And face front.
Once we do that, we would either put you on a diagonal line or we would release you, depending on the number of athletes. Once that's done with the entire class, we then bring you out one at a time for what's called your presentation. Your presentation, the only imperative thing you must do is when you hit the box, you must do a front stance. We need to see that. We see your number. We assess you in the front stance. From that point on, you have the option of 3 more stances, if you'd like. You don't have to do them. If your back sucks and you don't want the judge to find out, don't do a back stance. If one side or the other, you think it's not that good, let the judges find that out on their own. You can tailor this thing. You have 3 other stances, and you can customize them for your physique. Entirely up to you. But to give you an idea as a possible presentation, when you do this, you'll be in the box. There's a photographer dead center. They work on a schedule of 1001, click 1002. Please get that counter going in your head. What it'll do is get you great photos every time, and it'll pace you so that the judges actually get to see you. If you run on, run off, we never really get to get a great look at you. So what we're going to do is give you a sample of a presentation. Ladies, hit your good front stance. 1001, 1002. Quarter turn to the right. And do your presentation stance, please. Hit your presentation, please. I'll give you an example, ladies. Put your left heel by your right instep.
So
Put your left hand on your left hip.
Straighten your back leg. Yep, and you pop your front leg typically. Unless if you've got good legs like this and a good sweep, you can straighten them. But if not, if you need more shape, I tended to do this.
Left hand on your left hip.
A little bit more shape
Your other
to my
left.
hamstring.
Left hand on your left hip, please. So just an example. Now, with video, you can decide if your hand should be here or here. You've got to try different spots. Somewhere in here is the right stance for you. Switch hands, ladies. You can do it like this.
And I think
drop both hands, ladies.
I think it's safe to say too, if you only have one good side, you can use that side, that pose. I think a lot of us have flexibility one way or the other, and I always hear girls talk about, well, that's my bad side. That's okay. Don't show it then. If it's this pose, don't show us that. Use your good side.
So this is another possible good stance. Postured up. Hands are down. That's cool in the gang every day. Put both hands on your hips, please. You could do this. If you want to, instead of having your knee locked, you could bend that knee, depending on the size of your quads, or what you'd like to show or not show. So any of these is possible. Put your left hand on your left hip, drop your right hand. My humble opinion is that this is a good one for the diagonal line. Your numbers facing the judges. When you're on the diagonal line, I guarantee you someone's going to be looking at you. There may be a presentation taking place here. Someone will be looking at you in the diagonal line. This would be the stance for the diagonal line on both lines. 1001, 1002. Turn to the rear, please. Nice wide back, posture, chin up, ladies.
And if you noticed, everyone, at least in this front line, moved their hair in one swift movement with their turn. Always got to remember to move your hair so we can see your back.
1001, 1002. Quarter turn to the right. Put your right heel by your left instep. Right hand on your right hip, please. Turn that way. Good. Switch hands, please. Please try every one. When you're practicing, somewhere in here is the stance for your body. And it may change from one side to the other. In fact, it may change as you prepare for an event. As your body gets better and in better shape, more lines may show up. And you may want to alter your stances to accommodate that. Drop both hands, please. Two hands on your hips, ladies. Leave your right hand on your right hip. 1001, 1002, left arm. And that's a possible presentation. You can go the other way around if you like. Anything goes, just do a front stance first. You guys have questions? No dumb questions, ladies.
With the quarter turn, do you prefer the feet together? I see some girls do this.
Comparisons have to be heels together. On your comparisons, we want your heels together on the comparisons. Any questions at all? There are no dumb questions, guys. This idea of pacing yourself is really important, so the judges get a great chance to see you. Okay, ladies in the front line, go to the back. Front line, come up, please. Okay, ladies, we'd like to do the comparison round first. Get your best front stance, please.
Shoulders down.
Don't push your butt back.
So just
Lift.
bikini habits.
Quarter turn to the right, please. Head facing the way your feet are facing. Face the rear, please. Nice wide back. Chin up, please.
I think one thing I just want to add here too is the idea in hitting your back pose is to be able to do it so quickly and easily that you're not doing this huge prep and hitting your pose where your arms aren't going like this and you're doing this massive prep to hit your pose. I even see some girls like kind of do a lat spread and then pull their arms out. This should look super easy, super smooth, and not even like you're flexing. You should just be standing in a pose. Your arms should be nice and graceful. And that comes from practicing this enough that you don't need this huge setup like a bodybuilder to actually engage your lats and show your V taper. So practice enough that you can just turn and hit that pose and you're in it and make it look effortless.
Quarter turn, ladies.
So, hello, is it not on? Is it on? Oh, okay. So a tip for some of you who can't get control of your hands and they're doing all kinds of crazy stuff, thumb to the point finger right here. Just do this. Right here. So if your fingers are, if you're doing sign language on stage, put your thumb to the side of your pointing finger. You can't
Ladies,
go wrong with that.
face front, please. Face front, ladies. Face front. Okay, ladies, we'd like to put you through a mock presentation, please. 1001, 1002. Turn to the right. Your left heel by your right instep. Turn that way. Put your left hand on your left hip, please. Right there. You don't, sir. Really good. See you got to be careful. Drop that. Drop it. Drop it. Yeah. Got it. Way too good. You got to be careful training these things. Put your right hand on your right hip. Drop your left. So please try everyone. I can't emphasize that enough. Somewhere in here is the right stance for you. Both hands on your hips, please. That looks good. That looks really good on you. Turn your shoulders this way. Yeah, I'd go that way. Yeah, exactly. Face the rear, ladies. Chin up, please. Your posture will follow your head.
Think about pushing your shoulders open a little bit more. You don't have to roll them forward. Just think about expanding your back.
Open this a little bit. Let's go like this. Arch. That's it. 1001, 1002. Quarter turn to the right. Put your right heel by your left instep, please. Create some more depth. Drop your hand down. Yes.
Keep going.
Put your hips that way. That way. That's it. Drop that. You gotta diminish these delts. What the hell? You like training them, huh?
I love. I
Really good.
I think they're small.
What?
I think they're small.
Therein lies the problem.
That is a problem. Okay.
1001, 1002, left arm up. That's the typical presentation. You don't put your right arm up. Try putting your right arm up. Yeah, no one needs to see that. Combination of protein and sweat. It's a bad situation. So as you can see, figure, just like some of our other divisions, is all about angles. If you're doing a stance and you got some slamming delts, you may have to twist a little bit to diminish the width of those delts, to diminish how much you show the judges. You mentioned earlier about the importance of twisting to show that V tape.
Yeah. So when you twist, you have more of a taper here, and you have your lats out. You see that V taper. So you don't want your upper torso straight on to the judge. You want to make sure that there's always a little bit of twist in there. So what that means too is you might have to bring the elbow around a little bit without moving your torso. So you can, instead of doing this, just move your elbow just a little bit around. Okay.
Ladies, would you back line on the diagonal, please? Take that. The other one. In figure, your number is always on the left side. And when you stand in this lineup, stand so the judges can see your number. Exactly. Someone will always be looking at you. So please be in a great stance the whole time.
You see her presentation. You see her flow, her style.
Okay, so we're gonna start out. We're gonna start out seeing Julia's presentation. This is a pro presentation, so it's longer than the time you guys get as NPC athletes. What's that? All right, she's going to modify it a little bit and do it like an NPC athlete. The main thing I want you guys to notice is her flow, her grace. This is about style. This is about femininity. It's about easy posing, easy transitions. Nothing should be forced. Nothing should look flexed. That's the big thing I think in this division that really helps is because it's supposed to be feminine and you can accomplish a lot, not only through your look, but also through your presentation. So go ahead.
So let's try that. Let's try that one more time. What you on the pro level, if you guys are ever checking out the pro division, they generally get a longer period of time than we do in the NPC. However, when you're watching the pros, check out the transitions. That's the key. They've got the smooth, easy transitions that wind up amplifying your presentation to another level. So let's check this out. So the figure division has a tendency to be a little more regimented. However, that doesn't mean you can't add sass to it. For instance, in the comparison round, quarter turn to the right. Relax. Quarter turn to the right. You can get your booty involved. Why not? You've trained so hard. Pick it up a notch. Here we go. Quarter turn. Quarter turn. And face front, please. So the point here is this. You don't have to do that if it's not your nature. Folks pick bikini or figure or whatever division a lot of times because of their personality and their nature. So if you don't like that and that's not your trip, good to go. However, if you want to, you can see how it can amplify your presentation a little bit. Cool. Okay.
All right, ladies, quarter turn to the right.
All right. So you can see some feet are forward, some are not. Just depends on your structure. Longer limbs can do the step forward. Shorter limbs, I recommend not. Good.
Quarter turn to the right.
When you rotate, try to move your hair as you turn around. It's just a smoother transition. Soften elbows. We don't want sharp elbows. And really push that booty out.
Quarter turn to the right.
Good. And there's no reason to rush your transitions just because the person next to you is going fast. Take your time. Do what you practice to do.
And face front.
And don't get boxed in. If you need to take a small step forward, don't let yourself get pushed back. Do not let yourself get pushed back.
And now I'm going to ask you ladies to turn all the way to the back. Just be prepared for that. You're just going to go front to back, turn to the back. Because as you've probably heard, a lot of shows are one from the back. If we need to take one more look at you, we're probably just going to have you flip to the back so we can see what your back pose looks like. And face front. All right, nice job, ladies. Any questions?
And smile.
Yes. All right, then you ladies can file off stage. Okay, ladies, quarter turn to the right.
Yeah, there. Make sure you're not hunching your shoulders even in your side pose. Drop those traps. Bigger girls don't need big traps. Yeah. Put your feet together. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, quarter turn to the right.
Soften the elbows just a little bit. Make sure you have soft elbows, not pointy elbows, soft elbows.
Make sure you keep your heads up. That'll keep your posture correct.
Make sure you're taking videos because most people have an imbalance in their shoulders. So you may have to consciously correct yourself on stage even though it doesn't feel right.
Yes, keep your hands nice and relaxed. Like Julia was talking, no claw hands, no blades. And quarter turn to the right.
Make sure you keep those abs tight at all times. A good rule is to breathe through your top two ribs, and it keeps your stomach from flapping if you're trying to catch your breath. Top two ribs, abs tight at all times. Give me more torso. There.
And face front. And turn and face the back, please. And face front. All right, great job, ladies. Any questions? Nothing? You happy to be done posing? The back's hurt. Okay, you guys can file off stage. Thank you.
So sometimes if you have an imbalance in your physique where your lats are bigger than your quads, you can separate your knees just a little bit to give your quads an illusion that they're a little bit bigger. So make sure you're trying to pose where you can give off the most balance.
And I think if you have difficulty getting your quads to split, that was something I used to do, is try to push my knees out a little bit, and it kind of helps your quads split.
When you're transitioning, make sure you keep everything up. Stomach in, chest up, chin up. I've noticed some girls like to drop their heads, and that drops your physique. Everything up, good posture, arching your back, booty always tight. You do not want to drop your booty when you transition. You want to push it out and keep it smooth.
Okay, quarter turn to the right.
But don't leave. There we go. That's
Okay, ladies, turn to the back, please.
Push that booty out as you transition.
Keep your heads
Keep
up.
it up. Keeping your head up from the back is important too, because it would keep you from leaning over. You don't want your back to flatten out because you're leaning over too far. And that lower arch should hurt. It should hurt when you get off stage.
Quarter turn to the right.
Good. Even from the side, arch your back a little bit to make sure you have curves. You don't want to look like this. You want to make sure you always have curves. There we go. And drop this. Good practice.
All right, face forward.
If you're tired, out of breath, just imagine what it's going to be like on stage. So make sure you are practicing your posing conditioning. That means hold it 2 minutes. Hold it. Practice, practice, practice. You do not want to lose a show because you've dropped your physique because you're too tired to hold it.
And turn to the back.
And you got to video yourself. You've got to video yourself so you know what you look like.
And face front. If we can get JM to come up here, I think we're ready for photos again. All right, do you guys have any questions? Just tired? Yeah. All
Okay,
right.
good.
You guys can hang out here. I think we're going to bring everybody else on stage. We just need JM to come up, please.
Becky, right there by the exit. Okay. Stop this talking.
Boy, you're laughing. I said, Julia did that shit. I would have been fucked out with that. Right?
Again, thank you guys for being here at Victory in Posing and tuning in, watching live on TSGEvents.com. Again, if you did not already know, you can watch this live worldwide on TSGEvents.com.
Sound check. Yes. We have our women's bodybuilding and our women's physique. If I can get our athletes to go to the far right so we can get ready. Thank you. I'll be there. Okay. I'll be there. You don't have any nasty clothes? You don't have any nasty? It depends on when the person that knows already got checked out. I'll not be able to do it. Like, what you got to do, man? The show's not going anywhere. No, that's what I told you. As you can tell. Yes, sir. As you can tell, they're not going anywhere. After I competed so many times, my mindset changed to what my goals were. You know, the pro card is cool, but like, Rocky, I mean, it's something like that. If you get older, man, yeah, it's all good, bro. Keep doing your thing. Thank you. I love to see you. Keep putting that positive energy out there. A lot of people need it.
There we are. Hi everyone, we are back to our shop gym Victory in Posen event, and we have our next sponsor today, Gym Ready Lift, and this is Mr. Terrell. He will tell us a little bit about his business.
I'm
How you guys doing? Gym Ready Lips is beauty for the active women. We offer lipstick, lip gloss, matte facial. We also promote wellness. So I think that our brand is something different in the market because the lips represent beauty and the barbells represent strength. So we want to make sure that the ladies that wear our brand represent beauty and strength. So that's what Gym Ready Lips is about. So yes. Well, she's more than a model. She's a mom, veteran, makeup artist, all types of things. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
I'm Santasha Quarles. I am an IPE Pro Bikini, and I'm certified fitness trainer, makeup artist, all that. But I do love Gym Ready Lips products. Their material is soft, it's squattable, exercisable, it doesn't move, it stays in place, and the lipstick is truly long lasting and it lasts all day.
Well, this is amazing. Thank you so much, everyone. And again, Gym Ready Lips. And everybody wants to look beautiful in the gym, no matter what you do, no matter which division. We have apparel, we have lipsticks, and we have much, much more for you. And we are next to our next sponsor. And our next sponsor is Muscle Mechanics. And let's introduce you and just tell us a little bit about your business and what do you guys offer for the athletes.
Hello, I'm Dina Jones from Muscle Mechanics. We offer a variety of recovery services. Our prime thing is Graston method, cupping, massage, yoga, stretch therapy, everything the athlete needs outside of the gym after you worked out and tore up those muscles, then you come see us to help put you back together.
Where are you located? Where the athletes or anyone, in fact, it's not only for the athletes, but where would one find you?
Our office is located in Camp Springs, Maryland, but we do have some mobile services, so we are able to come to you in some aspects. But we service everybody from stay-at-home moms, nurses, athletes. Everyone has muscles, so everyone can come see us.
Thank you so much and hope you enjoyed the rest of the day. Thank you. And right
in black.
What is this?
Again, thank you and welcome to Victory in Posing. We appreciate everybody being here today and for putting on amazing events like this. Thank you to our live audience on TSGEvents.com. Again, if you did not already know, you can watch live on TSGEvents.com worldwide. And now, if everybody will put your hands together for women's physique and bodybuilding, Rochelle!
All right. So thank you for being here. When did you compete last?
I competed last at the Chicago Pro last year.
So that was, wow, they got backed up. When was that? October, September? October. Yeah, we were down in Atlanta.
Yes.
For the Chicago Pro.
Yes.
Yes. What's next?
Either something late this year or I'll wait till next year.
So is it a matter of making some changes in your physique?
Yes, just building up the upper body just a little bit more to match this lower body.
Yeah, sure. You've always been extremely strong in your quads. I recall that. Yeah. So what does it take to do that? Because these quads will keep developing.
Right. So I minimize how much I'm working my quads. I do enough to maintain the shape and strength, but really focusing on doing upper body twice a week, 3 times a week, certain body parts, more than that.
Wow. So I guess it's a matter of instinctive training and knowing what will affect those body parts.
Absolutely. And then also having a good coach, a good trainer to guide you, good mentors.
Sure. Who is that?
I have Mr. Rod Smith is over here somewhere.
The one and only Rod Smith,
He's here somewhere.
trainer of champions. He's phenomenal. I understand completely. There's not only the idea of training for size, but it's not like you can go crazy on the weights. There's got to be concentration, isolation.
Absolutely. And that's why it's really good to work on machines that help you do moves isolaterally. So if you are stronger with one side, you're not going to be unbalanced and have the weaker side not pull up strength. So,
You know, for years, when I was a young man, we all lived under the presumption that bigger weights created bigger muscles, when in fact, bigger weights created injuries.
that's absolutely right. And that's why you really want to focus on time under tension. Oh, thank you. You hear me now? Yeah, so focusing time under tension. And sometimes you've got to ramp up those reps to 20, 25 reps.
Sure, because you're still you're affecting the muscle, and then I suspect the amount of protein has a lot to do with that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Lots of protein, hence a lot of water. Keep those kidneys flushed.
Sure. Well, those muscles, obviously, we see it at the Masters Nationals. They respond into their 80s. However, what does not hold up is the tie-ins.
Right.
Joints, tendons, ligaments, and therein lies the problem. Our mistake was too heavy, but now you're concentrated, isolated, working certain muscle groups.
Yep.
So cool. So when you got into this, kind of going back and forth between divisions.
Right. And I love, actually, from your guidance and suggestion, I'm going to go ahead and compete in physique whenever I do my next pro show. So.
Yeah, that's cool. So
Yeah.
in the early stages, what was the quandary? What was the decision you had to make between competitive divisions?
Size was primarily it. Just size.
Yeah. I mean, the figure division did well.
Oh, that's right. I did figure, yes, which I love. But for me personally, know that with the strength of my lower body, it fits more for the physique.
So a lot of folks, a lot of athletes are what we would call tweeners. kind of they fall in between the divisions. And when you make a decision to go to physique instead, is it relative to how you train and how you like to eat, as opposed to anything else?
What's up, IFBB
For me
Professional
personally,
League
it
athletes?
wasn't, and it was a matter of practicing different posing. 'Cause I think the posing is so key. That's what it boils down to. So I was able to train and eat the same for figure as I did for physique and bodybuilding, but it's that posing that really sets it apart.
Was that a big transition? Because in figure, obviously heels and quarter turns, and suddenly you've got to give up your heels and learn all these poses. Was that hard?
No, not at all, because I started competing back about 100 years ago in 1998 when all we had was women's bodybuilding.
Wait. 98. That's a long time ago.
A very long time ago.
So you were a youngster.
I was a youngster back then, yes, and I just 2 days ago turned 46.
46 years old and still making it happen. And not only competing, but improving.
Yes.
How do you explain that?
It's just like that concept of time under tension, staying consistent over the years.
So when did you come to that? Because most of us had to learn that through injury. How did you come to that idea of time under tension?
Well, I have a background in health and fitness and health and wellness, certifications, degrees, all that fun stuff. But I just got fortunate to have really good mentors starting out early, explaining it to me.
So this women's physique division has gone through some morphing stages also relative to size and muscularity, I would say. What changes have you seen?
I've seen a little bit bigger and a little bit harder. So
To a point. However,
To a point.
not to a point where you mistake a women's physique competitor for a bodybuilder.
correct.
I know that, for instance, Jake Wood from Wings of Strength not only bought the Olympia, but also has an intense passion for women's bodybuilding and supports it heavily. And with that in mind, I've been pushing ladies and saying, look, depending on how big you are and how much muscle you have, let's find out which division you belong in. So here in the events that I personally run in the Mid-Atlantic zone, if someone does women's physique, I also give them a free entry into women's bodybuilding just to try it. Because what's happening is that division's changed. All you had to do was see the winners this year at the Olympia. It was Andrea Shaw and Marvelous Marjorie, and these girls were incredible. So not the real much bigger girls that used to be, a whole lot more shape. But would you agree that that has also changed your division? Because now those big, shapely girls are not trying to get their way into women's physique.
Right. No, I absolutely agree, which is why I hope that women's physique and I hope women's bodybuilding will eventually have a weight or height category difference for the pros.
That's a distinct possibility. Time will go on because women's bodybuilding had fought such a stigma over the years.
Correct.
But I think I'm convinced that with the help of, through the leadership of Jim Mannion and Tyler and JM, we made some distinct strides in judging differently. And you can tell by the girls who are winning. Which is now, I believe, instead of the bodybuilders trying to make their way into women's physique, they're staying in their realm. And now you as women's physique athletes got a whole new cool thing happening.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
When it comes to conditioning, is this something that happens quickly for you? Do you have to be careful? No.
It takes a long time for me with getting the conditioning down. Whereas it doesn't take that long if I need to really put size on, but it takes a lot longer for the conditioning to come in. Yeah.
So when you do a prep, next time you choose an event, when do you start really cranking it up?
This time around it probably will be about 20 weeks.
20 weeks, yes.
Before, but I'll most likely do 20 weeks.
So I suspect that would afford you the opportunity to do it slow and take your time dropping And then as you start to lose body fat, your skin wraps around that.
Yep. Yep.
At the age of 46, does it become more of an issue with skin tone?
It does. It definitely does. My waist is the last to come in, and so yeah, I'll have like a little bit of extra skin here or down here. But I think that's where the posing really helps, and your whole presentation. So yeah, you're gonna have some. There's women who have children and will still have stretch marks, but you work past that, you work around it, and present and do the poses that bring the judge's attention to your strengths.
When your prep starts, let's say 20 weeks out, when do you then start practicing posing?
Well, the posing, I personally will start practicing before then, just once a week. And Rod actually holds a lot of posing classes once a week for us.
So is it a matter of figuring out muscle isolation in the poses, muscle control? What is it you really have to get back to learning?
Back to learning to control your breathing. So that's, one of the things that Rod has been really good at, getting in our minds. It's not just holding the muscle, but you've got to control your breathing so your belly's not going out and in, out and in.
Well, I think someone had mentioned earlier today that there's being in shape and then there's being in posing shape.
Correct.
And two completely different animals.
Absolutely.
Because if you, someone like yourself can be in the gym posing for friends, hanging out with normal folks and look great, even if you're only posing at 75% capability. Mm-hmm. But then when you come up here on stage and you're competing and you're faced with someone next to you who's killing it, it's not something you can just turn on.
No.
You need to practice this.
Right, because then that's now your mind-muscle memory. So you've got to, I would say if someone's doing it 20 weeks out, honest to God, I would say start practicing posing 20 weeks out.
Sure. So our true novice athletes are the ones that are trying to figure out where they belong. And the ones that are starting to make their way into women's physique, what kind of a tip can you give them as they get started?
I think as a new person's getting started, to go to shows, go to a couple shows. You've got to look, and then get an objective opinion, from some of the judges who were there, posing coaches, and listen to the feedback you're given, because I think a lot of times people will just go with what they want or what they like versus what really their strength is.
So you've seen a lot of shows, you've seen athletes, you help athletes get ready. What's the single biggest mistake competitors make on stage?
I think the biggest mistake is clearly not done their homework, not doing their homework for a long period of time, so that when they get up there, they don't look like they're struggling. I think that's the biggest thing, because the day that you're on stage is the day you're showing how much of your homework you've done. All right, so I think just being nilly-willy with the posing and doing what they see other people doing instead of what's right for them.
Well, we've seen and heard so many times you discuss somebody about have you been practicing? No, I'm just going to wing it. And then it looks like they're winging it.
Right.
And the presentation, the judges can only judge you upon what you show them and not what they think you would look like if you did it correctly.
Right.
So it becomes huge. And
yeah.
How many times we've seen athletes who come out with a great physique, and I can tell you it's the most frustrating thing for us, that great physique, bad presentation, extremely frustrating.
And you want to just yell, open up your back, open up your lats, or, turn your feet out a little bit more, your knees. So absolutely.
Becky mentioned it earlier. There's times somebody will come out and they'll turn to the back and their back's scrunched, and she'll turn them around and give them a couple shots, thinking maybe they'll get this right.
You hope they listen. So yeah, that's the other thing. As an athlete on stage, you need to listen. Make eye contact with the judges, but listen to what they're saying.
I think maybe the one thing athletes don't realize is that from the second they walk on stage, they're being assessed.
Absolutely.
So they got to be at their best 24/7 on stage to try to help the judges pick them. The other thing I've seen is maybe too much movement on stage.
Absolutely.
Where we see someone and they're moving around a lot, it may be out of nervousness or then maybe they're trying to be noticed.
I was just going to say to get noticed. But that's when the judges will be on to the next pose.
Or maybe maybe I've got a judge sitting next to me like Jerry Ward and he says, "Can you get that chick to stand still?"
It's so true, and that's why, again, I absolutely love going to Rod's posing classes because he knows and he makes us get it right when we're not on stage so that it comes second nature when we're on stage. You got to hurry up and get into that pose so that the judges will notice you.
For sure. The quicker you get in it, the longer you can hold it.
Exactly.
And they've got to help the judges pick them. That's the kind of the preeminent thing. Talk briefly about backstage. So homework's done. You're in great shape. Waiting to go on stage. How much pumping up do you do before you go out?
I do a light pump up with just a band. Of course, we can only have bands now, but not a ton. Just enough to where whatever food I was supposed to just eat is going to be shuttled into my muscles.
So we've seen situations where I've witnessed that someone's doing a full-blown workout back there, and by the time they come on stage, they're actually shaking.
Right, 'cause they're winded. You just used up your glycogen stores, and now your blood sugar probably just dropped.
Would you say that here you go, you're in there, you're ready to go, you're jacked up, so jacked up that even if you just practice your posing, it's probably going to pump you up?
Yes, and that's the other great piece of advice that I've always been given is do a little bit of light pumping with your bands, but the best pump up is to actually practice your posing. So I'll do that. If there's, well, I usually can't because I'm in the first, short class when I was competing as an amateur, so I didn't have someone else to watch. But if there's another class going ahead of me, I'm off on the side of the stage doing the poses with them as my pump up.
Talk briefly about one more component, which is the finals routine. And judging by that time is over generally. In the pro level, what do you have, 2 minutes?
Yes, we get 2 minutes.
On the NPC, they get 1 minute. It's your chance to shine.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're designing a routine, what goes into that?
So that's actually my absolute favorite part of competing, believe it or not. And so what goes into that is, first and foremost, picking music that moves you, that you feel you can move naturally to. Even if you're not a natural-born dancer and movement doesn't come to you, what inspires you? What do you like? And then getting with someone who can help choreograph the moves to your capability. Because I've seen that too. I mean, I choreograph routines for people. You've got to have someone adjust the routine to what your capability level is and what showcases your body the most.
We try to advise many athletes that generally, especially in the DMV, most of our events, we do have speakers that are facing the athletes. So that's cool. However, just in case those speakers don't work, some situation occurs that you can't hear the music, it might be important to design a posing routine that you don't actually have to hear the music.
Right.
Just to be on the safe side.
Right. And make sure you're practicing it so you still remember it with or without music. So that song should be playing in your head. And you should be able to still go through the movement.
Were there times in the early days? So what before you got into this, what did you do? What was your activity?
I was a swimmer and a track runner.
How about that? So,
and a dancer. I did dance.
And I thought that was in there.
Yes.
Somewhere.
Yes,
So my
yes.
point being, you were familiar with the stage.
Very much so.
The issue we run into sometimes is someone who's not familiar with the stage practices like there's no tomorrow, and then they walk out.
And they freeze.
Yeah.
Right.
I did that. So all the practice in the world won't change that. And what do you advise for someone to prepare themselves for anything? Is it a matter of just trying to prepare that, hey, if I go brain blank, do your mandatories?
Exactly. That's exactly what I would tell someone. Yep, just do your mandatories.
What I like to do is bring some ladies up here. Tony will bring them up, and we'll put them
Great.
through their paces.
Awesome.
Cool.
Sounds good. Good job. Thank you. You want me to pose up here with us?
You might need it to talk though.
Oh, okay.
This place is amazing, man.
I'll stay off to the side. All right. So tell me what you want.
All right, ladies. All right, ladies. All right, ladies. Hello. All right, ladies. So we've got a combination here today of young ladies who are doing women's physique and women's bodybuilding. Some doing one or the other. Who's doing women's bodybuilding? Okay, so that's not the case. Good to go. So we've got a whole bunch of cool women's physique athletes here. So what we will do is put you through the paces, and with the help of Rochelle, fine tune you a little bit. First off is the relaxed round. Now, obviously, this thing is not going to win you the show, but you also don't want to shoot yourself in the foot. So we'll fine tune this a little bit. So in the relaxed round, heels are together, please. Posture is king here. Arch. Chest up, chin up, posture. Now, you're under tension, your fingers will curl up, your wrists might curl up, your elbows will curl up, and your shoulders will shrug. So you've got to have a little mental checklist on this. Make sure your fingers are relaxed, wrists and elbows are relaxed, and check, do you need to drop your shoulders? Posture, please. You should feel this stance in your erectors, in your lower back. And this is what Rochelle was talking about, being in posing shape, because your lower back will in fact hurt after a while. Just relax these up a little bit. All right, ladies, quarter turn to the right, please. Heels together, heads facing the way your feet are facing. Look that way. Drop your right shoulder. Drop it. Good. All right. Okay. So what they've done is treat their upper body like it's on a gyroscope. So all they do is rotate. And then it creates this side V taper. Face the rear, please, ladies. Posture. Swipe the hair away from your back. Same stance as the front, please. Chin up. Hands are just outside your quads, please. Good arch, good posture. Chin up, ladies. Posture will follow your head. A quarter turn, please. Okay. Drop this down. You already have good depth, so you don't have to crank them up.
Okay.
All you got to do is rotate.
Okay.
You're already good. What happens? You go like this, it jacks up your trap.
Okay.
You takes away from your balance. Okay. So just kind of release this. Exactly. And then rotate towards you.
Can you bring this arm back just a little bit? There you go.
Face front, ladies. Good job. All right, next up, we'll show you some variations. Rochelle, would you come in here? Just slide down a little bit, ladies. Front double bicep. Ladies. Raise this up a little bit. Okay, ladies, front double bicep. Now, the ideal scenario is bring these elbows forward slightly to create more depth. Biceps, ideally, slightly above your shoulders. It'll make them look bigger. Like Rochelle mentioned before, always controlling your abs. Relax. Here's another variation. So if you're a competitor who maybe has a little bit of a wide waist, wide hip line, and you want to create a smaller waist, this is the way you do that. Still good to go. Relax. Next up, side chest. Ladies, now keep in mind, you've got to squeeze quads, abs, pushing triceps, pecs. Crush this. Bring these down here, please. That's it. Now push like hell. That's it. Breathe out, hit those abs. Breathe out, hit your abs. Relax. So we talked earlier, ladies, about the necessity of posing hard. Because if you got some maniac next to you who's killing it, and they hit every fiber and you don't, someone has to win and someone has to lose. So let's try this again. What you do when you set your legs first, and when you push out, it's pecs, triceps, abs, everything. Breathe out and crush this. Go ahead, side chest. Push hard, make that happen. Push. Triceps, chest, abs, breathe out. Excellent. Relax. Face the rear, ladies. Swipe your hair away. The first order of business here is figuring out where to put your feet. Now, this is why you've got to do this with video. Get someone videotaping you, and you try setting your feet. Rochelle, show us where you put your foot on this. So in her case, it's not real wide set. Still creates a fairly small base so that it does not hide the shoulder width. There are some athletes that will bring their foot up here some more. There are other ones that will bring it more straight back for a smaller base. Please try every one and figure out which one fits your body. Somewhere in here is the right one. And when you do this, set your legs, tense your hamstrings, calves, and glutes, then go into the upper body. The finish to this pose is torquing this back, like that. Then you feel it all across here, that upper back musculature. Torque it back, chin up, relax. Ladies, try this out. Back double bicep. Chin up, ladies.
Yeah.
Else. So you hit all this. Feel it? Good. Great. Stand. Okay, relax. So you can tell if you torque those wrists back, it creates that contraction across the upper back. Try it one more time, please. Back double bicep. Pose hard, ladies. Chin up. Torque it back. Good. Relax. Next up, Rochelle, give us an idea of a side tricep. Now keep in mind, abdominals are crucial to this pose. You've got to crush your abs. At the same time, it's quads, abs, triceps. And the idea is, relax, go into this again, set your leg. At the same time you push down here, crush your abs all at once. And the muscles just jump out at the judges. Help them pick you. Relax. Ladies, try this out. Set your thigh. At the same time you hit this tricep, breathe out and crush your abs, please. That's excellent. Hit those abs hard, girl. That's it. Good. Good. Relax. Try it again. Get this down pat. Crush these triceps and abs, please. Side tricep. Good. Push. Push down. That's it. Relax. Here's another way you can do this. Try this out. Especially if you got a good V taper, good back, shoulders. You can do this. I've seen girls do this as their side tricep. Or maybe do this, 1001, and then you lead into the rest of it, and bang. It makes for a nice transition. So try this out, ladies. Set your feet like this. Facing those stairs, please. Feet are facing these stairs. Both feet facing these stairs like this. That's it. That's outstanding. Look to the right. Good. Okay, now let's turn your hips this way. Yeah. Give you a smaller waisted look. Good. Okay, look to your right, please. That's it. Turn your hips that way, please. Then you even got a smaller waisted look. Okay, look to your right, please. Good. Then go from that into the other side tricep, please. Turn, set your leg, grab behind you. Exactly. Relax. Abdominals and thigh. Imperative to breathe out and hit this. Take a look at where her upper body is here. She's not laid back too far. Pretty straight up and down. Bang. If you lean back too far, the judges are down there anyway. It looks like you're just too much of an angle. You don't want to lean too far forward either. So as you push down, please breathe out and crush these abs. Abdominals and thigh. In your case, stay right there. Come this way, body like that. Bang. Good. Cool. Relax. So those are the 5 mandatory poses for women's physique. You got to pose hard. It's everything. You got to help the judges pick you. How much time prior to an event, you start to get close. 4 weeks out, how much time do you spend on this?
On posing, every workout. So if I'm in the gym 5 times a week, I'm practicing posing. I build in time after my workout to practice the poses. Yep. Exactly. Muscle control, and then it helps also with that breathing control. Because the more you practice, the less you'll be winded when you're on stage. And then when you're on stage, someone could call it, and you could be holding it for 3 minutes, right? But you got it because you've been practicing it.
Let's talk about some auxiliary poses that you do in your routine, other than mandatories. Can you remember some of those? Maybe a twisting double bicep. So when you're constructing your routine for the finals, there's a whole bunch of poses you can incorporate, but there's a way to do them. That's cool. That's cool. So this is a great point. That one is done correctly. Most folks generally do not. This is done exactly right, where the center of your body is that close to your heel. How about twisting poses? Twisting double back, twisting double bicep. Do you do any of those? So like this here, like this. That's it. Yes, exactly. Something like this. Depending on your development, back and shoulders, this can work. Any of these can work. But please try them with video and try different spots. Somewhere in here is the right stance for you. Let's talk briefly about your routine. When you're putting one together, how long do you hold each pose?
You could hold, depending on your strength of the pose that you're doing, meaning if it's a good pose for you, you might want to count in your head to like 4 or 5, 1,000, like you taught us. 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. And then I probably would transition into another one. So.
Well, how many times we've seen, I know Becky, we talked about someone will come out and do a routine and they get way caught up in the idea of choreography and they forget to do great poses. And a great posing routine is made up of great single poses.
Absolutely. So that's why it's really important to get someone to choreograph for you that has experience with it. And even if someone hasn't had the experience of being a competitor on stage but has a dance background and dance choreography experience, make sure that you communicate with them and have them watch video of what makes up a good routine so that they can choreograph something that's going to highlight and accent your strengths. Because that's the other problem. Sometimes people will feel that they have to put every mandatory pose into their routine, but every mandatory pose might not be your best. So it's okay in your routine to just pick the poses that are best for your body.
That's a great example because if you got a mandatory pose that just is second rate, there's no reason showing it off. The other mistake, Tony and I are old enough to remember how bodybuilding posing used to be. Well, maybe I'm old enough, maybe not you, although you're showing some gray today, my man. However, the point is, like those twisting double biceps you were doing, there's a real way to do those. And check out retro bodybuilding. Punch up classic bodybuilding, old school bodybuilding, retro bodybuilding, and you'll find out how to do those because if someone does it and they screw it up, it's painful. Ladies, let's go through this one more time, please. Put you through the paces. Front relax, please. Quarter turn to the right. Face the rear. Quarter turn, please. Face front, ladies. All right, ladies. Front double bicep. Side chest, ladies. Relax. Turn to the rear, please. Back double bicep. Feel that? You feel it, they see it. Chin up, ladies. Chin up. Relax. Side tricep, please. Face front, ladies. Abdominals and thigh. Still forward some more. And bang. Like that. Relax. Great job, ladies. Get J.M. Mannion up here, please. Take a photo of these future stars of the NPC and IFBB Pro League. These two divisions are about to explode, women's physique and women's bodybuilding, simply because of the influx of Jake Wood, Wings of Strength, and the way we're taking the judging.
Hello, everyone, and we are back on our floor at the Shop Gym in Ashburn with Victory in Posing seminar today. And one of our sponsors today is Miss Regina with her Prime Looks semi-permanent makeup. I have my eyebrows done. I'm loving it. She did a beautiful job, and I will let Regina to talk about a little bit about her how she does her services and where we can find her.
Hello, everyone. Prime Lux is the DMV's primed microblading and permanent makeup studio. We specialize on ombre powder eyebrows, microblading hair strokes, lip blushing, dark lips, and the corrective services. Imagine waking up an additional 20 minutes, sleeping and waking up with professional shaped eyebrows, perfectly defined eyeliner, and beautifully colored lips. So we are located in Woodbridge and the DC area, and also you can find us at primelux.net, and the Instagram is Permanent Makeup Regina. So check us out, and this will be your reality.
Thank you so much, Regina. So for someone who is interested in, for mostly females, I believe you have some males that also like to fix their eyebrows too. So for someone that would like to do services like that, so what would be the step one, step two, and the touch up?
So this kind of service that women and men can get it, so it doesn't have to be specifically women. So men can get their eyebrows shaped, and there are also people that who are missing hair or not they're not the same shape as it used to be. We correct them and. What was this? Oh, so the initial procedure, there is a two procedures. So initial procedure, and then after that, it's between 4 to 8 weeks as a touch up.
And I know that you can't get your eyebrows wet for 24, 48 hours, 48, for at least 4 days. So just if you decide to do a procedure like that, it's a little bit different from tattoo, right? What is the difference between tattooing and ombre brow?
So the tattooing is usually goes deeper in the skin. This one it's still tattooing, but it's a cosmetic tattooing. It goes in the first layer of the skin, so it fades over time. In the future, if you don't want it, it will just goes away. Faded over time. It's a smudge proof, waterproof makeup that will last you between 1 year to 4 years.
Thank you so much, Regina. Enjoy the rest of your event. Thank you, guys. Back to you. I think we're done like long done. Regina, thank you.
Thank you for coming to Victory in Posing. For all of you watching live on TSG Events, we appreciate it. If you did not already know, we are streaming live to tsgevents.com worldwide, everybody. So make sure to check out the live stream after the show. Here in a second, we're going to start a Q&A, so make sure to stick around. Again, if you guys have questions or anything, this is about to be the time to do so. Again, all COVID-19 regulations are being followed here today at the gym. If you are not watching live, one more time, tsgevents.com. Watch it live. See how you did earlier on stage. You can rewind it. We're going to get started here just in a second, everybody. Also, if you are a competitor and you would like to work out here today, that is okay. Please re-rack your weight and wipe down the machines. Otherwise, feel free to work out. If you are a panelist, please start heading to the stage. If you are a panelist, please start heading to the stage. Again, tsgevents.com to watch live. Thank you guys for being here today. If you are a panelist, please head to the stage. We're getting ready to start. Thank you guys for coming to Victory in Posing. We're getting started here just in a sec. Again, thank you guys for tuning in live. We appreciate all the support. Rich! Rich! What's that show file? Whoa! Yeah! Round of applause for Rich, everybody. Woo! Another local promoter. If you are a panelist, please head to stage left. Everybody, panelists, please head to the stage. Once again, we are getting started. Panelists, we are going to start without you, so please head stage left. Stage left. Panelists, stage left. One more time, all our panelists, please head to the stage. Stage left, everybody. All panelists, please head to where the mirrors are. Once again, all panelists, head to stage left. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to Victory in Posing live here in Ashburn, Virginia at the Shop Gym. Thank you to everybody watching at home. If you are not watching, remember, you can tune into tsgevents.com. Tell your friends, tell your family. Here we go, everybody. If everybody would please turn your attention to the big screen, we have a special message.
What's up, IFBB Professional League athletes and NPC USA? Well, I can't do it like this. Hey, Tony, changed it up just a little on the short notice you gave me. I hope this is better, but listen, let's take it back. I am your host, Billy, and welcome to this, the DMV's VIP Victory in Posing Seminar for you, our IFBB Professional League and NPC USA members and athletes. So like I said, I am your host, Billy, and you're probably wondering, who in the heck is that guy? Well, fortunately, from our president Jim Mannion and Tyler Mannion, the expansion of the NPC has now gone worldwide. I did the Amateur Olympia in Vegas in 2018 when I met my man Tony, wherever side you're standing on, and that's how this relationship began. We're a family, we're a crew. And Tony reached out and asked me that from a little part of the NPC worldwide in which I get to host shows outside of domestic US, could I introduce myself, and I am honored and gracious for the opportunity to do it. Now, let's get into today. I want to thank our Olympians. Big round of applause. Thank you so much for showing up. I want to thank Fit and Furious Lady Victoria. I love you. I haven't seen you in a while. I can't wait until the next time. The Shop Gym and TSG production crew. Without you, none of this would have happened. And Tony has asked me to really emphasize on how much you mean to him, Victoria, and the rest of the crew. So thank you. Now we get into the crew. Our Professional League IFBB crew, and that is the one and only, the Batman himself, JM Mannion. JM, it's really good for you to be here. Thank you so much. The main man of the DMV himself, Gary Udid. Gary, I still apologize for 2018. It was my first time. And my good friend from Padova, Italy, Becky Clausen. This girl is on fire when it comes to judging. Anything you need to know, you ask those guys. But for now, I am your host, Tony. Thank you again, my brother. I love you. Keep everything stage ready. And for the athletes and the fans, the families, follower, and you guys, our friends, I'll see you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a warm welcome, I'm going to announce our panelists today. First up, the one, the only Gary Udit. Let's head up on stage, Gary. Let's see it. Let's see it. Round of applause for Gary. Up next, Becca Clausen. Next up, Rochelle Cannon. Next up, Lowly. Up next, Julia. Up next, the one and only Skylar. Up next, J.M. Mannion. And now, J.M. is going to introduce our last one. And now, everybody, we're turning it over to the panelists for the Q&A portion of this morning. Okay, we have one more. Two more. Charo! Make some noise. These are our Olympians, everybody. One more time. Round of applause, everybody. And last but not least, George the Bull, make some noise! And now we're going to turn it over to the panelists, everybody. Once again, thank you guys for tuning in live to tsgevents.com. Send comments our way. Smash that subscribe button. Hit that like button. We are getting started here. Once again, one more round of applause for everybody out there today. We're going to go ahead and hand it over to the one, the only JM.
I'll go closer to Lolly. I'm smart. Of course you will. I'm smart. You know why? We're all black and yellow. Yeah. See that? All right, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, we actually have one more guest here who a lot of you probably don't know who he is, but he has been part of this sport for as long as I've been around, and he has been around. He is Rob Wilkins. At one time, he was also the assistant to the original president of the IFBB Professional League, Ben Weeder, and he's now on the President's Council of Physical Fitness. And he lives here in the D.C. area. I'd like to bring him up as our very special guest, Rob Wilkins.
You're my press agent.
Yes.
That's great.
So listen, the only person that goes back further than me and Rob is Gary. Just to give you an idea, this is how long we have known each other. We knew each other before we were married, right? Married, had kids, everything. Yeah. I still have hair. So listen, I'm going to hand this over to Rob right now, and he's going to talk to you a little bit about his involvement in the sport and where he's been. And, you know, he's basically been everywhere that I've been too. But it's nice to have another perspective.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming. Skylar, there you are. Jason, Tony, and the crew, thank you so much for putting this together. This is an awesome event at this fantastic facility. So thank you from all the bodybuilding fans and people who work out. Thank you very much. My involvement started in 1983 with bodybuilding in the IFBB. I was stationed in the Air Force at Air Station, West Germany, and I happened to write Ben and Joe Weeder a Christmas card. And I thought, no way would they write me back. And they happened to write me back because Ben Weeder, particularly, he had served in World War II in the Canadian military. And he said, once you come back to the U.S., why don't you work for IFBB and the Weeder family? I thought, sure, those are nice words to say, but it probably will never happen. So Ben and I kept in touch, and lo and behold, 6 years later, I left Europe, came to the U.S., and Ben offered me a position. I was the first military liaison for the IFBB. So many of you who served in the military, first of all, thank you for your service. If any other veterans here, thank you very much for your service. I started the program where the Olympia provides free tickets to the military folks. So after 9/11, Ben Weeder and Joe and Wayne D'Amelia and Jim, they were looking for ways to inspire America. They always thought bodybuilding fitness does. So we were provided, at first it was going to be 300 tickets. Well, so many people showed up, we ended up giving out 1,500 tickets. Ben and Joe said it doesn't matter how much it costs. We just want them here to show them how much we support the USA and the armed forces. So that was great. So that program continues. To date, we've given out 12,000 free tickets. Also, if you've gone to the Olympia and you see the U.S. Color Guard, I was in the Color Guard for 7 years, so we started the Olympia with the Honor Guard. So those were some of the small things that we started. Currently, I sit on the President's Council of Physical Fitness, Sports, and Nutrition, and our job is to inform Americans, particularly our youth, the importance of physical fitness. So I'm looking here and I'm seeing you guys have brought your meals. You're prepared. Your bodies are temples. You look awesome. But 75% of Americans between 17 and 24 are not fit enough to serve our armed forces. If that does not happen, our national security becomes a risk. If we can't arm our armed forces, how can we defend our country? So I encourage all of you who are trainers and nutritionists to share your knowledge with those, particularly our youth, who are looking for guidance, because sometimes their mom and dads don't know that. Fortunately for me, my wife Amy, she was an IFBB pro figure and fitness, so our son, unfortunately, gets the tutelage of his mom, who is, she cracks the whip on him. So, but again, I do encourage you to share your knowledge, because you're very powerful with that information. You know, so many lessons that you learn in the gym also translate to common life, discipline, dedication. But something I really wanted to bring out was the inclusion and diversity. The IFBB started in 1946, particularly because Ben and Joe Weeder, being Jewish, were not allowed to have competitors in the AAU. So they decided to start their own thing, the IFBB, the International Federation of Bodybuilders. And when they started this, their biggest supporters was North America, Canada, and the Caribbean. With the Caribbean, there were so many black athletes competing, but without their foundation, without that base, there would be no IFBB as of today. So you're a part of history. You're a part of an inclusionary sport. And here, what I want to show is something really important. This is the letter that started the legendary movie Pumping Iron. So in 1974, 1975, Ben Weeder was speaking with the Prime Minister of South Africa. He said, if athletes of all colors and races are not allowed to compete, we will not have the competition. At the time, the biggest star was Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold was in full agreement of that. So thanks to bodybuilding, thanks to the Weeder family, the first attempt to break down the wall of apartheid in South Africa occurred because of bodybuilding. And that was something Ben Weeder told me, besides his family, that and being nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize, it brought him the most pride that he can say that the wall of apartheid came down based on our sport. So again, we're part of history. So I'm not shy with the mic. So I just think thank you very much for coming. Thanks again for the sponsors and the host. Thank you to the Mannion family. You guys have put so much into our sport. So on behalf of all of us here, thank you and your dad, your son, your wife's very supportive, your daughter. I remember Tyler wrestling when he was 4 or 5 years old, and now look what he's doing. So that's extraordinary. So thank you. I wish you all well, successful. I hope to see you at competitions. Be safe going home. And if you have any questions, please let me know. I'll be glad to answer them. Thank you very much.
Gary? I've been involved a long time. You have no idea what it's like having Rob Wilkins here. And you talk about the real deal. We'd be there, and it was Ben Weeder, Joe Weeder, Jim Mannion, and Rob Wilkins. And that was it. It was everything. And he was there at everything. And JM's got way more stories to tell than I do, but this has made my year. You have no idea.
Yeah, I was actually in the room, but I was over there taking their pictures.
Right. Yes, you were there all the time. Yeah. We have so many things to share, again, about the beauty of our sport. Like, how do we get people who don't speak the same languages, who don't look the same, who don't practice the same religion, and we're all unified because we're brothers and sisters in iron. So that's very, very important to take forward with you.
Yeah, I mean, somebody like Rob, working with the Weeders. I mean, I've known him since I was this big, right? And I hate to say, but the older I get, I realizing now how unique my lifestyle was. Because for me, it was normal. For me, it's normal that Arnold Schwarzenegger calls the house to speak to my father. That's nothing. It's normal that The Rock calls for my dad, right? And like I say it like it's nothing. And I remember Gary, I said something one time about, yeah, I'm just this, and with DJ and stuff, and he's like, you mean The Rock? I'm like, yeah, and he's like, you talk like he's your neighbor. I'm like, to me, it's normal when you grow up in this, and everybody that I've come in contact with. And the one thing that happened with this pandemic last year is I started going back through all my photo albums, and I started realizing, how much I've seen, how much I've done. That it's all related to this. Even if it's something outside of this, it somehow relates back to this. Like going on movie sets. Well, how did we go on movie sets? Because there was probably somebody that was involved with bodybuilding there, right? We've had for years Sylvester Stallone, one of the first ones that was supportive of the IFBB. Okay, him and Arnold, of course, had the rivalry, but you look back at all the athletes now. I mean, from all different sports, right? And I'm finding pictures of myself at 10 years old with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and it's like no one. There's no one else I can say that I know that can say that. But to me, that's the norm. And I know when I say this to everybody else, they look at me and they all get the same look, but it's because they're just like, it's just hard to fathom. But it's a unique lifestyle. It's afforded me a really interesting lifestyle. So, and I've gotten to meet thousands of people, and it's been great. And like I said, like Rob has been, especially all the international stuff, right? And and of course with Gary living in Pittsburgh. And listen, we can do a whole seminar on Gary stories, but that's a whole other thing. But no, I mean, to have Rob here, and like he said, he served in the military and everything else. I remember when you took us on the Pentagon tour, private Rob Wilkins Pentagon tour. You don't get that. You get the seriously the tour. You can go and you can buy the tour, but you don't get this tour. And that's just from all our years of friendship. And like he had referenced about my son Tyler. I mean, Tyler wrestled right down the road for the University of Maryland for 4 years. So I've been in this, as I've come to learn, the DMV, the Delmarva area for years, although I never knew what that meant before. I had to be educated, right? People were like, DMV, I go, Department of Motor Vehicles, what is that? What's that got to do with down here, right? But yeah, I mean, it's just, and I hadn't seen Rob for quite a while, and he showed up here last night, and so it was great to see him, and I'm glad he came back today. So thank you again, Rob.
Thank you so much. So who is going to lead our panel here? George, there you are.
All right, so good afternoon, everybody. My name is George Peterson III, aka the Bull, and I'll give you a little, history of myself, how I got involved in the sport. I started in bodybuilding back in 2007, it was, and I was a middleweight bodybuilder at that time, and I just fell in love with the whole entire sport. When I started learning about it, I started YouTubing different bodybuilders like Sean Ray, Flex Wheeler, Ronnie Coleman. And I was like, wow, look at these guys. Like, I don't feel like I could ever look like these guys, but this is amazing. So I just absolutely fell in love with it. And 2012 was when I moved up to as a light heavyweight bodybuilder, and I won my first overall show. I was just on cloud nine when that happened, and I felt like I could really do something in this sport at that time. But like anything, like life, it's like a roller coaster. You have your ups and downs. You know, the following year when I wanted to take it to the national level, I didn't do very well at all. I was getting dead last and on pretty much all the shows that I was doing at that point. And I was very discouraged at that point, and I felt like, okay, maybe I don't have what it takes in this sport. So I actually said, you know what, I'm done. I don't want to do it anymore. And I was essentially retired for 3 years. Then 2016, when this classic physique came out, I didn't really know much about it, but I was like, this looks a little interesting. I wonder what this is. And what drew me to it was the fact that I saw that I would have to come down in weight in order to do that class. Because the reason why I felt like I did poorly in 2013 is because I tried to rush it, tried to get big too quick. I moved from light heavyweight to heavyweight, and I just didn't like the way my physique looked. I lost my aesthetics trying to get too big. But the fact that I had to come down and weight for classic attracted me. So I hooked up with my now coach, Justin Miller, just by circumstance. And I did my first classic physique show in 2016. It was the MPC Eastern USA. And I won the overall right out the gate on that. I went in that show with no expectations. I just wanted to look good, and we ended up winning the overall. I was back on cloud nine again. Justin told me, you know what, George, let's go for nationals. It's 2 weeks away. Let's go for it. I was like, okay, fine. We do that. Boom. I won the overall there at nationals, became the first ever classic physique national champion. And I just couldn't believe this was happening. I mean, because just a year before, I had no kind of desire to do bodybuilding at all, and now I'm a national champion. So I felt like this was a sign that I was on the right path. And then my next year as a pro, I ended up placing top 3 in the world at the Olympia. You know, and it was my first Olympia, my first year as a pro. I mean, and that third place felt like a win to me because, you know, just coming from, you know, where I was to now being top 3 in the whole world, it's like, this is amazing. And I was able to actually maintain that top 3 spot for 3 consecutive years in classic physique. 2019, I felt like was my best ever look in classic physique. I did everything I could with the weight that I was given. I had to make 192 pounds, and you know, I had a perfect balance of condition and fullness, and I was top 3 again. I wanted to get that win, but I didn't get it. And the fact that I didn't get the win, and I felt like this was my best package to date, and there was really nowhere else for me to go. That's when I felt like, okay, it's time for me to make this jump to go to 212 because I managed to be the best classic physique George I could be. Now I want to be the best George, period, I can be. And I feel like going to that 212 could help me do that. And then doing that, I competed in the, I did my 212 debut in the Tampa Pro 2020, and I won that show, which qualified me for the Olympia of 2020. And then once again, I placed top 3 in the world in the 212 division. This is my debut in the Olympia as 212. So, you know, it's very like motivating. And it lights a fire, you know, in me that I was able to achieve this. And whether you win or you lose, it should always light a fire in you to keep wanting to improve, keep doing better. So, you know, this the achievement that I've been able to do so far with placing top 3 in the Olympia for 4 consecutive years in multiple divisions just fires me up to keep working, keep improving, because best believe my time will come where I feel like I'll hold that first place trophy at the Olympia, and I'm going to work to make sure that happens this year coming up. All right? Thank you.
That's kind of hard to follow.
Well, when I competed in my first ever Olympia in 2017, it was a surreal experience, just absolutely surreal. I remember walking into the venue and you see that big red Olympia sign. This is when it was in Vegas and it was the New Orleans Arena. You see that big Olympia symbol. It was just like, this is the stage that I was watching, you know, all my bodybuilding inspirations compete on, the Wheelers, the Rays, you know, the Colemans, all of them. And now I'm here. And it was very interesting because, you know, when you're backstage at the Olympia, it can be very intimidating because you don't see anything. All you do is hear everybody out there. It sounds like the whole world is out there, and it can be very nerve-wracking. But once I step on that stage, it's like a switch goes off, and I just feel like I'm right at home. There's no nerves. I feel like I've done all the work. I'm prepared, and I just go out there and I show the world, what I've been able to do. All these, like, for the last 16 weeks or last 12 weeks that I've prepared for this show. And so there was no nerves. I felt like I was right at home. And I can tell you one thing is when I was backstage, when you're backstage and everybody's back there pumping up and everything, you look at certain, other competitors and you might be thinking, oh, I don't think I look that good compared to this person, that person. But I can tell you one thing. When I got in front of the mirror that they had back there and I just hit a most muscular shot, I said to myself, I belong here. I belong here. And that helped give me that confidence to just step on the stage and do what I had to do. And so that's how my first experience for the Olympia was.
Hello? Okay, George, I have a question for you. Going back to NPC Nationals, outside of winning your pro card, what was the next best thing about that entire weekend?
Well, of course, it was shooting with Jay and Mannion. I mean, I'll never forget that.
Correct answer.
Yeah. I remember it just like it was yesterday. I remember we all won, and then when we got on the stage for the group picture, I remember you called us all to the side. You was like, all right, we're gonna be doing a photo shoot tomorrow, so make sure you all stay on your diet. Okay, don't go out there and just get out of shape. We got to take these pictures, and it was a great photo shoot. I loved it.
Yeah, that's the champions photo shoots that we do. But I knew that was the second best thing. I just wanted to reconfirm it for everybody.
Absolutely.
So I'm Julia Waring. I'm actually pretty local. I live in Upper Marlboro, Maryland. Bodybuilding for me was different. I actually started bodybuilding as a way to cope with a loss in the family. So I wasn't even that smart on the sport when I started. All I know is I was an athlete. I ran track in high school. I played volleyball. I ran track in college. Then I joined the military. So then, like you said, you have to be physically fit. So I had my military fitness. I would still go and, lift in the gym. I had a love for lifting weights. Like I already had this love for bodybuilding. So I got out the military in 2013, and I was still looking for something to do to be competitive. So I just hired a trainer just because I wanted somebody to push me. So I trained with him. I dabbled in doing some like 5Ks, and I was like, I don't really like running long distance. So in 2013, I was raised by my grandfather. My grandfather passed, and it took me to a really dark space. And my trainer was like, let's train for a show. He was like, you already love to bodybuild. You have great structure, great foundation. Let's put that pain into something that to bring beauty to your life. So in 2014, I competed in my first show. I wasn't lean enough. Then we were doing this together. It's the first time. So he was like, oh, eat chicken and rice with no portion sizes. So this is how it was, right? And I don't even think I knew that you could become a pro in bodybuilding. Like, this is like my lack of knowledge for the sport. I just love to bodybuild. So I was so excited. You can tell me anything. Like, I won the novice division. I was just psyched, and I did my next show. So I kept competing, ended up moving to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, got a new coach. So things changed. And then it was like, okay, let's try this national show thing, right? So this was, I think I did my first national show in 2015. And Gary talked about this during the figure division. At one point, figures started getting big and hard. And I'm actually a smaller frame for even as a figure pro, I'm one of the smaller pros. And I was like, I will never go pro unless I like train for women's physique and go into the figure stage. So this was like in 2016. And then that is also the year I met my husband, and we got married literally within like 4 months of meeting each other. And he grew up on bodybuilding. So when you add him to my equation, my body just took off because he started training me. I did Junior USA in 2017, and that was a year where I felt like the criteria started coming down a little bit on muscularity and hardness. And I got my pro card at Junior USA in 2017. And when I got my pro card, I didn't really know what my future would hold. I just knew I needed to take some time off and build some muscle. So me and my husband went hard at it. And then I decided to do a pro debut at the Pittsburgh Pro, right? Who does the Pittsburgh Pro as their pro debut? That was me. So I get out on the stage, and I'm out there, and they do first call outs, and they call 51. And I'm like, that's me. That's my number. So Pittsburgh Pro, my first pro show ever, I came in second place by 1 point. And it was like, it was a wake-up call. And I had a group of people around me that saw the potential in me that I didn't see myself. And I think that's why it's important to surround yourself with a community of people that can lift you up, that can build you up, that don't tear you down for wanting to do bodybuilding. I had a couple conversations with people who recognize that I'm also a minister. So being in a spiritual setting and in bodybuilding, sometimes you can get a lot of hatred for that. And it's beautiful to know when you have the support that you have. So long story short, did my second show, Chicago Pro. I won Chicago Pro, went to the Olympia as a rookie. My third show was the Olympia 2018. And it was amazing. It was amazing. Like I said, my husband grew up on bodybuilding, and for him, I think it was even more of a amazing for him to be there. He never thought like he would be at the Olympia, and now he's there with his wife. So it's just been a beautiful journey, just learning about the sport, going to Pittsburgh, and getting to see the original old school gym, and getting to film with Jamanian, and just learning the history of the sport, and just learning how to use it as a platform to be motivating and inspiring, to really just share your journey, and just to watch the beauty of those around you as they elevate within the sport. So yeah, that's my journey, and here I am in the DMV and third year as a pro, and trying to qualify for my third Olympia. That's the goal. So yeah.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rochelle Cannon, and I have my pro card in bodybuilding and physique. I told Gary I've been doing this for about 150 years. I started competing in 1998, back when it was AAU. I did an AAU show, Amateur Athletic Union, and back then we only had bodybuilding and maybe fitness. I don't even remember if we had fitness back then. But anyway, I also got my start when I was in the military, so I thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. I was in the U.S. Coast Guard, and I was wearing the military uniform, the skirt one day, and someone said, "You have big calves. You should do bodybuilding." I'm like, "You're crazy. I can't do that." And even though, yes, you have to be fit being in the military, I love to lift, but I just thought there was no way. But fortunately, another service member decided to take me under his wing and help me learn to not be intimidated, to be in a weight room where there's a bunch of men. And so it felt good to finally be confident, to know what I was doing. And I had a really positive experience with my first shows. And yeah, I kept going for a while, stopped a few years, decided to pick up a master's degree, get back into competing. I tried figure a little bit. I competed in the very first amateur Arnold, and I did fitness. And it was another one of those things where one of my mentors I thought was crazy. He's like, "I think you should do fitness. You have a dance background." I'm like, "What?" And fortunately, I actually did well. I got third out of 25. So that was a huge accomplishment. And then women's physique eventually came around. And I appreciate what you said about how you find yourself sometimes chasing something. So, it's a brand new division. We're trying to figure out what the look is for. And for a few years, I was placing worse and worse and worse. And I had never placed so bad in my life. So I said, I got to take a break. Let me take a step back. So I stopped for 5 years. And then in 2019, I decided, I know I'm not done competing. I love to perform on the stage with my dance background. So I decided to do the Capital Grand Prix in Laurel, Maryland in 2019. And I decided, what the hell, a week later, let's go to Pittsburgh and see what happens. So at Gary's show in August of 2019, and to be honest with you, I really didn't know how big the North Americans were, right? So you're just like, "Oh, I qualified. Okay, well, I'm in shape. Only a few more days to diet down. Let's go. Hopefully I can go do a routine on stage." And was not expecting to win 4 pro cards at that show. So I really, really appreciated that opportunity. So last year was definitely tough with the pandemic, and
did what I could to train, not having access to a gym for a while. Competed at what did I do? Savannah Pro and the Chicago Pro. And I don't know what's next, but I just definitely appreciate what you said, sir, about our young folks trying to encourage them to get back into that physical fitness. Like I said, I've been doing this since 1998, and I'm in the best shape of my life now, better now than I was then. And we need the young kids to really get involved, and it definitely builds that self-confidence and self-esteem. And I'm just really thrilled and honored to be here, so thank you all.
Hi, everyone. I'm Becky Clausen, and I started competing back in 2004. So I'm dating myself a little bit, a few years after you. But I started competing because I was an athlete my entire life as well. And after I got out of college, I ran track in college. I didn't have an outlet for it anymore, and I really missed it. So I decided to start training in the gym, and someone suggested I do a show just so I could maybe get on a diet because I ate like crap. So that was the first big test, and I just fell in love with it. I turned pro in figure in 2007 and competed as a figure pro for about 8 years before I switched to bikini. And the reason I love how our sport is growing is because what it did for me is it gave me a new division that I fit into that was better for my natural genetics. I was never a very big figure pro. I didn't have a lot of muscle. I had a really hard time keeping muscle. So switching to bikini was much better for my genetics and just for how hard I could train and really what was healthier for my body. So I love the fact that we have wellness now, just like we were talking about earlier. We have so many divisions, not only for your lifestyle, but for your genetics and really just how you want to look and how you want to train. I would say my legacy as an athlete is just that I didn't ever win a pro show. I never went to the Olympia, nothing like that, but I've had a really great career. I'm really satisfied with my competing career. I feel like I maximized my potential by turning pro at nationals. That was a dream come true for me. And I did a lot of it by incorporating things like what we're teaching you here. Posing, presentation, hair, makeup, tan. Like I was on point for myself. I was my best ever. And I feel really satisfied with that. And, you know, I kept perspective. I was just shooting for the top 10 in a pro show. But I felt great when I could get up there and know that I looked the best I possibly could getting on that stage. And I retired in 2014 feeling very satisfied with that. I'm now a judge. I started judging in 2010. And the reason I started judging was because I knew my career as an athlete would come to an end, and I just love this sport so much that I wanted an outlet. I wanted to be involved with it. And as you can see, if you look around here, there are coaches, there are suit designers, you know, we've got jewelry, we've got, you know, meal prep companies, supplement companies, clothing designers. There is so much you can do in this industry. So if you really love it, I'd say get involved in some other way because we need people who are passionate about the sport. And I mean, it's been a wonderful thing, a wonderful journey for me on the athlete side as well as the judging side. I feel like every second I'm really grateful for. So something for you guys to consider as you continue as an athlete and then maybe even think about your retirement.
So I started competing in '78. And I was behind the door when they handed out genetics. I should punch my father in the face. But I loved it. And at the same time, I was also getting involved with JM's father, helping backstage because I was crazed for details, and he allowed me to get involved. So I was making my way through the ranks of bodybuilding, and I won at the state level, which you could do with bad genetics, and mainly through posing. I stole contests by posing really well. I freely admit that. That year, we went down to North Carolina, I think, for one of the national level events. And I wanted to see where I would be on the next level, on the national level, which would have been in the light heavies. And I walked backstage to see what these guys would look like, JM. And it was the class with Daryl Stafford, Eddie Robinson, and Franco Santoriello. And I'm standing there looking at them coming out. Tony, they walked out in that moment. I'm not kidding you. I remember like it was yesterday. I thought, there aren't enough drugs on the East Coast to make me look like this. I thought I should probably get into promoting and judging. And his father allowed me to do that and give me more opportunities than I deserved. Um, and one thing led to another. Um, the only person, the only person in the country who's heard the Jim Mannion no more than me is JM. The Jim Mannion no is a very distinctive no, and it's when you propose something that you're sure is a good idea, and he's sure that it's not. And of course, he's always right. However, so between the two of us, we've been at this a long time, and but look at what we've accomplished. You know, I tortured him for years. Give me that North America. I can make this work. That show sucks. Because you can't make that work. Nobody can make that work. I proposed everything you can imagine. And finally I said, look, I'll be the class clown. Give it to me. I screw it up. I'm the one that goes under the bus. Good to go. And then it worked. And between JM and I, as the thing kept growing, you know, it was going in leaps and bounds. And I go, what am I going to do? And thankfully, I'd come up with something. And thankfully, JM would back me up and gang up on his father. And he would say, okay, you can have a third day. No one does 3 days, but you can have one. And then I said, look, this thing's going. If you fail, don't come crying to me. And he said, sure, I'll back you up. But if it goes south, I had nothing to do with this. And then we went to 4 days. And anyway, he thought we were completely out of our mind. 4-day event. I mean, yeah, Wednesday. Wednesday's when you start cutting water. At any rate, my career with the NPC has been blessed. And I repeat this again. I cannot believe Rob Wilkins is here with us. I saw him walk in. I go, hey, this is Rob Wilkins. What the hell is he doing? That's way too cool, man. Anyway, yeah, everything I have and everything I am goes to Jim Mannion. He taught me everything. Yeah.
So listen, Gary's being very, very modest about posing. He was the first one to actually come out with a posing video series called Perfect Posing. He and his brother had put it together, and we used a bunch of the guys up in around Pittsburgh and stuff. Okay, very successful. And then, of course, when DVDs came out, they transferred it over to that. Okay, but what you don't know is that Gary Udit is the only competitor that was ever able to moonwalk across the Mr. Pittsburgh stage. No one else has attempted it since that time. But yeah, I mean, listen, I've seen Gary when people come up to, when you come to the gym, right, and you come up to film and stuff. And if I can get Gary there or somebody, and I've seen him help people when they're doing their posing or filming. And matter of fact, last year there was one of the competitors that came up, and they were posing for us. And Gary's like, shut everything down. I'm like, shut the cameras off, do everything, shut it down, right? So he literally walks up to this competitor, and I'm there, Bill Sibilia is there, Tyler's there, and he goes, seriously, how the can you be in X amount of Olympias and still not know how to pose? I'm gonna revamp your posing. And in 30 minutes, he completely changed this pro competitor's routine. Literally step by step. He said, hand JM your phone, and he's going to take the pictures of you wrong, and then he's going to take the picture on your phone after I correct it for you. And within 30 minutes, this person's entire routine was changed. And he goes, all right, you can turn your stuff back on and film it. So he's not going to tell you this, but I'm going to tell you that. And the person was like, "Well, do you think I'm good to go?" And we're all like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." And Bill Sibilia, if you haven't met him, he's one of our judges too. He's sitting there not saying anything. We're like, "Bill, what's wrong?" He goes, "I've never seen anybody change not only the way their physique looks, but the posing within 30 minutes, and they're still 2 weeks out from a contest." It's because he did it. So if you want critiques or you want to learn things, right here, this is the guy. He's not gonna tell you that, so I'm gonna tell you that. Yeah.
All right, guys. So my turn. So I came from another country, guys. I'm from Dominican Republic, and I came to United States chasing the American dream. Well, tell to a doctor that is my mom that my dream is bodybuilding. She was always telling me, "No, you're too skinny. Leave that. Don't do that." But I never listened to her. I'm very hard headed. So she told me, "Why you doing this? You shouldn't be doing this right now. You should be going towards other stuff where you can make money." She used to say, and I said, "Mom, listen, you're a doctor, okay, but let me do what I want to do. This is what make me happy." And I did, and I started as a bikini competitor, and I was, killing myself trying to be bikini, putting my legs down. And even though, I wasn't winning because every time I was going on stage, I was also scary to show my body because the feedback always was that, oh, your legs were too big. So every time I went to stage, I had that in my head telling me, oh, your legs are too big. You have to pose somehow to show you to hide your legs. So I was worrying about hiding my legs, so I never was able to perform 100%. So I was also, I am always a Beth Jing, and I was also asking Steve always, Steve, please, when you guys bringing to NPC Wellness Division, I'm killing myself here. He said, you can do it, Lolly. I know you perfect for that division, but you can do it. You can be a bikini competitor. And I kill myself, and I was doing 3 hours cardio, and still he was telling me like 1 week before the show, no, you have to bring your legs more down. How I gonna do that? I'm only eating tilapia and asparagus and doing 3 hours of cardio a day. Seriously. But let me tell you, all that journey, it happened for a reason. God knows how everything He did. And look now with the wellness division right here. So I'm very happy they brought it in, the division finally to MPC. And we had a division for everybody.
How's it feel to make your pro debut April 30th? Pittsburgh Pro Wellness.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm very excited. I sent my coach. I sent some pictures this morning. He said, "What do you do?" I said, "I didn't do nothing. I just rest." Cause actually, guys, I'm working. When I'm back home, I'm working 7 days a week. I'm training girls from Monday to Friday. Saturday, I'm having girls for posting, and Sundays I have online coaching. So I'm working 7 days a week, but for me, it's not a day of work because I'm working in what I love to do. And it's amazing how we can change people's life with what we're doing. Not only with inspiration, we also healthy wise. I have people who have come to me and they have health problems and we change their life for a better. As somebody else said here before, everything we do here, if we do it to make other people, we became pro. We are all pros here. But if we can help others to be better, we create an amazing body. We make other people's happy as well. But let me tell you, for Pittsburgh, that's gonna be on fire. The stage. Okay, I'm coming ready. For me, I think I haven't been in my best yet. I think I'm bringing my best now. I'm bringing my best.
All right, so you're saying you're going to win it, right?
I'm winning Pittsburgh Pro.
Okay, and then in your backyard, two weeks after that, New York Pro.
Well, I already signed my contract. I will do Pittsburgh Pro, New York Pro, Chicago Pro. I'm a competitor. I love to compete. I love what I do. Even though I win, I lose, I always show up and I will bring my best.
Well, let's call it back-to-back wins, right?
Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Skylar Lanier. I'm an IFBB Bikini Pro, and how I got into bodybuilding was I was in a very mental and verbally abusive relationship. I found comfort in, of course, food. So I ate everything and anything I could, ate a family-sized bag of Doritos every day, didn't really care what I put in my body, had Chinese food 3 days a week. And I just really lost myself. I didn't know who I was. I was looking for um, self love and confidence in somebody else that wasn't treating me the way I should have been treated. And I really shouldn't be looking for self love or care in somebody else. I needed to find that in myself. And my best friend at the time, she had done a show and she was like, well, why don't you just give yourself a reason to lose weight? You know, you're not just going to lose it because you want to lose it. You should give yourself a goal. So my first ever show was Max Muscle, and I almost didn't walk on stage. We were, Stacia and Corey were in the back getting all the girls lined up and everything, and I about had a panic attack. I said, I'm not ready. I shouldn't be doing this. It was a fight the entire way with loved ones getting there, and I was like, I'm shouldn't be doing this. I'm not meant to be here. And then we all lined up backstage and the music was bumping and I just started dancing and I just got so calm. It was very weird and very surreal. It was just an overall calm feeling. And they called my name and I stepped 1 foot on that stage and I was like, I am meant to be here. I was like, I don't care what I have to do or how I'm going to do it. I'm going to compete until my body cannot compete anymore. And my love has just grown. I competed in 2018. I did the max muscle there. I won overall. I went to the Pittsburgh Pro NPC Championships. I took first place in my class, and then I went to the Junior USAs in 2018, and I won the whole damn thing and won my pro card. And then I got to the pros, and it was a whole nother ball game. I'm not gonna lie, I'm still at the bottom. I started from the bottom, and you will be damn sure I'm gonna work my way to the top. I will go to the Olympia. I will be one of the top bikini athletes. So what I have to say is just stay determined. It doesn't matter who is trying to put you down, who is telling you you can't make it, you're not meant to be there, you're not going to become pro because of this, and this reason. They're just hating. You keep that goal in your mind and don't ever, ever give up. Because if I gave up, I wouldn't be sitting here. I wouldn't have made a connection with my fiance and been a part of this amazing gym. I wouldn't be sitting amongst all these amazing people, all these amazing athletes, and talking to you guys. So there's a reason for everything, so just keep fighting for it.
Oh, hello. What's going on, everybody? My name is Charjo Grant, so I need y'all to help me out. It is Charjo. All right? I know nobody knows me. People say Charo. I'm not Charo, I'm Charjo. So if you could help a brother out, pass it on to the next person you hear say it wrong. But anyway, that's all fun and games. But 3 years as a pro. Well, it's my 3rd year bodybuilding. 2 years as a pro. I started bodybuilding. Had a similar story like Julia. And late 2017 in December, lost my dad in a tragic accident. So it was nothing that was we saw coming. He wasn't sick or anything. Perfectly healthy. Just a freak accident, and we lost him. So he was my best friend. So of course it devastated us all, myself included. Because he was my best friend. So immediately I had to figure out, hey man, you need to get your stuff together because I don't like the way you're thinking right now. So my parents, they didn't raise a quitter. So I had to figure out how I was going to work my way around this, this bad time. And immediately I chose bodybuilding. I had already had bodybuilding on my mind, but I wasn't sure if I really wanted to do it. And it took that to kind of force me into it, to save my mental. you know, because it was really a tough time. I started in January 2018 under the direction of Omar Ventura. We did our first show, uh, and I got second place. It was one of those two shows in one. Uh, Max Muscle Virginia State show. Placed second in my class in both of those on my very first show. And I just dedicated my whole what I'm doing now with bodybuilding. I'm dedicating it to my dad because it really drives me. I know that I'm gonna give it everything that I have 100% every time that I do it. So we went in, we placed second at that show. Then we went to Grand Prix, which is a Louisa's show. I won first place in my class. I missed the overall, but that was cool. We moved on. We were nationally qualified, and the very next show, my third show, which was North Americans. What a large show! That's a big show. um, but yeah, so here's the thing. So I'm out there. I feel good. I feel like I look the very best that I've ever seen myself. Of course, because it's my first year doing it, right? So every time you do a show, you're supposed to be progressing, getting better and better. So we did North Americans, and I made first call outs, and I'm like, my phone is blowing up backstage. What's going on? Congratulations, congratulations. What did I do? You made first call out. What's that? Very green to the bodybuilding world. Like I said, I started it to save myself. So I really didn't have a lot of knowledge of all the history of bodybuilding and how shows work and this, that, and the third. But I learned very quickly through friends and my coaches, the importance of these things that was happening to me because I had got fifth place at North Americans. I had decided that I was going to stop and shut it down because I felt like that I had did what I came to do. I dedicated this season to him. I actually I did well. I guess the judges liked my physique, so we did pretty well. So I thought that it was a win-win. But that judges feedback that I got, just a little bit more cardio, and you would have got a better place, and it didn't sit well with me. Being that I was a competitor, I said, nah. I talked to my coach, and I said, you know what? Let's do another one. So he said we talked about it and we decided that we wanted to do nationals in Miami. And at nationals in Miami, I got my pro card. So in 4 shows, I was able in 2018, I was able to start and earn my pro card at the end of the year, which was awesome. And then again, hey, pro card, what's that? And learning the proceduralness of earning your pro card, how sometimes it takes people a while, or sometimes they don't ever get it, but just for you to do what you've done, it says a lot about you. So once again, I just attribute it to my drive to save myself, being in a state of depression. So we sat out as I got my pro card. We sat out almost the entire year, and once again, another big show as a pro debut. What show you coming out, Charjo? How about let's do Tampa Pro? It's only the biggest show before the end of the season where everybody's there to qualify and get those last little bit of points to qualify for the Olympia. Yeah, all right. Well, let's see if I really belong out here. Let's do the Tampa Pro. So I go to Tampa Pro. I'm still NPC minded because this is my first show. So I go there. Uh, I think I made second call outs, and well, I didn't make first call outs. I guess it's over. So I'm gonna share a story that nobody knows. So after that, usually on the NPC level, if you didn't make that, that first call out, you're pretty much done. You can go home, go eat, or do whatever. So I didn't make the first call out, so that's what I did. I went to I went to a bar, got me a hamburger. Oh, I was going to town. I was eating, and then one of my good friends, Coco, she called me and she said, "Hey, when you coming back?" I said, "Coming back for what?" "Dude, you're a pro. You got to do finals." So I was like, "Oh my goodness!" So I had to. I mean, we had hours in between, but at that time, I thought I was done. Second call out, yeah, we did good, pro debut, and so I went back. And once we started finals, they started calling out names. They said, hey, if I call your name, top 10, you come over here. So they start calling out names, and they called my name. And right then and there, I started losing it because I'm like, what am I doing over here with you guys? Like, you can ask all those guys, at that Tampa Pro show that year. I was ecstatic backstage, and I'm like, what am I doing back here? What am I doing back here? This is my pro debut. I'm not supposed to be doing this. I'm not supposed to be doing this. But long story short, I ended up getting 10th place at my pro debut at one of the biggest NPC shows during the year. So we kept competing. Went to San Antonio Pro the very next weekend and got 5th. Oh, they really like the way I look, I guess. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. So long story short, for 2020 season, I did 10 shows. Yeah, in this amount of time. In between that, COVID hit, and I did every show after they started letting us compete after COVID, except border states. And I just kept getting good placing. I wasn't winning, but I kept getting good placements. And I was at the bottom of the points list from San Antonio, and I just slowly saw myself creeping up the charts. And I was like, we might can make this. And don't get me wrong. I'm like, if I make it to the Olympia, it's going to be a great thing. But that's not why I'm doing this. I'm not doing this to make the Olympia. I'm doing this to get my mind right and keep it right. So we ended up my 10th show. My last 2 shows, which was Battle of the Desert and Chicago Pro, which was the last 2 shows of the year. I finally did it. I cracked it, and I got consecutive second places. And that led me I was on the bottom of the list, and I ended the 2020 year number 1 on the points list. So that if you want it, you can get it. You just gotta really want it bad. My posing got better, and then I qualified for the Olympia. So it didn't hit me that I was on my prep for Olympia. It didn't hit me that I was really going to the biggest and baddest show in the world. I went into it like it was just another show. You're talking to somebody who did 9 shows. I'm like, all right, what I got to do next? Just follow my plan and get ready for another show. So I get to Olympia. People are like, how does it feel? How does it feel to be going to the Olympia? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how it feels. I feel honored to be up here or be going to the greatest show on earth, but it really didn't hit me. Once I got on stage, it hit me. And when I was backstage and I saw the other guys, that moment, I felt like I belonged. That's when I really felt like I belonged. So ended up placing 12th at my very first Olympia. So, God is good. And here I am. So thank you all for being here to hear our stories. Thank you for the viewers who are tuning in. And I hope you get some good things out of this to continue whatever you're doing with this sport. Thank you.
Hello? Yeah. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do a little bit. Hey guys, let's give these our panelists another round of applause, please. So what we're going to do right now, we are going to release some of our panelists, and we are going to have the divisions that we covered this morning have some Q&A. I know we have some specific things that we definitely need to touch before we let you guys go. So just give us a couple of minutes while we make that change. Okay, you guys can go ahead and go. Stand fast. So we got you. you want the women to stay, right? Or you just want Becky? Okay, Becky and Skylar, you guys can go. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it, bro. All right. You guys can go. Skylar, over here. We're gonna talk about. Just stick around because we got your division coming up, and we're gonna take pictures too. Hey, Loli, we're gonna take pictures. We gotta take. George. I was gonna do it at 2:55. I was broken from my young. Hey, that's good. So we might go over a little bit for the Q&A. Hey, where? I'll tell you what, we're gonna take a picture at the end, just our crew. We'll just take a picture of it in with our crew. Okay, that's what we'll do.
We can snap one real quick. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna take this picture real quick and then we go right to the Q&A, okay? Yeah. All right.
Again, thank you guys for coming to Victory and Posing. For all you tuning in live at tsgevents.com. If you did not already know, you can watch live on tsgevents.com. We are going to send it to our live panel discussion. Take it away, Gary.
Good afternoon. Thank you. So we touched on all the divisions with posing and presentation. And what we'd like to do now is deal with some of the nuances of every one of those divisions that we talked about. And we've got pros here, pro league head judge, pro athlete. So I'll pepper you guys with questions, and you can tell us what these athletes should look forward to. Let's talk in general first about bikini, wellness, and figure. There's so many similarities there. First, shoes. What do you recommend for athletes in those three divisions relative to shoes? Everything from what the shoes should look like to the height of the heels.
I typically recommend shoes with a 5-inch heel. 4 to 5 inches is what props you up appropriately to make you look good on stage. One thing to keep in mind about heels is that we wear heels to properly position our physique. So if you just want to wear straight, clear heels, that is totally fine. I know a lot of girls get really excited about all the bling. Sometimes too much is too much. So you don't want to distract us and have us just looking at your shoes. But if you want to, that's fine. Just make sure it's not too much. Platforms is a big no. I would say if you're already going with a 5-inch heel and then you add a platform, super hard to walk in. Plus, we can kind of see it when you're standing in front of us on stage. It's a little bit distracting. Straps versus no straps. I like to have heels that I could slip into because then I could kind of carry them around backstage and I wouldn't have to be like on my feet, like in my heels the entire time. For me, that works. I did use straps sometimes, but that's the reason I just chose the slip-ons because I could carry them around, throw them on before I got on stage, and be done with it.
Relative to the shoes, most importantly, they need to be able to walk in them.
Yes, and you need to practice walking in them. I would say start to wear them around the house, not just for the practice, but also to they're plastic, so they start to shape to your foot and become a little bit more comfortable, and also kind of like scuff them up on the bottom, so you're not like sliding or anything. But practice walking in those heels. They are different than regular heels, and you need to look confident and smooth. And we need to be noticing your physique, not how good or bad your walk is.
I would also practice walking on different surfaces. So practice walking on wood, practice walking in the grass, practice walking on your driveway or carpet. It's going to be better practice for you because you never know what kind of stage you're going to be on. I mean, if you've been to the show before and you know it's going to be the same type of setup from production-wise, then yes, but you never know. I'm on the East Coast, so I'm used to stages like this or wood or that black film. But when I competed over on the West Coast, I practiced for months on a carpet because all my shows were on carpet. And let me tell you, it is different. It is way different. You stick to it. There's no spinning around on your toe or anything. So practice, practice, practice on different types of surfaces.
So I think the advice to that is when you get to an event, like Skylar said, it might be this kind of floor. It might be sport court. It might be hardwood like the Pittsburgh. It might be indoor-outdoor carpeting like the North America. Before prejudging, get on that stage and try it. Do your stances and do your turns. Skylar, when it comes down to accessories, rings, bracelets, things of that nature, what do you recommend?
I like to keep it very simple. Personally, because I do have a sleeve with tattoos, I like to do a small bracelet because for me, I think because, I already have a beautiful design on my arm, I want a small dainty bracelet, and then I like a medium-sized cuff on my other one, and then I wear a smaller ring. I keep things very simple because I don't want my accessories to speak over my physique. Same with my suit. I want to wear the suit. I don't want the suit to wear me. I want to stand out. So everything has to be a collective, beautiful story.
So no chokers, no waistline,
no
ankle bracelets.
No.
We've seen some long, big bling going like this, up their arms.
No.
Ideally, if we remember their accessories, something probably went sideways. Would you agree? If we remember their accessories, it was probably too much. Even earrings, earrings should probably not travel down into their connectors.
Correct. I feel like if your earrings are getting caught on your connectors, they're probably a little too long, too big.
Serena from Olympia Tan. If Serena would come up. Let's talk about suit color and how you choose that. A myriad of colors. Which one do you choose when it comes time to start picking a suit for your event?
So along with my skin tone and my hair color, I personally like to stick to the deep colors. I obviously wear a deep purple, but my stones have a hint of blue in there. So I get a really good mixture of both dark colors. I definitely suggest talking to someone who does the whole package of presentation about going over your skin tone, especially someone who does suits, skin tone, hair color, because that does really matter. One time I was bleach blonde and I wore a bright red suit. It did not look good at all. And I go back to those photos and I'm like, what the hell was I thinking? And why did no one tell me that it looked that bad? Well, I mean, Jason did. Jason was the only person to tell me that it looked bad. But like, definitely consult with someone to go over proper skin tone matching with your suit and hair color matching with your suit.
So I think our experience has been that the deeper, darker colors work best. Deep blue, deep purple, deep green. And in particular, red. We've seen it can work. However, if it is a red suit, in fact, it has to be really deep, dark red to make it work. Yes. And you mentioned briefly about the stonage. We should not remember the stones. No. So these suit-colored stones seem to work so well.
Yes, and I even like, personally me, I like the AB stones because they do reflect different color, but not so much where it's distracting. Like my suit has a mixture of regular stones and the AB stones where it gives that dimension, but it's not distracting and taking away from my physique.
When it comes to hair and makeup and getting it done, I mean, so often these events, even though it's obviously a physique event, at some point in time, these events become beauty pageants of some sort. So how important is it to get the hair and makeup correct?
I think it's really important. It is, especially for these divisions we're talking about, it is half beauty pageant. And think about it, it's a subconscious thing. We see you, the overall impression needs to be of health, fitness, wellness, beauty, like all of that has to be together. And you have what, like a couple of seconds to create a first impression on someone? It works on stage too. So your hair should look healthy. However you wear it styled, it should look healthy. And a lot of times it takes, someone to help us with that. Your makeup should flatter you. Not only should your features jump out on stage, like we should be able to see your eyebrows, your eyes, your lips, and all these things. If, say, you get a little drawn, like you dye it and your face is a little harsh, your cheekbones are popping, you can have makeup artists who can help you with that. Make your face look a little fuller, which can really help you look healthy on stage. If you're someone like me who just hates doing their hair and makeup, it can be a real stress saver on the day of a show, which is why I invest in that. I'm like, you know what? I've done all the hard work. I'm going to pay to get my tan, my hair, and my makeup done because I know it'll be appropriate for stage, and always go with a makeup artist who does stage makeup, not just the MAC counter, not just someone who says, oh, I do makeup for weddings. It's not going to look right. It's not going to match the tan. So it's really important that you go with someone who's knowledgeable. And I would say I started doing my own makeup, as an amateur. I always brought stuff with me so I could touch up my own makeup. I think that's important too. Don't be beholden to the makeup artist's schedule. Know how to take care of yourself backstage if you have to. So have some products on hand. But I highly recommend getting professional help, even if it's just for one show to learn how to do it. It makes a huge difference on stage.
So, Skylar, we've seen situations where obviously short hair can work and win. However, if someone has long hair, and in your case, how do you make a decision between going long and straight or long and curly?
I've done both. I've done straight hair and I've done curly hair or wavy hair. And for me, it's about how do I feel with straight hair on stage versus how do I feel with wavy hair? I have naturally wavy hair. I don't have naturally straight hair. So for me, I felt more beautiful and more confident with wavy hair. It's just part of my personality. But it also looks great on my physique. You know, sometimes if I am, you know, coming in probably a little too hard, maybe I'll curl my hair to give me some bounce up here, to give me some curves. But if I need to wear straighter hair because I'm, you know, coming in a little softer, then I need to wear straighter hair.
Becky, as a head judge, can you talk briefly about suits and the fact that they need to fit?
Fit is very important. Your whole physique can change just by how your suit sits on your body. I think in bikini, particularly the bottoms, how do your bottoms fit? The way you wear your connectors on the bottom can really change how long your torso looks, what your waist looks like. And for sure, the same with wellness and with figure, pulling up your suit connectors on the side so that it sits even with your belly button. That's going to show off the smallest part of your waist. So you want a suit that A, you can wear like that, and B, that fits you like that. When I competed in figure, my figure suits fit me so well. I swear they like pulled my glutes up into place. Like that thing was on me. I could move and twist however I wanted to. It stayed on me and it framed my physique. It sat right where it needed to show my lats, kept everything together. And also you want to keep in mind how the suit is going to look when you diet down on stage. I think that especially at the local level and new people starting out, we start to see suits where they're a little too big. And yes, and connectors, that's a really good point, especially for bikini and wellness. I think you tend to do better if you stray towards thinner connectors, wouldn't you say? Like I think the thicker ones don't flatter every physique. Like you were saying, you want this to wear the suit. You don't want the suit to wear you. It should accentuate and be a part of your whole package. But if we're staring just at your suit, A, because it's too much, or B, because we're afraid of a suit malfunction that's happened where I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't even move this girl because her suit's going to pop off. Something's going to
Let's
happen.
talk about the connectors for a minute. You mentioned something. I think even depending on what your physique is, we've seen that a one-strand connector is too small. Two strands seem to work. You get up around 3 and 4, it becomes too thick. It can actually make your hips, change the look of your hips. But can you talk about the benefits of Bikini Bite and keeping your suit in place?
Bikini Bite, of course, I feel like that's always needed for figure. My suits were always rolling up in figure if I didn't bite it down. Same thing for bikini suits and bikini bottoms, just for the appropriateness, and you want to make sure that the suit is glued down with enough coverage. Especially on the amateur level, we are checking suits and making sure that it's appropriate for the stage. So Bikini Bite your suit in the front and the back. And then also on your tops, there's a lot of good videos out there for how to wear your top. One huge misconception is that you need to have implants or something on top to do well in the division. It's so not true. There are many successful girls without them, and there's a way to fill out your suit if that's the look that you want, and Bikini Bite is key for that.
So, Skylar, what has been your experience when you get ready and it's the last day and you're going to set up tanning, hair, makeup? What's your process for doing your face? Is there one spray tan and then do the rest with makeup, or what's your process?
Process as far as?
Spray tan and makeup.
So my process is I always make sure, well, I do it kind of excessively. A month out, I'll exfoliate in lotion because I really want a nice spray tan layer. I want my skin to absorb it. And then as far as makeup, I don't spray my face. I am very pale, but I do not spray my face. So I leave that for the makeup artist to match my neck.
So ideally, the makeup artist uses makeup to match
Correct.
the spray tan.
Correct.
And we've seen situations where someone did not make it match, and someone has that light bulb effect where their face is too bright, and it's really distracting for the judges.
Yes, that's actually happened. That happened to me at the Pittsburgh Pro. My face was too light. So always make sure that the makeup artist does know the lighting, because lighting is different everywhere you go. Everywhere.
I'd like to bring up, we have one of our experts with us from Olympia Tan. Serena, would you come up, please? This is Serena. One of our Olympia Tan is our one of our official spray tan hair and makeup providers in the Mid Atlantic zone. Um, they do the North America, they do the Masters Nationals, all the big time shows. So, how does it work with athletes? First of all, scheduling with you guys, and then how do you work it with what Skylar and I were just talking about relative to someone's face, whether they want a coat or not?
Okay, well, first of all, for scheduling, we do all of that off of our website. So it's olympiatans.com. We have, say, the list is on there. You can go on, pick your times, do all that. We do also always take walk-ins. So if it's last minute, you didn't get an appointment, do not stress. You can always come to us. We're always open and available, and of course, willing to help everybody through anything. Hold it up more. Sorry. And when it comes to faces, honestly, that's mostly personal preference. So, of course, for men, I always recommend spraying the face with both the base and the bronzer, or else you will have the bulb effect, unless you're getting your makeup done as a guy. For girls, it's very hit or miss. Like Skylar here does not spray her face. I always do. I just kind of like it for personal preference. Some makeup artists, though, do not like it. So you also want to ask your makeup artist specifically what they prefer, because I don't know all the makeup artists, off the top of my head. I don't know what they prefer. They will usually tell you, just make sure that you ask.
So you guys are, if you're the official tanning provider at a contest, what's the general process, starting with Friday night?
So starting with Friday night, we do 2 coats of base. So that has to stay on overnight, develops about 4 to 6 hours, no rinsing whatsoever. And especially when you come down first, no deodorants, no lotions. You want to make sure everything is shaved. And women, yes, that means your arms and your back as well. I know that can scare a lot of girls, but tanner will always stick to hair first. It will always stick first, and it will be so much more of a hassle. We use little paint rollers. I will have to roll your entire body. It will take forever. It will not dry, so just shave everything. So you just sleep overnight. I recommend cotton is always best. It will stain the sheets, so any hotel that you're going to, make sure that you bring sheets because they do not like that. Next morning, you'll come back early in the morning, or I guess it'll depend this year given the different
Let's just go back for a second, because we have a lot of true novice athletes who have not done this yet. So they make an appointment. Their scheduled appointment is 4 p.m. Friday. They show up. They see you. What happens?
So basically, as soon as you see me, you'll step right into my spray tent. We'll do your 2 coats of base.
So you do 2 coats, bang, bang.
I like to do back-to-back, yes. I think it just sets everything a lot better. Some of the girls are different, though, so they like to have the first coat dry a little bit. Me personally, over my experience in doing this, I found doing them both as they're wet and they can blend together just makes for a much better, smoother color.
So if someone does that at Friday evening and they're back again and they're scheduled to compete at noon, when do they see you?
We will always give you the schedule for Saturday morning, Friday night. So it depends on the show. It depends on what time that you're going to be there, especially this year with some of the shows being at different times than they have been in the past. So we'll always clarify that, and then you'll come in your block of time. So we divide it up by division. So like if you're bikini, and you're on first, we're going to have you in first. So there's never going to be that, kind of discrepancy of like, oh no, my tan is last, but I go on first. We're never going to let that happen. So we'll always plan that ahead. And then if anything happens as well, like if you have your hair and your makeup appointment at the same time when you're supposed to come, just let us know. Just open your mouth, talk to us, please. I know, like, for true novice competitors, it might be scary, your first show. Like, we're all here, and we're all here to help you guys. So, yeah, everyone is flexible and supportive. Like, even, the shows here at the Shop Gym. Ask Skylar, ask Jason, all of us around are here to help you. The explanator's Gary, there's everybody to ask questions to. Please do not be afraid to do so.
So please speak briefly about that coat that takes place Saturday morning. In your system, it's the one that really creates the color.
Yes. So when you come on Friday night for the base coat, that is not dark. Sorry, the base coat is not dark. It will develop overnight. So especially you new competitors, you might go back and look in the mirror and be like, oh, this isn't good. Or your coach is going to be like, wow, you're way too light. Trust me, you will be light. But when you come back Saturday morning, that coat is just exponentially darker. That is the color that you need for the stage. And trust me, once you see that, you won't be concerned that you're too light, because we will make sure of it.
So then now they get to the event. They're backstage getting lined up. And I've seen you guys back there, and you're doing some kind of a glazing process. What is that?
Yes, so we do, like she said, was talking about the bikini bite and the glaze. So that is for everyone before you go on. Men don't really use bikini bites. Some do, though. But so for all the women, I usually recommend, like she said, just to get the bikini bite, especially in the back, because you never know what could accidentally pop up. A lot of women need it for the top as well, and then everyone needs a glaze. Absolutely everyone. You can see us standing up here right now. Your matte skin, you're really not going to see anything on stage. It's going to take away a lot of your definition from the judges. So just to get a very light sheen from us. Also, you don't want to overdo it. It's a tight, tight little balance there, because it can turn reflective. I've been overshined, not by any of our people, but it's a delicate balance. But both are absolutely needed for women and men for their shine, especially before going on stage. And then we'll fix your tan there as well. So after the bronzer in the morning, if anything happens, if it's raining, you get drips, bathroom accidents, whatever happens, we are there to fix it. We stay all day until the last person steps off stage.
So, correct me if I'm mistaken, but Olympia Tan's one of the few tanning providers that actually does the glazing bikini bite process for every single athlete, no matter what.
Yes. Yeah, we always take care of everybody. The color, now doing touch-ups, that's a little bit different. If you use like a local salon or a different brand of color, we cannot mix colors because you never know what will happen. It's the skin chemistry, the chemistry in the brands, the colors itself. So like if you use, a salon color, mixing it with ours, you could turn green, it could splotch. We will not, we won't even chance that happening for you. So if you use our service, we will take care of all of that. If you don't use us, the bite and shine will be taken care of. We won't let anyone go out on stage looking like a mess.
Becky brought up a good point. No matter what someone's skin tone is, how light or how super dark, still a good idea to get color.
Absolutely. Even, yes, very, very pale. Obviously, of course, that needs to be seen. Even the very darker complexions. The color brings out a different complexity in your skin that you just can't get without the color. So I know even people that are darker complected, you might think that you don't need it. Trust me, even just one coat, it will just bring out the natural beauty of your skin on stage for the judges to see.
So there's a real protocol to what people should do the week leading into the event, or when do they start to prepare their skin for you guys?
Well, that can really be, that's up for debate, I guess. I like to recommend what Skylar does. Typically 4 weeks out, especially for men, like if you're going to shave for the first time, please do not shave the first time the day before your show. I've seen so many guys come up with, cut up backs, cut up arms and legs. You have leg hair, please take your time to get rid of it properly. Don't rush the process. I've seen some horror stories. Let's just put it that way.
Relative to that shaving, razors or things like Nair or things like that, is that a good or bad idea?
So Nair is okay. I would say not the day of or the day of or the day before, just because it can leave some chemicals on your skin that can react to the color, even the next day. So typically razors are the best way to go. If you yourself know that you work really well with a product like that, I'd say you could give it a try. But again, just mixing any sort of chemicals is kind of a touchy subject. I would just go as bare as you possibly can.
So I think the website is olympiatan.com, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
You can reach you guys right through there, and appointments and like that.
Yep, and our Instagram as well. You can always message us, email us. The website is Mike Kamdar is our boss. He's absolutely amazing. We'll answer any questions.
Obviously, you've got a hair and makeup division, and they work right closely with you, so it all just kind of flows.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, very seamless.
Good to go. Thank you, Serena. Thank you. Anything else on wellness?
As far as appearance and stuff?
How much more time you guys need? How much more?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to Victory in Posing.
So to touch a little bit more on makeup, really go home and make sure you play with colors that are good for your eyes. So for me, I have green eyes. I cannot do black and I cannot do silver. I can do earthy tones, browns, mauve colors. And then for me, I know when I smile on stage that, my eyes get smaller. So I don't go with a thick lash. So it's not distracting there. So really make sure that you go home and you play with what works for you so you can also communicate that to your makeup artist, regardless if you are novice or not. Everyday life, you should see what colors work best for you and then communicate that with your artist, and then she will go back to you and say, okay, well, because of this, this, and this, let's do this. What do you think?
I'd say if you're looking for ideas for your look, look to the pros for the style of suit, what accessories they're wearing, what shoes they're wearing, like their overall look, their hair and their makeup. Those that obviously they're successful. They're winning with that. Sometimes we see girls, especially novice, they show up with a suit they really love. It's like baby pink and it's blinged out and they're wearing a choker and they love what they're wearing, but that is not necessarily what's going to frame your physique best for us when we're judging you. So I would say look at the athletes who are successful and look for the themes. I did that myself before social media was out there. What kind of shoes are these pros wearing? What kind of jewelry are they wearing? And look for something like that because it's obviously working for them. It's complimenting them. There's a reason why that look is successful. So when you're looking for ideas, look what's doing well on the pro stage versus maybe picking something that you just absolutely love but you've never seen on stage before. That's kind of too big of a risk.
Yeah. And as far as hair color, don't use my hair right now as an example because if I could have blue hair on stage, I totally would. But go with a more natural hair color. I've literally tried every single hair color. I've been bleach blonde, white hair. I've had black hair, light brown hair. And then I just went with my natural hair color. And that's when I obviously started to place better. So along with other things. But just go with a hair color that is more natural to what you already have. And that goes well with your skin tone as well.
So I'd like to touch on some of the men's divisions coming up next. But one thing that's common thread through men and women is tattoos. And I believe Serena would mention that we recommend you do not cover your tattoos. Our experience has been that if you try to cover them, they come out super dark or light gray. So they diminish your look. And frankly, we don't judge people down for tattoos anyway.
We don't even notice them. If we're seeing your entire package up there and your physique and your shape, like you said, I think it almost makes you look blurry. If you've got the tattoo cover up, it kind of sinks into your skin like as a bodybuilder, almost thickens your skin, makes you look a little more watery. So I would say totally forego it. And we've had, even in bikini, we've had a couple of girls win overalls like at national shows with a full sleeve. Yeah, so it totally doesn't make a difference to us. It's not a negative.
I've never once covered a single tattoo on my body, and it's never hurt me in any way. And for the longest time, even my coach, Kim, didn't even know I had a sleeve. And he asked me maybe like a couple months ago, he was like, "Is that new?" And I was like, "No, Kim, I've actually had this for like 4 years now." Yeah. No one ever notices, no.
When it comes to the men's divisions, bodybuilding, classic, men's physique, your suit must fit. It's probably the biggest thing we've run into because obviously if you're dieting down, if your suit doesn't fit as well as it did weeks before, suddenly you walk on stage in men's physique and your suit is riding too low. And this is a family affair, and that can't take place. So your suit in men's physique should ride up just under your obliques. No one needs to see it ride too low in the back or in the front. It's not attractive, and it will diminish your look. We see guys pulling them down because they think that's just sexy, and it's not. And it will diminish your look, and your placing will be affected by that. So please help us pick you by wearing something family-friendly. We've seen darker colored suits work best because, and one way to check it out is if you got a suit you're looking at and you've seen it on a pro or someone, if it's bright all you can do is go like this, take a picture, show it to someone like that, and ask them, what did you see first? If they saw the suit first, that may be a problem for you because we shouldn't have to fight past your suit to get to your physique. So consider a darker background, please. Again, it has to fit. Men's bodybuilding, the little scrunchy mankini suits, don't wear them. They just suck the whole way around. And every one of us hates it. You want them to wear little scrunchy things? Wear them down to Virginia Beach. Not on this stage, please. That's why we ask you, And Tony will tell you at our check-ins, wear your competition suit to check-ins. And we will tell you there whether it's cool in the gang or not. And if it's not, please bring a second suit. And I know you all have a second suit. We were at the North America. Some guy came out with some little something. I don't know what it was. And they go, "What do you think?" I go, "Oh, hell no. This is Jim Mannion's stage. Are you crazy?" And he goes, "Well, I don't have another suit." I go, "I'll bet you got another suit." It's funny how one appeared by magic. David Copperfield must have been there. That suit just appeared. No. So bring another suit. If you have any questions, please bring another one. In Classic Division, it's a 4-inch width in men's Classic. The black suits. If they're super duper shiny, it may detract from your look. We should not see your suit first. Please help us pick you. Any accessory, anything on you should amplify your look, not detract. Skylar and Becky talked about Bikini Bite and the benefits of that. If in fact your suit is riding loose and men's physique, bring Bikini. They have Bikini Bite in the back. They can use it on you. It's a home run. Bring duct tape. Bring pins. Bring something to keep that thing in place. Because if it come out and your rear end is hanging out, see ya. It's going to diminish your physique. Please help us pick you. You have a great physique. In men's physique especially, would you agree that the biggest problem is too much movement?
Yes. Flapping arms. That's what you're talking about, right? The movement. Yeah, but yes, the big wind up and then the never stopping. Yes, it's so cringeworthy. It really is. It doesn't help at all, and it is distracting. When I see people
in defense of the guys, sometimes you notice for some guy it's a settling mechanism.
Yeah.
And I get that.
Yeah.
And all that takes is someone calling him out in practice and saying, "My man, control, please."
Yeah.
Some guys do it because they want to be noticed.
Right. And that's the misconception, is that that's going to help us notice you in a good way. No, that's bad. There was some show where everyone on the diagonal was doing something like this. It was like windmills on the diagonal. And I'm trying to focus on the call out. And I was just like, that is not the kind of attention you want to draw from us. So hit your pose. Doesn't have to be all this fanfare. Just hit it and don't distract.
You as a judge, I guess what you would like to see is a guy in a great stance and hold that.
Yes.
That way you can assess him. It's a home run for him,
Yes.
home run for you. If they're moving around too much, I got Rod Smith next to me saying, "Can you get this cat to stand still?"
Yeah, if we can't even see your physique at all because you're doing too much movement, it totally negates the point. And I think sometimes people are so worried about having this presentation. It's almost like a dance routine that they never settle into a pose for us to even see their back. And they're constantly shifting and torquing their physique, and you don't ever see them straight on. You don't see their back at all. You have no idea what's going on with them. Don't worry about all the finesse. Worry about your basic poses to show yourself off well, and then put it together with some transitions. But the poses should be first and foremost.
The biggest thing, just to repeat, please make sure your suit fits. You can take a great physique, you walk out, your suit doesn't fit right, and it diminishes your look. For bodybuilders, again, your suit should ride up just under your obliques. We see guys come out and their suit is riding very low, and when in fact what that does is makes you look long-waisted. Ride it a little bit higher under your obliques, and you look thicker and wider. So, Tony, I think you want to move on to some divisions, and we're good to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for coming to Victory in Posing. Here in a second, we're going to start our men's portion of tonight. Again, if you guys did not know, you can watch this live on tsgevents.com. Again, that is tsgevents.com. Thank you guys for tuning in live. All COVID-19 precautions are being taken here at the gym today. Again, we appreciate everybody being here, making this event as successful as it is. Again, we are getting started here in just a few.
Sound check. Yes, 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 yes. Good afternoon, everyone. So I know we're running 30 minutes behind. Bodybuilders, don't worry about it. We got you. We'll take care of you. I want our bodybuilders to go to stage left. If you have not picked up a number, we have our numbers over here to your left. And then we need for our bodybuilders to line up.
Once again, everybody, if you are planning on posing today on stage, please grab a number by the purple truss arch at the front. If you're planning on stepping on stage, grab a number by the purple truss arch at the front of the facility. Otherwise, thank you guys for tuning in live. We appreciate all the support. We're getting started here in just a minute.
Bodybuilders, can I please get all bodybuilders over here by the mirrors? Go ahead and strip down to whatever you feel comfortable in posing over here by the mirrors. And make sure you got a number from the front. All bodybuilders over by the mirrors, please.
Again, thank you for coming to Victory in Posing. If you did not know, you can watch this live on tsgevents.com. That is tsgevents.com. We're getting started here with the men's portion in just a second. If you are a bodybuilder, grab a number and head over stage left by the mirrors. We're going to get the show on the roll. Thank you guys again for watching live. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Victory in Posing live here in Ashburn, Virginia at the Shop Gym. Again, if you are not watching live, you can watch live on tsgevents.com. That is tsgevents.com. And now we're going to go into the one, the only, everybody, men's bodybuilding. Again, if you are not already watching live, tune into tsgevents.com. That is tsgevents.com. All COVID safety protocols are being taken here today at the gym. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in today, attending in person, making events like this happen. Without you, this would not be possible. Again, we are about to start men's bodybuilding. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Becky and Gary. Now, men's bodybuilding.
He'll be back. He'll be back this year. So you up here with George Peterson, criteria, and got like hey, how you doing? Glad to see you, man.
Hello. So we're back. The one and only George Peterson and my man, Jerry Ward. We are lucky to have him. So next up, I believe, is bodybuilding. And for all of us, it's a passion. That's where we got our start. It was our foundation. Presentation is everything. I mentioned earlier in that panel discussion, it's how I won contests with bad genetics. I'd be hard as a rock, in shape, and posing my rear end off, and beat guys who were posing bad. So it's everything. So when I see guys like this come up, pardon me if I get ramped up. This is my favorite division. For all of us, this is where we got our start. And the key to these guys and what we'll push them to do today is to pose hard today. So guys, warm up your shoulders a little bit, elbows, shoulders. What we don't want to do is snap something today because it's going to get a little crazy. I mean, George, let's talk about this. So you've been on the top stage, and you're there and in shape and posing, and you're next to some maniac who's killing it too, and presentation becomes big.
Absolutely. At that point, presentation becomes everything because presentation is what can set you apart from the rest. The way you present yourself, the judges will pick up on it right away. You'll come out on that stage and you'll look like the winner right off the bat, and that's what can really set you apart. If let's say if you and everybody looks great, everybody's on, everybody's in shape. What can set you apart from the rest? And that's the way you present yourself in a professional manner, be able to hold your poses. The judges can see that you've been working, practicing, and that's what really can put you over the top.
So how many years did you compete as a bodybuilder?
As a bodybuilder, it was 20 years.
20 years?
20 years. I started in 93.
So you spent a whole lot of time practicing posing.
Not as much as I should have, knowing as a judge what I know now. But yeah, towards the end of my competition career, it was literally 45 minutes to an hour every day leading up to a show.
Sure. Figuring out muscle control, contraction, muscle isolation, and getting in this idea of posing shape.
Posing shape, but also learning how to hide your weaknesses and show your strengths. Like, you were actually the one that told us that you can create lines with poses. So if you get on stage and you have maybe a wider waist, you can kind of twist to the side a little bit with your front double bicep. It creates lines, so it's not so straight up and down. So now your taper would look a little bit better than it did. You might be able to beat one of those other guys that may have a better taper, but you now have better lines.
George, here's something we used to run into many years ago. 20 folks would come into Pittsburgh to see Jim Mannion, to get assessed and get his critique leading into the biggest show in the Olympia and or the Arnold. And he'd call me up and say, hey, so-and-so is coming down today. Come down. And the guy would be in JM's photo studio up on a little podium. And Jim's putting him through his paces. And I say, what's he doing? And Jim would say, help him. Because I think the guys tended not to practice posing year-round.
Right.
What about you?
Well, I definitely emphasize practicing posing year-round because another thing about practicing your posing is not only does it, build up your posing endurance where you'll be able to hold your poses longer, but posing is also like another form of cardio. When you pose and pose and pose, you'll sweat, your whole body gets pumped, and it actually helps make your physique harder than it would if you wasn't practicing your posing.
So if you haven't practiced posing hard, it's not like you can get on stage and just turn on that switch and do it without sucking wind.
Absolutely, and especially at the top level, the judges will work you, and if you haven't been practicing your posing, it will show.
Well, we have the benefit of having Jerry Ward now as one of our head judges, along with Teresa and Rod, and that's what they do. Even here in the DMV, they work folks. And first time Jerry head judged one of our shows, I knew it'd be a home run. He's been at this as long as any of us, and it was funny to watch. As soon as the guys came on stage, he kicked into head judge mode and worked their rear ends off. So it was funny to watch. I mean, how was that for you?
Head judging is definitely different than regular judging. But as you go through the ranks of even judging, you learn more and more. And one of the things that I learned also is somebody may look good 12 weeks out posing, but if you don't continue that posing as you get closer to the show, your physique changes. So the closer you get to the show, you should be posing every single day because there are mornings you wake up, you don't look the same the day before. So if you're going to adjust your posing and you've only, really haven't put an effort into it, towards the end, towards the show, and you're not adjusting the poses where you need to, you may be in posing shape where you're cardio fit, but now your physique looks different on stage. So someone will come off stage and say, what do you think I should do? I say, adjust the posing. But I've been posing the whole time. When did you really start kicking into the posing? Well, 12 weeks out. Did you pose every day leading up to it? Well, not really, because I was already in shape. Well, now you have to readjust them because your physique is different. Like, there's so many aspects of this sport that go into it to make you successful. But if you don't pose correctly, we can't judge you if we don't see the way that you look.
George, would you talk about, now that you're in the 212s, color of trunks?
Oh, well, when it comes to the color of trunks, I think it's important to pick a color that complements your physique, your skin tone. Like say me, for example, I look very good in red trunks. I look very good in purple trunks. That's usually the color that I would go to. So I think it helps. You stand out more if you're wearing a color that really pops on you. It's just kind of like when you buying clothes, regular clothes to wear in the street. You pick items of certain colors that you feel like looks good on you. So it's the same thing with posing trunks, I believe.
Talk about pumping up.
Well, pumping up, you don't want to overdo pumping up. That's I believe in that. I believe because the work is already done. You're not going to put on any more muscle than you already have in those seconds before you go out on stage. So you just want to do a few push-up, calisthenics, push-ups, maybe pull-ups. If you have a resistance band, a couple of lateral raises, just to get the blood flowing. But you don't want to overdo it because I think a lot of people try to overdo the pump up.
I recall a gentleman, Edgar Fletcher, from way back in the day, would do a full-blown, entire full-body workout prior to. And then obviously did not look as good as he did the day before. So sometimes that can get in the way a little bit too much.
Yeah, it could definitely get in a way. It could affect the way you end up, looking on stage, like you said, with Edgar Fletcher, who had an amazing physique. When I see pictures of Edgar Fletcher, I'm like, wow, look at this guy. He's crazy looking. I mean, his physique looks like he could, be top Olympian right now, but it's little things like that you have to be careful with. Like anything in bodybuilding or anything in life, you don't want to overdo something. I understand, you really want to make sure you're on and your muscle, you feel your muscles. But like I said, at that point, the work is already done. When it's that day of the show and you're backstage and you're about to go on, you want to do very little. It's very little to get the blood flowing. And the same thing even goes with the things that you eat, maybe eating backstage. You don't want to, I've seen people back there just, gorging all types of stuff because they think it's going to make them look better on stage. And that's a mistake.
Talk about, from the perspective of the judge, what mistakes do they make on stage?
Well, mistakes that you wind up making on stage is usually posing and presentation. If you're going to be on stage presenting your best physique, you need to know how to hide your weaknesses. So if you get on stage and you show us all your weaknesses and these other individuals are showing their strengths, it's going to make you look twice as bad. I think posing really is the missing key to a lot of people when they get on stage. You don't do enough posing, they're not comfortable with it, it doesn't flow. And, I think the gym itself is where people really like to be and they want to compete, but they forget that aspect. Like, they're comfortable in the gym and they're like, well, I know enough to get on stage and I can hit the mandatories. Well, what happens is if you have two people standing side by side and it is literally neck and neck, and one is very polished with their posing and they go through their quarter turns and they look like they're supposed to be on the Olympia stage, they're going to beat that other guy. That's going to give them the edge. So the posing can literally be your edge between first and second place.
Guy was before your time, but you would remember the guy from Hawaii, Chris Faldo. Chris Faldo, F-A-I-L-D-O. Those of you punch him up on the internet, Chris Faldo from Hawaii. They called him the Hawaiian Hurricane. A little bit blocky, a little wide-waisted, middleweight, and stole contests right before my very eyes because he was posing so hard, every fiber was coming out that was not coming out in the guy next to him. So I mean, this is something you put a lot of time into, George.
Well, sorry, repeat that. For the time that so repeat the what was the question now, Gary? I'm sorry. The time that I put in for the actual posing. Well, when it comes to the time that I put in, actually, I'll give you a story on that. It was for the 2019 Mr. Olympia, and it was 24 hours out from the show. I still had to cut some weight to make weight because I was in classic physique at this time. But I basically posed my way to making weight. There was an Airbnb I was staying in at the time, and they had this garage. And as soon as you walked into the garage, it was like you walked into a sauna. And I did all my posing in that garage, like for, it felt like hour sessions. And by the time I'm done, I was soaking wet. There was a puddle of water on the floor. And I ended up making weight at that, just from posing the weight off and the water weight off. And on top of that, as I mentioned, it helped my physique get so much harder that for that show, that was like the best look I ever had in my classic physique run. And I know that posing had all that time put into posing puts a major effect on that. And when it comes to days leading up to the show, the weeks leading up to the show, I emphasize a lot of my time in posing. As soon as I wake up in the morning on an empty stomach, I'll go right in front of the mirror in my house and I'll pose. I'll pose for maybe about 30 minutes, 40 minutes possibly sometimes. And even at night before my last meal, I'll go through another posing round and for another 30 to 40 minutes so I can sweat because it's just a key factor that you don't want to leave out.
Tony, would you like to bring these victims up here, please? That's right. I said victims. I said it. My prediction, pain. Good to see you guys.
How you doing, Gary?
So I'd like to start with the relaxed round. Clearly, this round is not going to win the show. However, you don't want to shoot yourself in the foot. And it's just another pathway to that first call out, that all-important top 5. So, gentlemen, what I would suggest to you is this. If you're doing this, you have someone videotape you every week or every couple of weeks. And when you do these poses, please try some variations. My point is this. What do you weigh today? 194. When will you compete?
When?
Yeah. So end of August, what do you expect to weigh there? 180, another 15-pound loss. So your body will look appreciably different at that time, which means the posing will be different. So you've got to try different ways, and I'm going to show you some variations. There's no exact one way to do this. I would never suggest that. I would just suggest please try all the variations, and somewhere in there is the right pose for you, especially as your body continues to get better as you get ready for your show. Gentlemen, hit your favorite front relax, please. All right. Posture is king here. There's limits to what you want to do with your hands. Let's drop these a little bit, please. Sometimes if your arms are too wide, it can take away from the look of your lats. So his hands are like this. It takes up a lot of space. Now your eyes tend to go to his lats maybe. Let's bring this way. Stand up. Arch. Bring this to me, please. Arch. Like that. So sometimes if you bring your arms down and closer, it brings more emphasis to your V-taper and your lats. So this thing, This should hurt in your low back. Arch. Arch. You don't have to press down on this pose. There's an abdominal pose coming down the line that you can show your abs. Not here. Now, when you do this quarter turn to the right, your upper body's on a gyroscope. These guys got some serious muscle. So you don't have to create lines in these traps and delts. So all you do is turn your feet that way and twist your body this way on a gyroscope. Don't overdo it. Just simplify it. Quarter turn to the right. And just rotate. Exactly. Home run. Absolute home run. Drop this down. Arch. Good. Rotate some more this way. Shoulder down. Nice. Yeah. Next up, quarter turn to the rear. Wide back, arch, posture. Chin up, gentlemen. Your posture will follow your head. Arch. Arch. Nice. Good. Quarter turn to the right, please. Okay, gentlemen, face front. Here's what I'd like you to do in your preparation. Face front, guys. For the hell of it, for the video, for the photos, put your heels together. Heels together. Just try it. Get a video of it. You can decide whether you like this or not. If you don't try it, you'll never know. What it does do is it creates a natural V taper. Go ahead back the other way, guys. Set your feet the way you otherwise would. Okay, relax. So this hurts like hell. Got to get in posing shape. Please. Get in posing shape. Come on stage and your stomach's going in and out because you suck in wind. It diminishes your look. Help us pick you. All right. Every pose is built from the bottom up. Legs first, then pose. Comments, George?
I put them through the poses. All right. Want to do front double bicep. Right. Everything starts from the ground up. Legs first and then top.
Gentlemen, tuck your thumbs in. Tuck your thumbs in. Gentlemen, tuck your thumbs in. To make your bicep look bigger. Sweep this up so that your biceps are above your shoulders. It'll make them look bigger. I guarantee it. Relax. So let's do it again. When you do this, tense your thighs, sweep up, thumbs are tucked in, elbows are swept up, your biceps are above your shoulders. Front double bicep.
Legs first.
Gentlemen, relax. Next up, we're going to go into a front lat spread. Now, the finish to this pose is in your pecs. It's a front lat spread, but you need to finish in your pecs. Like George said, legs first, please. Gentlemen, front lat spread.
Flex the legs. Then up top.
Squeeze those pecs. Pecs. Squeeze them. You do them, I guarantee you're the only one on stage doing them. Relax. On the next one, the goal is fight the urge to squat down too far. Guys will squat down real far on the side chest, thinking it helps their hamstrings. It diminishes your look. It doesn't help your hamstrings enough to offset what it did to your total package. Fight the urge to squat down too far. Gentlemen, side chest.
I can say the one thing about this the side chest pose is you always want to make sure you're squeezing the outside leg up against the back leg to really make the hamstring pop.
Relax. When you do this, you're squeezing the pec away from the judges, not this one. You want this one to be full and round. Try this again. Make sure you pull that bicep back. Get the most out of that bicep peak. Relax. Next up, we're going to go to the rear. Turn to the rear. Wide back, please. Wide back. Help the judges pick you. That's sucked all the way around. Make a quarter. Turn back to this side again. So when you make this turn, if you make the turn and you slouch, see ya. You've got to help us pick you, please. And if you slouch, you look less than your best.
That's right. Keep it tight all the way through. All the way through. Keep it tight.
Posture is king.
Keep it tight all the way through.
Are we good? Are we good, Rod? In the DMV, you better be good. So the deal, like George said, is you've got to keep this tight. As you make that turn, you should already be wide. If you turn and then get wide, too late. I've already seen you. Do not let me see you look less than your best. I'm just going, up, okay, move on. Some cat shows up here, a home run every pose. I'm like, great, let's look for second place. Help us pick you. I'm fired up. These guys are great bodies. Look at these guys. You kidding me, man? Look at the guys we got in this damn lineup, man. It's going to be a hell of a year. It's going to be a hell of a year. So when you make this turn, you got to get wide first, then turn. Chin up, please. Chin up, guys. Quarter turn to the right.
Stay big. Stay big.
Face the rear. Wide back. Outstanding. Now here's the deal. First thing you're going to do is set your foot. Squeeze your calf and hamstring. Set that foot. Squeeze your calf and hamstring first, gentlemen. Put that foot back. Put that foot back. Hit your calf and hamstring first. Set that calf and hamstring, gentlemen. Calf and ham. Set that calf and hamstring back. We're going to do a rear double bicep. You got to set your feet first. Can you rear double by now? Yes, sir. Set that foot first. This comes up. The finish to this is you torque these wrists back and look at the musculature here. Torque it back. Squeeze it. Outstanding. Squeeze it. If you can feel it, they can see it. Relax. George, let's talk about where you like to see their foot placement. Set your foot for this first. So what do you like? Where do you recommend he puts that foot?
Me in particular, I recommend when you put your foot back to turn the back leg out just a little, not too much, just a little, so it gives the hamstring one pop there.
Here or over that way a little bit?
I would say a little bit more that way, just a little, not too much.
The key being not too wide because you don't want to take away from shoulder width.
Exactly.
Double bicep, gentlemen.
Boom.
Hit that calf and hamstring. Squeeze it. Torture this. Come on. Squeeze. Relax. Next up, same deal, rear lat spread. However, instead of just going into one, let's think Dorian Yates. Slam your shoulder blades back completely. Jam them back. Flex your triceps. Flex your tris. Open like this. You start like this. Think Dorian Yates. Narrow, dense, ridiculous. Then you set your hands in your waist and go, boom! Keep going. Keep going. Woo! Relax. I don't know. You can do it sedentary if you want to. You can do it pedestrian if you want to, or not. I know what Rod Smith would say. Rod Smith trains big guys. I'll see what they do. Gentlemen, rear double bicep, rear lat spread. Rear lat spread, chest up, chest up. Chin up, chest up. Chin up, chin up, chin up, chin up. Uh-huh. Wide, come on, wide, wide. Oh, you don't want to go the whole way. Uh-huh. Why not? Uh-huh. Outstanding. Open up, open up. Woo! Relax, relax. Maybe you don't want to show just how wide your back is. I don't know. I'd like to. Been doing lat spread. Been doing pull downs all year to build this. So how about showing it? Why not? It's a hell of a group of guys right here, G.
It's official.
All right, let's do that one more time, please, with emphasis. Let's do it with verve. Verve. That's right, I said it. It's the bodybuilding division, man. Chest up, uh-huh. Yeah, chest up, uh-huh. Nice, that's elevated. That's cool. Open, brother. Open, my man. Chest up, please. Chest up, chest up, chest up. Good job, relax. Gentlemen, relax. Does anybody need a drink of water? Don't need nobody passing out. Does anyone need water? All right, next up. Next up, we are going to go to side tricep. However, you got to remember, these judges are watching your abs intently. Ever since the Raleigh fiasco, we're watching abs. So, you got to have your abs under control. When you turn to do this side tricep, it's in fact an abdominal pose. Every one of you got side tricep, the home run. But you've got to kill these abs. So at the same time you push down, you crush your abs. Here we go. Side tricep, gentlemen. Bang. Ha! Push down. Get the air out of there. Get the air out. Push down. Push down. Bang. That's it. Huh. Yeah, it's going to be a good year. It's going to be a good year. Relax. Outstanding, gentlemen. Comments, G?
Next one.
So, fellas, remember, every single pose, like Gary said, we're looking at your triceps and your abs. Every single pose is a whole body pose. Check. Every single pose is a whole body pose. We're looking at your quadriceps. We're looking at your hamstrings, your abs, your obliques. We're looking at everything in a side chest, an abdominal. It doesn't matter what pose it is. We look from top to bottom at your whole body all the time. That's why you need video, to see what you are and aren't flexing, what you are and aren't twisting. So record yourself, right? Watch it over, see where your flaws are, improve on those, record it again, watch it again, and practice.
And when you hit these shots, make sure you remember to blow out the air. Blow it out. It helps you keep those abs tight.
And frankly, it's not just, it's out the diaphragm.
Out the diaphragm.
Painful. Get it up. Get it out. And then your abs pop.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right, next up, abdominals and one thigh. Now, here's the deal. Obviously, you want to set your thigh so that you get the most separation in there. Next, as your hands start to come up over your head, you pull your navel into your spine and you lock it in. Pull it back, lock it in, then press down. Your obliques won't go wide. Pull it back, nail it, hurt like hell, bang. Abdominals and thigh. That's it, my man. Outstanding. Get the air out. Huh. Outstanding. Relax. We still live streaming? Are you afraid at home? Are you scared? I understand it. It's scary up here. It's getting a little crazy. Outstanding. Gentlemen, that was outstanding. Next up, let's talk about this, G. So you're in a competition. It's the last pose of the day. It's time to win this show. It's most muscular. What do you recommend?
Well, I recommend if it's coming down to that most muscular, pick the most muscular that you feel like looks the best for you. If you feel like you own that crab most muscular, hit that crab. If you feel like you're a hands on hips most muscular guy, then hit it.
Would you agree? Would you agree? Would you agree that the most muscular is where you fill gaps?
Absolutely.
Like this. If you have gaps, it goes against the grain. Fill gaps.
Right. Fill every single gap possible, you know?
And
It flex the entire body, everything.
And they've got, just like they did on abdominals and tricep, you must get the air out. Otherwise, you get a pocket of air and your abs are out instead of crushed.
Right, absolutely.
Gentlemen. I'm good to go.
Gary, good. Gary don't need no water.
I need somebody to put some oil on me. Look out, man. Don't get me started. Okay, gentlemen, your favorite, most muscular. Breathe out. Okay, now let's stay up a little bit, please. Bring these down. Home run. Breathe out. Breathe out, brother. That's it. Outstanding. Home run. Relax. So if you take a good look, we're going to hit it again. Their hands are around navel level. They're not leaning over too far because you want to see those good abs that are going to be there. Gentlemen, one more time. Your favorite, most muscular? Crush it. Good. Don't lean over too far, brother. Stand up some more. Good. Show us them good abs, man. Good. Relax. Gentlemen, outstanding. Woo! Good group, man. Working hard. Outstanding. Outstanding. Really cool, man. George, comments?
So we're gonna go with the next pose again. We're gonna think of do another round. Let's do it.
So now this time around, we'd like to pick up the pace a little bit. And from this day forward, you have to practice hard. You got to do it like this, please. Because then on stage, second nature. Here we go. Front relaxed. Posture's king. Stand up, Chaz. Stand up. Quarter turn to the right. Can you turn that music up? Face the rear. Wide, brother. Wide. Quarter turn, please. Face front, gentlemen. Front double bicep. Front lat spread. Bang, bang. Let's go. Bang, bang. Get after it. In your pecs. In your pecs. Nice. Relax. Side chest, please. Pull this up and pull back.
I'm tired.
Relax. Face the rear, please. Back double bicep. Relax. Back lat spread. Chin up, chest up. Relax. Side tricep, gentlemen. Bang, bang. Good job. Face front, please. Abdominals and thigh. Relax. Gentlemen, your favorite and most muscular. Hold it till you're ready to pass out. Squeeze it. Good job. Relax. Outstanding. Great job. Great job. You got the best. You got the best in the world. You got the best in the world critiquing your physique. Outstanding.
Great job, guys. Great job.
Great job, guys. Outstanding, man. Outstanding. Best group of all time. Way cool. Working hard every day.
Sound check. Hey, all right. Our classic physique is next. Gentlemen, can I get you to stage left, please? Get a number, and we're gonna take you through your quarter turns and your mandatories, please. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in live to Victory in Posing and being with us here today. If you did not know already, you can watch this live on tsgevents.com. That is tsgevents.com. Again, we are following all safety protocols at this event. Again, guys, thank you for tuning in live. We are about to go to Classic Physique here in just 1 minute. And now, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Classic Physique. Let's hear it, Gary.
Gentlemen, Tony, you want to bring them up? So let's talk about this classic physique division, G. Pretty cool.
Hello? Yeah, so Classic Physique, definitely a very, very cool division. And I have so much appreciation for Classic Physique because Classic Physique is actually the division that got me back into the sport. As I said before, that when I saw it come out, I was very interested. I wasn't really too clear what it was at first, but I loved it, and I love the aesthetics that it brings to the league.
Sure. For those who aren't aware, it's predicated upon for every inch of height, there's a certain maximum weight.
Right.
And the idea from the powers that be was that get back to creating that streamlined look.
Right.
Whereas guys on the massive guys were losing kind of that retro streamlined look. Right. So how hard was it for you making those weight limits? Did they raise the weight by 10 before you split or after?
Well, when I first got into Classic Physique, I know my weight limit was 177 at that time. At that same year, they raised it 5 pounds. So then when I turned pro, for me, it was a 10-pound jump. So now I was able to make 187. And then my last year as a Classic Physique pro, mine was 192. And I believe it's still there at this point. Yeah.
So how hard was that to make 192?
It was very, very hard because, every year I kept improving and putting on more muscle. That's the thing. The more you train, the more consistent you are with your training, the more muscle you're going to put on. And the more muscle you put on, it becomes harder to make those weight limits. So there was a few shows where I had to put in sauna sessions. And like I told you before about the posing sessions to help me make weight, it was very difficult.
So you're a 212 guy now.
Right.
What did you weigh last year at the O?
My weight was 211 and 211.5.
I have maintained that we should charge admission for those weigh-ins because we've been there, and folks like yourself will walk up to the scale, and a bunch of us is crowded around. It's like there's no shot this guy's 212.
Right.
And sure enough, one way or another, I mean, I see the scale. And, Tyler being an ex-college wrestler who had to weigh in every day, no one's skating that weigh-in.
Right, exactly.
So it's amazing to us that somehow you guys make that weight.
Well, that's how you know that bodybuilding is a sport of illusion because when you get in, top level shape, you can actually look better. I mean, look bigger than you actually are. So and that's one thing that my physique has always been able to do. Because I have small bone structure, tiny joints, round muscle bellies, I'm able to look bigger than I actually am.
However, there's some guys whose weight tends to climb in the off season, and they got some serious weight to lose. What do you weigh right now?
Right now, I'm about 235.
So this is no crapshoot. I mean, 235 to 212.
Yeah. I mean, but I'm not stopping here. I mean, I plan to possibly go up to 250 and diet down from there.
250. Is that
250.
right? And
Now that I don't have to worry about classic physique anymore, making that weight, I have more free range where I can get up
sure,
there.
but now we're talking 212
Yeah.
from 250.
Yes, sir.
What's the time process on that?
I mean, I believe I could get down to that weight from 250 to 212 in a good, I say 12 weeks.
So right now, if I'm not mistaken, we don't have a date yet for the O. So you got to be waiting and wondering when the hell is that date?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm wondering, but I'll be ready. As soon as they announce it, I'll be ready.
There's a bunch of folks in the same jackpot as you. I mean, the kid from up in Minnesota and Flex always had that situation. And but guys do it one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, you have to suffer. You really do. It does get to a point where you really have to put yourself in a world of suffering to make that weight. It's not a fun experience, but what keeps you going is that drive and that motivation and that envisionment of yourself, the way you want to see yourself on stage. That keeps you going. That gets you through that.
So back in the day, it was part of our practice that we would put on a serious amount of weight. However, the issue back then was that the weight we put on probably wasn't the same quality that George and the guys are putting on now.
I actually wish that we had Classic back when I was competing. I really do.
Without a
At
doubt.
my height, I was a light heavyweight, about 183 pounds. But every time I wanted to get in the show, everybody else was 198, and they were only this tall. So when I stood next to them, I looked skinny.
You were tall for a light heavy.
I was, and I competed at 183, and I would walk around the offseason at 273 pounds.
Do what?
273. I would come down from 273 to 183 because we bulked up then. We bulked up with peanut butter sandwiches and gallons of whole milk and you name it, and then have to pull like 70 pounds off to get in the shape to be down there. And, I was still always lanky because I was so tall for that division. If we had the classic physique, the height and the weight together would have been the perfect division for me.
So the whole sport has transformed
Absolutely.
so much and so much smarter now.
Absolutely.
What's the heaviest you've ever been in your life?
The heaviest that I've ever been is this was back in 2013. I actually got up to 258.
So was it too fat 58?
Yeah, it was. It was a fat 258. I didn't like it.
I stumbled across pictures of me at 2 fat 45, and it wasn't a pretty sight. But it's what we thought we should do back at that time.
Right.
And we actually factored in that coming down, we would lose X amount of pounds of muscle. It was just part of the game.
Yeah.
Whereas now, you build that muscle and tend to hold it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Cool. All right, well, let's bring these gentlemen up here from Classic.
We got 28. Yeah. So I'm going to get 14 and 14. You can work it that way, right? Come on down. We need I can bring the second group on. I'm going to bring the second group on too.
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Yeah. So with these classic guys, we got almost 30 classic guys here. This division has just taken off.
Yes, it's growing by leaps and bounds.
I mean, it really fits. Like Jerry mentioned, I wish they'd had a classic back in my day because that would have fit me so much better. I was not a big guy. And,
Absolutely.
And now it's proven actually, while it worked for you for a while. How old are you?
I'm 36.
36, and kind of just hitting your stride.
Absolutely. Yeah. But the one thing I appreciate about Class Physique is the opportunity it's created. It's created opportunity for guys who may feel like they don't want to get as big as a open or 212 bodybuilder, or some people feel like they may not have the genetics to get that big. So it created the opportunity for them.
Well, there are certified guys that just simply can't.
Right.
That's where I would have fallen into. Bad as I would have liked to get that big, I just could not. So this classic would have been a home run, and it wound up being a good springboard for you to now get into the 212s.
Yes, the 3 years that I truly believe this, the 3 years that I spent in Classic Physique prepped me for the jump to 212. Because if I would have went to 212 when I first turned pro, I wouldn't have been ready.
So here's the question. And so you compete as a 212, you've got to get there one way or another. On the way down, where are you actually at your best?
I'm actually at my best, I would say, around 215.
Oh, that close.
Yes, that close.
Because, we always heard stories, and we've seen photos of some people that Peter McGough, rest in peace, always told us Dorian was at his best 6 weeks out at 275 because he was hard, big, full. But then the same thing that happened to so many of us think we got to get harder, can't take a chance. He'd come down to 262 and we'd see him on stage. However, the year when he sent those photos of the black socks,
Yes.
yeah, that showed us what was possible. So 215, that's really close for you.
Yeah, it's close to me. So I figure I still got a couple of years left in the 212. I could inevitably end up outgrowing it. And if that happens, then I'll move on to the open. But I still have some time.
So I guess what will dictate that is how much torture does it take to get the 212.
All right, exactly.
Yeah, I see. All right, gentlemen. So many of the things you guys saw what we did with bodybuilding, so many of those same things apply for you. The only difference being that you won't have the same number of poses. However, the theme is the same. You got to do this with video. I challenge you to do things like this with feet together and feet apart, just to try it different ways to see what works for your physique. You've got, starting today, you've got to pose hard, please, gentlemen, so that you are at your best at all times. Start with the relaxed round. Front relaxed, guys. Posture is the key. Let's extend these to me a little bit, all right? Like this. Good. Arch. Like that. Okay, gentlemen, quarter turn to the right, please. Let's just take this like this. Drop that right shoulder, please. Arch. That's it. Like that, right there. You got a ton of muscle. You don't have to crank things up. You're already big. All you got to do is rotate. Got it. Heels together, guys. Heels together, please. Put your, that's it. Good job. And then rotate a little extra. Get that kick-ass side V table. Face the rear, guys. Wide back. Chin up, Chest up. Turn these hands like this.
Open up. Open it up.
Chin up, gentlemen. Posture will follow your head. Right there. Quarter turn to the right. Just rotate into this, please. Better, man. Better. Well, let's just drop this. You torque it, and your trap gets jacked up. Is your head facing the way your feet are facing, please? Okay, guys, face front. All right, guys. Just as before, the poses begin with your legs first. Now, let's talk about this for a minute, G. You guys don't have to do classic type poses. What the judges want to see from you is your best pose. So, is that a mistake for some guys to try to morph their pose into a classic pose when in fact straight up bodybuilding is what they should do?
You in the 212s? Oh, in the
classics.
Well, I think it's somewhat of a mistake for some guys when they try to, morph their pose into a more classic pose. I believe everybody's different. We all have different body structures. Say if we'll take a front double bicep for example. Some guys may look great doing a front double bicep with a little tilt. I mean, in class physique, I feel like that kind of look is what's the criteria. Once they want something a little different than this, the standard bodybuilding, I believe. But some guys, even though they have like a classic physique structure, if they hit a standard type of frontal bicep, I still say go ahead and hit it.
In the end, the judges want to see them at their best.
See you at your best.
So point being, it's not mandatory for you to do a classic style pose. Entirely up to you. Build these poses from the ground up. Good posture, front double bicep. Bring your arms forward. Just bring these forward. Upper body stays on. Relax. Side chest, please. Put this hand.
Hey, Gary, I have a question for you on the side chest. So when it comes to the side chest pose, because I know that there's two different ways I see some guys hitting this pose. You have that Arnold Schwarzenegger type way of doing it, big rib cage, big chest, and then you have the other one where you got the guy scooching down on the obliques. Yeah, the Robbie Robinson type way. Do you feel like guys should just hit whichever one they feel is best, or do you have a preference for which one you like to see?
I immediately go back to what makes them look their best.
Right.
Because some guys try that Robbie Robinson thing, but if they don't have that serratus,
Right.
should leave it at home.
Right.
So it goes back to what makes them look best. We want
Absolutely.
help the judges pick you. Gentlemen, face the rear, please. Back double bicep. Chin up, please. Relax. On this one, gentlemen, just try some different placements for your feet so you can find out which works best with your shoulder width. Try that one more time, please. Back double bicep. Turn your knee in some. Like that. Yes, exactly. A little more. Good. It sticks out too far. Got some long legs. Relax. Face front, guys. Abdominals and thigh. Relax. Good job, guys. So now, going back to when you were a classic guy,
Right.
they ask you for your favorite classic pose. How many times we see guys go into something,
All the time.
however, it tends to flatten them out.
Right.
So while it's a cool pose, nice for a routine, maybe not the one that shows the most muscle. And this is
Right.
still bodybuilding.
Absolutely.
So what do you recommend for favorite classic pose?
Well, see, the great thing about the favorite classic pose is you have different options. And the one thing I always tell any classic physique competitor that asks me about their favorite classic pose is never just choose a classic pose of your choice just because your favorite bodybuilder or classic bodybuilder hit that pose. You want to choose a pose that looks best for you. So, and just like Gary said, you do want to show a pose that also, at the same time looks very aesthetic, but does show a good quality of muscle. So it could be a single arm bicep, or there you go. That could be, which is similar to a side chest type of pose, that Arnold bicep pose. Any of those, you just have to play with the different options and see which one looks best on you.
Absolutely. And there's a real way, and you being the artiste that you are, you figured it out. However, there's a real way to do these retro poses.
Absolutely.
And if someone attempts one and doesn't get it right, it's painful to watch.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
gentlemen, you've got to go to Retro Bodybuilding and do your research. There's a way to do these things. I mean, guys tended to tilt back a little bit on stuff as cool look.
Right, absolutely. And one last thing, I also recommend that you play to your strengths with your favorite classic pose. Like for me, when I was a classic physique competitor, my favorite classic pose was showing my back off. It was almost like a 3/4 back of a bicep, but it's a little different than the way that Arnold did it. Mine was more straight up, but I was playing to my strength, and I recommend that to any classic physique competitor that's looking for a pose for them.
Sure, I mean, you got a guy that's got big arms.
Yeah, show the arm.
That works. However, if you don't, there's no sense in doing that.
Do something else.
Okay, gentlemen, your favorite classic pose? That's cool, man. That works for you. That's outstanding. So you got a way better body than this.
Don't go too much.
Every day of the week. This comes here. Bring it here. So you go back and look. They tilt back a little bit to do this pose. Yeah. Yeah. My baby. They come down and bring it down. Like that. That way, it's muscle mass. Plus, it's classic. Yeah. Just keep in mind, gentlemen, you cannot do a most muscular as your favorite classic pose. So, now look, sit back. Like, yeah, like that. You guys will research these things. They'll work themselves back up. And then from there, come down here. Muscle mass. Yeah. 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 Hey, stand here. Put that foot by your right foot. Yeah. That way you get a small base. Make sure upper body is ready. Just this way. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Doing good, man. All right. Now, body.
Actually, George watching his videos and everything.
Okay, gentlemen. All right, gentlemen. Okay, gentlemen. Let's go through this one more time, please. Tony, would you like to switch this group to the back and get the other guys up front? Okay, gentlemen. Front relax, please. Okay. Long ass I'm not asking you to crunch. I'm literally not asking you to do anything. Goes to your left. Feel that? Quarter turn to the right. Gentlemen, face the rear. Posture is king here. Chin up, chest up, please. Quarter turn to the right. Okay. Your head facing the way your feet are facing, please. That way. Good. Stay right there. Always do this. Release this way. Like that. It gives you more depth instead of doing this back. Face the front, guys. Okay, let's turn it up a notch now. Pose a little bit harder. Start with your legs. Front double bicep. Elbows are up, please. Elbows up. Elbows up. Elbows up. Elbows up. It amplifies your big tapers. Bring them forward slightly. You should be able to see these out the corners of your eyes. Gives you more depth. Relax. Side chest. Turn to the rear, please. Back double bicep. Excellent. Relax. Face front, please. Abdominals and thigh. Crush those abs, please. Relax. Your favorite classic pose. Relax. Questions? Are there any questions? There are no dumb questions today, guys. Anything. Great job. Comments, G? Just a matter of practice.
Absolutely. Practice makes perfect. Okay. Yep. Practice makes perfect. So the more you practice, the better you'll get.
Well, the fact of the matter is, when they're on stage, they need to look like they do this every day,
Right.
and they should do this every day.
That's the only way to look like you've done it every day is to actually do it every day. You know, 'cause you see this is different. It feels different than just doing regular cardio. It's you could go on the Stairmaster for an hour every day you want. This is a whole different ball game right here.
JM, you want to take a group shot? Come on in, G. In here, G. Yeah. G.
Thank you for tuning in to Victory in Posing. We're going to get started on the next category here soon. Again, thank you for everybody watching live at home on tsgevents.com. We're going to get started here real soon.
Knows where I live. Comes by there. I want to wipe it down. Sound check, sound check, sound check. All right, let's go. Men's physique, stage left. Let's get it.
Once again, men's physique, head stage left by the mirrors. Everybody stage left by the mirrors. Again, thank you guys for tuning into TSGEvents.com, watching live, for being here with us today. Events like this would not be possible without your support. Again, all this footage will be on the TSG Events YouTube page, as well as some of MPC News Online stuff afterwards. So if you missed anything at all, stay tuned in the coming days for all the content to be uploaded, everybody. We're getting started here just in a second.
Oh, there he is. Hello.
Oh, okay.
Sound check. Yes, let me have my men's physique stage left, please. Men's physique, stage left, please. This is our last division for the day.
Wow.
March 13th, International. Cabo, San Lucas, Kinesis Hall. That's what you remember that? And El Encanto in the heart. We're doing so March 13th. March 13th, we're doing the Cabo Closing Clinic. Closing International. Kinesis Gym. Kinesis Gym. You got it. And our host hotel is El Encanto in. You say that or you want me to say that? Would you remember, is it easier to say Cabo or San Jose? San Jose, Mexico. March 13th, we'll be in San Jose, Mexico for the corporate closing international. We'll see you at Kinesis Gym and Post Hotel in El Encanto. March 13th, don't miss it.
Take care.
113, San Jose, Mexico, the Perfect Posing International. We'll see you at Tines's gym at our host hotel, El Encanto Inn. Don't miss it. 113.
Guys, come and go to the left side. Left side.
April Classic Neon.
Again, thank you for tuning in to Victory in Posing. We are starting men's physique here in just a few minutes. Once again, men's physique is starting in just a few minutes.
Hey, so Gary, Charjo is going to be up there talking about the criteria and things like that when we start posing. Although they're talking, get in there and make the corrections. That's the benefit of having you guys here. Make the hand.
Last call. If you are stepping on stage, head stage left. We are getting started. Again, last call. If you're getting on stage, head stage left. Again, thank you guys for tuning in live and supporting everybody here today. We're about to get started with men's physique. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Gary and Charjo Grant, everybody! Men's Physique. Take it away.
I know, right? That's Miss Physique, right?
So we are here for Men's Physique, which is, there's 1 and 1A, depending on which one you think is number one in our organization between Bikini and Men's Physique. What a great division this is. Cool to hear your story earlier about this. What did you weigh when you competed last fall?
The lightest on stage, I was 200.
200 hard and ripped.
Yes.
And what are you today?
235.
Uh-huh. Is this the heaviest you've been?
No.
No.
240.
Yeah. So what's the plan moving forward? Is this the heaviest you'll get now or what?
I don't think so.
No.
I think I'll get a little heavier, but not too much heavier.
So obviously you have a plan.
Right.
And there was a plan of attack that took you to this size.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I saw you this morning. I was like, damn, that's a whole different body than when I saw you at the DMV Iron last time.
Right.
So the plan is what? Was your perception that you had weaknesses you needed to fix?
Yes. Some of the feedback that I had received from the judges was that I needed to have a thicker chest, more detailed, thicker back. So in order for me to make those gains, I have to make gains. I have to eat the necessary calories in order to make my muscles grow.
So that's I understand that completely. Let's talk about your training, because I know you to be a guy who is a smart trainer. So like we spoke about a little earlier, it's not so much the heavy weights as it's the concentrated movements. Is that correct?
That is correct. A lot of times when you lift and you're really trying to build that muscle, you need to control that weight while you're lifting. A lot of people, they get in there and try to go through the motions and they want to crank out the reps just to get done with the workout, but that's not really the real way to build that muscle. You need to slow that weight down so that your muscles can really break down in order to achieve that.
Well, I like to get that across because we got a lot of true novice folks here, plus on the live stream, and they want to be where you are. And I know the perception is bigger weights make bigger muscles. However, I see guys in the gym where I'm at, and I've spoken to them. They're good. They're young guys, get those cool young joints, and they're doing stuff. And I say, there's a smarter way to do that. And obviously, you've picked up on that.
Right. It's a gym mentality. The heavier you lift, the cooler you are, the bigger you're going to get, but that's not the case. You really have to have true form, and sometimes to achieve that true form, to really work those muscles, you cannot lift super duper heavy weight.
So let's talk about rep ranges. Where are you with your rep ranges on your upper body training?
Between 12 and 15.
Which is remarkable because back in the day, we thought sets of 3 to 5. Maybe 8, however, generally 5 reps that you had to do to get size. However, clearly not the case. We've come a long way. I tell these young guys, my man, there's an orthopedic surgeon in your future. Of course,
right.
Rise because their joints are good to go, but it's the tendons and ligaments you have to protect.
Right. Absolutely. You got to look out for yourself. I mean, this bodybuilding thing, it's not forever. So you're going to have to live after bodybuilding. So you want to make sure you protect yourself at all times.
Was there a time in your career that you actually did, before you learned the process, that you did train super heavy?
Yeah. Before I got into bodybuilding, I was one of those guys that was in the gym trying to lift heavy weight, doing crazy things, and guess what happened? Ended up hurting myself.
Doing doubles, triples, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I,
Doing. How about doing box jumps with 225 on your back? That'll hurt you.
oh hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I don't do that no more.
Amazing. If you look back on it, it's amazing the things we used to do. And some of us have the surgery scars to show for it. But yeah, so cool that you've come around to this. But that idea, and this is what we need to tell folks, is that 12 to 15s says so much about your training because, frankly, it's nearly impossible to go too heavy when you're in that 12 to 15 rep range. I mean, it almost dictates that you're in a concentrated, isolated range of reps. And then all you do is build muscle because, frankly, you're literally one rep away from tearing something and it's over.
Hey, absolutely. Cannot have that.
No.
One of the worst things to do is to get hurt while you're in prep.
For sure, or anytime. So what have you changed with your calories, or maybe even, let's talk about amount of protein. Because protein, obviously, along with the correct training, it's the protein levels to build that muscle.
Right.
Where are you with that?
Well, I don't calorie count, but we do every meal that I eat. I'm at 6 ounces of protein. I eat 6 meals a day.
So that starts to add up, and that's a lot of protein. Does it matter to you and your coach where that protein comes from?
It does not. It depends on what I'm doing. If I'm building, not so much. But if I'm cutting down, then it does matter where the protein comes from.
Probably a little higher fat protein when you're building, and then you're getting a little bit lighter protein and coming down.
Right.
I see. So calorie ranges have changed. How important is it with water intake to what you do?
Water is very important for your body to build the muscle, to keep everything flowing, and especially when you're cutting down, when your body is trying to flush out all that fat, you need to have adequate enough water in order to lose that fat.
Have you chosen an event yet for this year?
Yes, I have.
Maybe you'd like to share that with us.
I'll be at the DC Pro.
That.
How about that?
Go get our first entry. That DC Pro is going to be an outstanding event. Way cool. So how many weeks are left till that event?
I think we're looking at about 17 weeks, I think.
Do you start really hardcore prep?
I start prep on Monday.
Monday?
No.
Uh-huh. So that's cool. So it's go time.
Go time. Let's do it.
He looks upset. I'm staying over here. Maybe I shouldn't have brought up that Monday thing. My man. So, yeah, what's cool is I remember seeing you at the DMV. When was that? It was in the fall. I was down there for something, and you were getting ready for an event. You had something coming up. Maybe it was the Chicago Pro or Tampa.
Tampa.
We were discussing your chest.
Yeah.
One gentleman was even fine-tuning it to maybe the type of water to take in or not.
Right. That was Tampa Pro.
And so I remember that well. And this is a different body now.
Oh, yeah. That's a different body.
You've had a very successful off-season here.
I have. I also have a lot of fat.
A lot of?
Unfortunately.
A lot of fat.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's been some put on. However, you've made some muscle gains that is surprising. I mean, it's been a hell of a year for you.
Yes, sir.
Cool. Outstanding. Well, let's get these guys up here. Men's physique division. I mean, we're going to talk largely about presentation. Is that something that has been difficult for you to learn? Lots of practice. What's gone into that for you?
presentation is everything on stage. I mean, because if you can have the best physique up here, but if you can't show it, then it's pointless. As far as I go, it took me a while. I had to practice at it to get good. But once I got a hang of it and felt comfortable with my strong poses and knowing what my strengths were, staying away from my weaknesses, I was good to go. But it does take practice.
Let's talk about the moments before you walk on stage. And backstage, how much pumping up do you do before you come out?
I have to do quite a bit of pumping up on my chest for sure. But everything else kind of pumps up while I'm pumping my chest up. I say I need a good 10 to 15 minutes to get full, and I'm good.
So the point in your pumping up process is to go after a weak body part to get it a little bit more balanced with everything else.
Right, so I'm doing a lot of push-ups. Backstage, incline push-ups if I can. Doing a lot of cables where I'm doing, upward movement, crossing over the chest, just trying to drive that blood flow in there so I can pump it up.
Any tips you would give to someone in the true novice division and they're thinking, yeah, I think men's physique is for me? Any tips you would give them starting out?
Well, if you really think it's for you, give it all you got. Take it seriously. Have fun, but take it seriously. Practice, because it's going to show on stage.
So even on the amateur level, folks get in this for a myriad of reasons. But if someone wants to do well, and by doing well, I say be at their best, because you can't control who shows up. But in order to be at their best, this is a year-round situation you've got to buy into.
Absolutely. It's a year-round situation. Whatever your coach provides for you, you need to follow that to a T, because if you don't get the placing that you think you deserve, you got to look back at yourself first. Did I follow that plan to a T 100%? That one day that you didn't do it, don't turn around and look at the coach. You got to look at yourself.
The question you want to do your best and be at your best and maybe improve as time goes on. This becomes day in, day out, starting 6 a.m., ending 10 p.m. That whole process has got to be a function that just goes on day in and day out.
Big on time management. A lot of times when someone decides that they want to compete, one of the hardest things is to get your friends and family to understand what you're doing and what you're going through, because you've made your mind up that you want to get strict and you want to compete. It's going to take a lot of your time, a lot of your focus, and you're going to have outside, entities trying to get you to not do that so you can be in the cool with them. But you have to understand why you started this in the first place.
This is something you chose to do, and myself and Tony Roberts and JM, this is our life and our passion. And while my job as the chairman is to promote the sport, I have never ever attempted to talk someone into competing, because someone's got to do this for themselves. This is something you chose to do. No one twisted your arm. They can't do that. It's a day in, day out function, and someone who goes to the shows, many times they see the end product. They don't have any idea what went into creating that.
Absolutely. That is so true. Everybody, they want to get there, but don't want to commit to what it takes to get there.
I think these gentlemen have an idea of what's going into it. How many of you are true novice competitors, first timers? So with that in mind, I can tell you, this is probably the hardest thing you will ever do. Reason being, can you remember back your first time? The hard part is figuring out what works on that body relative to reps, weight, exercises, figuring out your weaknesses, trying to build into those weaknesses. How much cardio? It's difficult, and sometimes trial and error.
And also, you have to figure out what food works for your body. Some people your body react differently to different types of food, different types of protein, different types of carbs. So this is going to be a very tedious situation right here, but you got to stay true and stay strong and fight through it to figure out what works for you.
So, in fact, what happens is, gentlemen, and this goes for even seasoned competitors, if you've chosen an event, such as an event at the end of April, and things are rolling along, and your body is just not responding the way you want it to, difficult as it is, you've got to be careful that this remains a healthy, happy endeavor. Because if this turns sideways and goes to something else, and you find that you're doing too much cardio or you are underfed, it becomes very important that you just take a step back, reassess, and these shows run through November. So maybe it's a matter of picking another event instead of torturing yourself to try to make a date that you chose.
Absolutely. If you pick a show, no doubt you want to do it. But sometimes the body is not reacting the way it needs to react, and you need a little bit more time. Don't be afraid to say, hey, I'm not ready for this show. Let's do one the very next show, which could be a week away or a month away. But if you know for a fact that your body is not the way where you want it to be, and your coach advises you, listen to it. Because you don't want to get on stage and then you feel like you look like crap. That's worse.
I recall the worst thing is walking on thinking, I wish I had a couple more weeks. You want to be fully prepared and to go out there and do your best. And it's got to be done. And here I am repeating myself. However, it's got to be done in a healthy manner. This is a fitness related sport, healthy. You got to eat your way to the show, not torture yourself away. And I've run into situations where people have walked into this thinking there should be a certain amount of torture to this. And it's going to be really bad, and you're going to be really angry, and you're going to be hard to deal with. And I say, oh, hell no. You're the one that chose to do this. No one twisted your arm. Being mean to your significant other is not going to work. So reassess, reevaluate, or maybe take up checkers. Because this has got to be a healthy, happy endeavor.
Absolutely. If you feel yourself getting to that point, you need to take a break, a mental break, reassess the situation, and realize that, hey, nobody asked you to do this. This is a decision that you made. You cannot take out your hangriness on anyone.
All right, good to go. So let's put these gentlemen through their paces. There's been some changes in this sport. And you may remember what they did was they kind of allowed the twisting back into the comparison round. There was a time when, in the comparison round, you had to stand face front. You could not twist, which put folks like myself, who got a wide waist, and some other guys in a real jackpot. Meanwhile, twisting is everything in this sport.
This is, you got to do what works for your physique. Some of us have wider waists than others. Well, we'll take advantage of a twist that, it's all about the illusion. So it's a good thing that, we put the twist back in there.
That's you right there, obviously. When was that picture taken?
That was Chicago Pro.
October, November?
November, I believe.
So even with your frame and your small waist, you're still twisting.
I'm still twisting because also when you're learning your body and when you pose, you got to go with your strengths. One of my strengths is my obliques. I have very strong obliques. And when I twist, it really shows it. So that's why I did that.
Well, not to mention the fact that I can't imagine some guys with some small waistlines here. But even if you have a small waistline, why not twist anyway?
Right. It just makes it look even smaller.
So keep this in mind, gentlemen. Let's talk about, would you go right here, Giorgio? Charjo. And the NPC way, in the pro division, obviously you have more time. But in the NPC way, it's front, back, front. Can you just show us a typical front, back, front with that twisting? So stay right there. So even like this, great stance, great frame, good foundation, you could twist some more and like that and amplify that small waistline even more. Twist some more. So what the athletes need to do is with video like this and keep pushing the envelope. Twist some more, please. Somewhere in there is going to be the right angle for this body in this stance. But you will only know that if you videotape it, and then you can go back and see what the judges see. Because if you do it in the mirror, he's going to be looking at something that he either likes or does not like about that body. So do yourself a favor and videotape this. From here, turn to the rear. Great V taper. His feet are about shoulder width apart. Turn back to the front, please. So for the athletes, if you're checking out the pro division relative to presentation, obviously they have more time than we do in the NPC, so they can do more stuff. What we want to see on your level is front, back, front. The quicker you get there, the longer you're in that pose. And if you notice and watch this again, it's an efficiency of movement. His hands are around waist level. They're not flying around, because if his arms start flying around, our eyes follow that. And what you, thank you, yes sir. Guys will hit a stance and go like that. Now sometimes they're settling into the pose. I get that. Sometimes they're nervous. Either way, it detracts from their look. So control is the key. But please watch when he does these turns, and this is what you want to gather from other pros, is cool transition, quick and efficient. Hands are down around waist level. Easy stuff. And professional. So you don't have to overdo it, because sometimes if you do, it detracts from your look. Back to front. Turn back to the front again. Cool. So here's something that's important. Obviously, on stage, take a look at that picture. Those abs are in and hard. So my guess is you walk around all day like that.
No. Be nice, but no, I don't walk around like that all day.
You do to get used to doing that.
There's a few things that help out with breathing. First of all, posing practice. When you practice your breathing, and the more you practice, the better you'll get at it. Also, I use a waist trainer that helps me learn how to breathe up top. A lot of people wonder why some people use a waist trainer. It forces you to breathe up top, is what I've gathered from it. I haven't had much experience with it prior to, but once I started using it, I finally understood what it was all about. But yeah, it helps you focus on breathing up top and having that core tight at all times while you have it on.
Good to go. Gentlemen, let's get into your favorite front stance. Why not? So, gentlemen, I notice in your stance, you do not have your left hand on your hip. Is that something you decide leading into the show, or what did it take you to figure that out? Because a lot of guys have hands on hips, some do not.
It depends on if you feel comfortable doing it or not. Sometimes when you put the weights on the hip, it will create an opening and expose a weakness that you may have.
Sometimes if you do that, it might tweak your lat and screw up some other part. So try dropping that hand. Uh-huh. So it's something you got to try both ways.
You definitely have to try it, pose it, record it, so you can look what is the best way to present myself. Is it on the hip, or do I look better with it off the hip?
You come back here, please, Giorgio. Hit that front stance for me again. So take a look, guys. See which way his right foot is. Basically facing towards those steps. Your number is on your left side, so the judges can see it easily. Gentlemen, try this again. Consider getting that right foot facing those steps. Cool. Face the rear, guys. Come on back here. Just come back here. Okay, guys, relax. Relax, guys. Stay right there. That rear stance again. So the goal here today is instruction and making you better. So this is the classic mistake. The gentleman got a slam in physique. Small waist, good lat spread, good V taper. However, it looks like his arms are resting on dresser drawers. And I know he's thinking that looks good. But from the judge's perspective, it looks so much better if these come down. And now look, the emphasis now on his V taper. Home run. So
Rear delt.
it's outstanding. But thank you. This is a classic mistake for these guys. So video.
Yeah, video. I used to be like that too. I got a couple of judges' feedback that said you need to drop your hands because you're taking away from your V taper and you're taking away from your rear delt. It's so true.
This is the classic mistake guys make. Now, it can take it another step further. So take a look at his hands. Now, this is details, but details win contests. You worked too hard for this. Help us pick you. So, when they're turned the other way, they take up too much space. Turn them sideways. And now our eyes go to that V taper. That's outstanding. Thank you, my man. Gentlemen, give some thought to where your arms are, please, on this rear stance. Face the rear.
Give us a good back pose.
Great back. Let's go like this, please. Arch, chin up, please. Fight the urge to get these too high, okay? Chin up, please. Chin up, chin up, chin up. It makes it bigger. That's a great physique right there, my man.
Feel that right here when it's uncomfortable.
Take a look down, see where your hands are. All right? All right. Now with that same smoothness, face front. Good. Stay right there. Okay, good body. Turn your hips that way. Oh yeah, why not? Take these taper better. Okay? Stay right there. Try your hand down. Yeah, for sure. Now your lat's full. Okay. So try this out when you're practicing. Good. Stay right there.
Hey, while you guys are standing here, when you're doing your transitions, you want to make or take least steps possible. It gives you a better presentation. It gives the judges a better feel that, hey, this guy's been practicing. All right? Because if you're taking like 5 steps to turn around, it's gonna give it makes them think that you haven't been practicing at all. It gives a bad perception.
Let's talk about weight distribution. And guys got these great upper bodies, but it's important to have them balanced over your feet. Because if you feel all the weight on that front foot, it probably looks like you're going to tip over. So make sure you feel both feet. That way you're balanced over. Try that out. Yeah. So when you do it, it's preeminent that you feel the weight on both feet. You feel that weight on your front foot, it might look like that big upper body's going to tip over. Stay right there. Sit back. This way. Now turn this way. And then with your upper body. It changes the whole look. When you get home, take care of that. Yeah. Okay. Try this out, guys. Make sure you feel both feet. Want to be balanced. So when you get home and you're practicing, your girlfriend's videotaping you, make sure you try all these variations. Those of you who have your hand on your hip, drop your hands off your hip. You have a good body. Turn your some more. Turn your hip. Yeah, for sure, man. Nice slamming body. So wide face front. This is the trip right here. For sure. Bend that knee a little bit. Yeah. So you got good bodies. Let's utilize them. Try some different stuff. Charjo, back in the box, please. Hit that front stance again. So check it out. See that front knee? Bent a little bit. Guys, try everything. The other one's probably straight. This is the bent one. That's your frame every day of the week. Face the rear. Smooth. Professional. Efficient. Efficient, smooth, equals professional. Face front, please. So this is what the judges want to see. If you're doing side triceps, or you're trying to throw a double bicep in there, there's some judge upset. Because we would just love to see you in these slamming stances so we can assess you at your best. Help us pick you. We want to pick you. Help us do that. Now, so let's go back to this again. When you do your stances in your routine, 1001, 1002, try that out. I mean, it gives you a great photo and it helps to pace you. Go ahead. 1001, 1002. Cool, efficient, professional, 1001, 1002. Back at it. It gives you the opportunity to be in these stances a long time. How do you finish? Cool. You got to have a finish. You do this kick-ass presentation, can't be lost. Like, do something, whatever it may be, but do it every time. So it's second nature to you. You've done this great presentation, and then you got to walk back with authority. Help us pick you. First time we ran men's physique. Never forget it. JM was there. 10 guys came walking out. I remember saying, what in the hell are we going to do with these guys? They all looked exactly the same.
Right.
had little shorts on, come walking out, and then very quickly, the ones who had the presentation together popped out, and the ones who were caught deer in the headlights
Got left out.
were diminished.
Right.
So this is it. Questions, gentlemen, questions. There are no dumb questions. Try these variations. Yes, sir.
When posing, so I noticed you're posing, you tend to go to the same pose up front. So I saw other people, what would the judges be more favorable upon if you went to one pose here and you turn around, you came here?
For us, the question is, should you do two different front stances? And all we want to see is you at what you think is your best. You can do two different ones, good to go. If they're both great, for sure. If you do the same one both sides, good to go. We would just like to assess you at your best. Help us pick you.
And keep in mind that you only have so long in front of the judges, so you want to hit them with your best shot.
But you know these guys. I mean, it's good bodies, and you hit a good shot. That's long enough to take a good look. So, a couple 2-3 seconds. Outstanding. Get on to the next shot. Here's the deal. Tony, can we put these guys on a diagonal? Gentlemen, half of this group go down to that diagonal line, please. You guys go in front of them. Half go this way, please, on that diagonal line over there, gentlemen. All right, now here's the deal. Your number is always on your left side. Now what you need to do is get in that front stance. Gentlemen, get in your best front stance. So the judges can see your number. So it's going to face that way. Turn your feet that way. Turn your feet that way, gentlemen. So that we see you in this slamming stance. Small waist. We see your number. Good posture. Small waist. Turn that way so we can see your number. Exactly. Thank you. Help us pick you. Put your number on the left, please. So this is what we'd love to see from you. Outstanding. Folks are going to be doing group stances. Folks will come in here for presentation. I guarantee you someone's looking over to check out where do you fit into the whole mix. So please be at your best the entire time. Don't slouch. You let us see you slouch. It's over.
They're always watching.
We want to pick you. Turn, 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 turn. Tiny waistline. That's it. That's good. So when you get home, consider trying dropping that hand.
Hello.
Bend that right knee. Yeah, like that. Drop that hand. So take pictures both ways. See which one you like the best. All right, Tony. 6, 5.
Yeah. Charge on behind you.
That's it. Come to the line, get in that stance. Cool. Gentlemen, face the rear, please. Feet are a little closer together. A little bit more. Good. Face the front, guys. Good job, guys. Now, when they release you, if you come from there or if you get released from here, right arm. The head judge says, okay, gentlemen, thank you. Turn to your left and foul off. You go that way. Gentlemen, next up.
Go ahead.
Face the rear, please. The body. Let's fight the urge to get these two wide, please. Now the focus goes to your table. Okay? Good. Turn these hands this way, please. Face front, guys. Good job, guys. Thank you.
Here we go, big dog.
Gentlemen, face the rear, please. Face front.
Neutral grip.
Job, gentlemen, you can turn to your left and file off. Gentlemen, face the rear. Face front, please. Good job, guys. You can turn to the left and file off. Great job. Tony, would you like to bring him back for a photo?
All right, let's go, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for tuning in live to the one, the only Victory in Posing live here in Ashburn, Virginia at the Shop Gym. Thank you to all our sponsors, for everybody coming out today, everybody tuning in worldwide, watching at home. This event would not be possible if it wasn't for you guys. Again, thank you, thank you, thank you, sponsors. Thank you, Olympians. Thank you, judges. Thank you, everybody, for coming and making this event possible. And most importantly, thank you guys for showing up and watching at home. Again, this has been Victory in Posing. We will see you next year.